Chapter 1788. On this night in southern border, the starry sky was dark, cold winds were blowing. It seemed like a storm was about to happen. Two Gu immortals flew quickly, concealing their traces. The thick dark clouds under the night sky provided them with a layer of protection. "This is the place." While moving, one of the Gu immortals spoke. The other Gu immortal stopped immediately. Next, at the center of the dark clouds, an immortal battlefield opened up. After absorbing the two mysterious Gu immortals, it closed and vanished. The two Gu immortals entered the immortal battlefield and removed their disguises, returning to their original appearances. The Gu immortal with lower cultivation level had ordinary looks, but the other Gu immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a high status and reputation. He was famous in southern border's righteous path. It was Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. If other righteous path Gu immortals saw this, they would stare with wide eyes and gasp in shock. Because the great Qi Chuyu was acting so sneakily, who was he meeting in this dark night? "Senior Qi Chuyu, we meet again." The Gu immortal guarding the immortal battlefield also had dream path aura. He had ordinary looks. He could not be found in a crowd. Qi Chuyu stared at him, saying in a dissatisfied tone, "Fang Yuan, I thought you would come with your main body. Hee, aren't you being too careful?" The one waiting for Qi Chuyu was Fang Yuan. This immortal battlefield was also Yama's battlefield. However, Fang Yuan was not here with his main body. He had created another pure dream reality seeker physique body. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. "I am cowardly and afraid of death. Please forgive me, Senior Qi Chuyu." Cowardly and afraid of death? Qi Chuyu frowned. He thought of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones that were still hanging in jewel yellow skies. He thought of Fang Yuan's disguise as Wu Yihai back then, and also the losses that his clan had suffered from Fang Yuan's plunder. He laughed mockingly. "Fang Yuan, you are too humble. I have brought the things you want. To prevent any problems, you should hurry up and hand them over." This place was close to Etian Mountain and the location was sensitive. Qi Chuyu did not dare to be careless. "Of course." Fang Yuan's doppelganger nodded. The two immediately completed the handover. Qi Chuyu obtained an information path mortal Gu, while the Gu immortal beside him flew towards Fang Yuan's clone. The Gu immortal who came with Qi Chuyu was Fang Yuan's dream path clone. After Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu came to an agreement, they attacked a few southern border locations and collected some of the scattered dream realms before using pure dream reality seeker transformation to transform into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Then, he used these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to communicate with Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu brought one of them with him and followed the secret path to the secret space in the grand formation of Etian Mountain. There, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique clone used a method to turn the dream realm into even more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, which he stuffed into his immortal aperture. The earliest pure dream reality seeker physique bodies originated from a member of Shadow Sect, Wisdom Path Great Expert Old Man Inkstone. Pure dream reality seeker transformation was his greatest achievement in researching dream path in his entire life. In his hands was the original version of pure dream reality seeker transformation. It could create the most extreme form of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies with 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, the pure dream reality seeker physique body's cultivation level would rise by 1 rank. At the final moment, they would have rank 9 cultivation level. But after the first battle of Etian Mountain, the sovereign immortal fetus Gu that Shadow Sect had spent countless years to refine was obtained by Fang Yuan. Spectral soul was trapped in the dream realm. During the second battle of Etian Mountain, Zishan Makoto brought the remaining forces of Shadow Sect to attack, trying to save Spectral Soul's main body. Zishan Makoto also used pure dream reality seeker transformation in battle, but this killer move was an incomplete version. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also incomplete. They did not have the same height as the original version. Fang Yuan also inherited this version of the killer move. Of course, he had obtained the original killer move from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this pure dream reality seeker transformation killer move was also obtained by Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's soul searched Spectral Soul's body, She finally obtained it. Not long after, Feng Kim Hong displayed the talent of a future immortal venerable. He actually perfected the original pure dream reality seeker transformation, which had many flaws. After that, Celestial Court obtained the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It was the 11th extreme physique in the truest sense. And in the final battle of Central Continent, Feng Yuan attacked the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and captured the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Feng Kim Hong. He comprehended the principles within and also grasped the perfect pure dream reality seeker transformation. Right now, when Feng Yuan transacted with Qi Chuyu, he did not use the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Instead, he used the incomplete killer move that he inherited from Zishan Makoto. Because this incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique body had a limit to its lifespan, it would self-detonate when it reached its limit. Feng Yuan used this flaw ingeniously. Even if Qi Chuyu set a trap for him, he would not be able to obtain the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Before the transaction, Feng Yuan informed Qi Chuyu of this flaw. When Qi Chuyu learned that the pure dream reality seeker physique body beside him would self-detonate, his expression turned ugly. But for the sake of the extremely important dream path research results, he could only bear with it. Seeing that the pure dream reality seeker physique body returned to Feng Yuan's side, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, if this thing self-detonated beside him, Qi Chuyu's formation path methods would not work. Both sides were taking a huge risk in this transaction, but the benefits were too tempting. Both sides took the risk. This was the first transaction. Both sides were very satisfied with the result. This gave them confidence to continue. Before parting, they agreed on a time for the second transaction. They also had many secret and safe methods to communicate with each other. Different from the previous life, in this life, Feng Yuan's transaction with Qi clan had changed a lot. In the previous life, Feng Yuan used dream realms to exchange for Qi clan's immortal yuan stones, immortal materials, and so on. Because at that time, he lacked immortal essence. But in this life, Feng Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and secretly advanced to rank 8. He had rank 8 immortal essence. He did not lack immortal essence at all. What he lacked were dream realms. In the previous life, he had basically explored all the dream realms that were scattered outside. Only a small portion was left. Because it was traded to Qi Chuyu, there was still value in exploring them. Feng Yuan lacked a large number of dream realms, the dream realms on Tian Mountain. Because he knew that Spectral Soul was a great grandmaster of all paths, his dream realms were on Tian Mountain. There were likely to be human path dream realms, information path dream realms, and Qi path dream realms. If he completely inherited Spectral Soul's attainment level, Feng Yuan could annex all the rank 8 grotto heavens of all paths. Spectral Soul's human path attainment level was naturally Great Grandmaster. If he did not have such a foundation, how could he create sovereign immortal fetus goo? My current human path attainment level is only Master, and this is after 600 years of accumulation. Feng Yuan knew that with just his human path attainment level, he could not deal with the human path methods of the Celestial Court's venerables. His life was too short, his accumulation was too little. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's lifespan was 3,000 years. This was the shortest among venerables. In fact, he had been reborn many times. His lifespan far exceeded 3,000 years. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was 25,000 years old. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 19,000 years old, while Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was 12,000 years old. These three were the top 3 venerables in terms of lifespan. To deal with these people, Feng Yuan could only use dream realms to surpass them. Other than human path, information path, Qi path, and even ice and snow path were things that Feng Yuan desired. Feng Yuan's main body was near the transaction location. After Qi Chuyu left, after a while, he called his clones to move. Soon, he kept the 2 pure dream clones in the sovereign immortal aperture. The dream realm that Feng Yuan obtained this time was not a human path dream realm, it was mostly Qi path. Qi path dream realms were useful too. If Feng Yuan's Qi path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster, he would be able to annex Qi Grotto Heaven in the future. His cultivation level would rise again. Fang Yuan stored the dream realm and activated familiar face, before using fixed immortal travel to leave southern border. At the next moment he arrived in western desert, disguised as the wisdom path Gu Immortal Xuan Bujin. After flying for a while at the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan saw Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fang Huaxing. He was Fang Clan's third supreme elder. He specialized in healing methods. He wore a white robe and had white hair. After seeing Fang Yuan from afar, his solemn expression turned into a warm smile. "Friend Xuan Bujin, how have you been?" Fang Huaxing immediately greeted. Fang Yuan nodded. "Thank you for your concern. I invited you this time. My goal is to cooperate with Fang Clan and explore Green Ghost Desert together." Fang Yuan was in a hurry. He went straight to the point and stated his purpose. He did not want to waste time. This was different from the previous life. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's Xuan Bujin identity was exposed. He lost contact with Fang Clan. As a result, Fang Yuan could only use his true identity to threaten Fang Clan. Even though Fang Clan accepted the threat and gave Fang Yuan some resources, it was not in line with Fang Yuan's original plan. Furthermore, Fang Clan had promised to pay for Immortal Gu, but after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Fang Clan had no intention of fulfilling it. Later, when Fang Yuan repaired Dang Hun Mountain, he lacked soul beasts to sacrifice to the mountain. The production of Guts Gu was hindered and his soul path cultivation slowed down. More than once, Fang Yuan regretted his failure in this aspect. This severely hindered his growth and disturbed his cultivation rhythm. But in this life, Fang Yuan paid attention to this point. Even though Xuan Bujin used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Qin Yi and Fang Yuan used it against Feng Jioge in the formation space, the two situations were completely different. There was no evidence to link Fang Yuan and Xuan Bujin together. Even though they both had theft path methods, there were other theft path Gu Immortals in the 5 regions. Currently, most Gu Immortals thought that during the battle for Langya Blessed Land, the theft path methods that Fang Yuan displayed were the foundation of Langya Blessed Land. After all, Long Hair Ancestor had once worked closely with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Huaxing had a worried expression as he sighed deeply. Ever since the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Xuan Bujin's grace has been deeply engraved in our hearts. If you want to cooperate with us, we will be happy to do so. But now, Fang Huaxing said this and purposely paused. He looked at Fang Yuan and observed Fang Yuan's expression. But he was destined to be disappointed. Fang Yuan was expressionless. There was no change in his expression. Fang Huaxing continued. But now, our Fang clan is in an awkward situation. We are being pressured by Western Desert's righteous path. They are making things difficult for us. Especially recently, there has been news that Xuan Bujin is actually the great demon Fang Yuan, because both of them have Immortal Gu stealing methods and are opposing the Celestial Court. After all, that demon Fang Yuan has the killer move Familiar Face. He is full of changes and has a crafty nature. It is truly hard to guard against him. Even the Celestial Court cannot do anything to him. Chapter 1789. Fang Huaxing's difficulties and complaints were actually to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. His mind was calm and unaffected, because he had heard of such rumors long ago. Since he wanted to go against the Celestial Court, he had to have a clear vision. He had been trying to stand above the 5 regions, using the entire Gu world as a chessboard to compete with the Celestial Court. The rumor that Xuan Bujin and Fang Yuan were the same person did not originate from the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had no evidence and made random guesses. It would only damage the reputation of the Celestial Court. At most, they would be suspicious and add fuel to the fire. The true force that spread this rumor was the other righteous path forces of Western Desert. Fang Clan obtained a complete victory in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace. They defeated Qin Yi and Qin Chou, obtained Divine Bean Palace, and even recruited 2 rank 7 demonic path experts, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. Fang Clan's gains were huge. If they could digest their gains, their strength would rise sharply and they would become the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. This would break the old balance. Under the turbulence of the situation, the benefits of many righteous path forces would be threatened. Thus, they swarmed together and tried to suppress Fang clan. In order to have a good reason to do so, they looked for reasons everywhere. All sorts of old matters were brought up to talk about. They shook off the dust of past conflicts and used them. If they could not find any reason, what could they do? They had to create a reason. Thus, all sorts of rumors started to spread. They were said to be true, but with just a bit of analysis, they were not tenable. The rumor that Xuan Bujin was Fang Yuan was one of them. There was no evidence at all, but did rumors need evidence? These were just the rules of the righteous path. They were a cover to suppress Fang clan. Who cares what evidence you have? It is enough as long as I have this cover. Fang Yuan even suspected that this rumor about him was created by a Gu Immortal on a whim. As for the Gu Immortal who created the rumor, he or she would never have thought that he or she would accidentally reveal the truth. But Fang Yuan reckoned that the Fangs would not believe such rumors. Although the identity of Xuan Bujin appeared rather abruptly, there was actually a trace to it. Fang Yuan had already made ample preparations for this. He had linked Xuan Bujin's identity with the Western Desert rogue Immortal Xianxia. The Fang family still trusted the evidence Fang Yuan gave. Because Xianxia was someone from tens of thousands of years ago, and his relationship with the Fang family was a secret that other factions did not know much about. The Fang clan would never admit that Xuan Bujin was Fang Yuan, unless there was direct evidence that the Fang clan could not refute. It was like this in his previous life. Because Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, the Fang family had fallen into a passive position. The Western Desert righteous Dao forces were overjoyed to find this banner. Fang Yuan knew very well that Fang Huasheng's words were all for the sake of the Fang family. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly as he glanced at Fang Huasheng. In that case, forget it. I will look for other clans to cooperate with. Saying so, he turned around and left in a hurry. Fang Huasheng's heart jumped when he saw Fang Yuan's gaze. Now that he saw Fang Yuan turning around to leave, he realized how terrible it was. He quickly chased after him. Friend Xuan Bujin, wait. What is it? Is there anything else? Fang Yuan slowed down and floated in the air. He looked at Fang Huasheng with a mocking gaze as he said plainly, "Isn't Fang clan in a difficult situation and does not want to cooperate?" Fang Huasheng had a bitter smile on his face. He understood that Fang Yuan had seen through him and the Fang clan. He was purposely doing this to make things difficult for him. But Fang Huasheng was helpless, because he was indeed being held captive. Fang Huasheng was mentally prepared for this. Because before coming here, Fang clan's wisdom path great-grandmaster Fang Dichong had told him. Xuan Bujin was a wisdom path Gu Immortal after all. Fang Huasheng cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. Friend Xuan Bujin, please don't blame us. Even though Fang clan's situation is worrying, our determination to cooperate with you has never wavered. The relationship between you and Fang clan dates back to tens of thousands of years ago. This relationship is truly wondrous. We should cherish it. During the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, our clan cooperated very well with you. If not for your help, we would have to go through a lot of trouble to take down Divine Bean Palace. My Fang clan still owes fellow Daoist the reward for this battle. Although we obtained fellow Daoist's forgiveness and delayed the payment, our Fang clan has never forgotten about it. Before I came, the Grand Elder asked me to properly apologize to fellow Daoist Xuan Bujin about this. Fang Huasheng said a lot of nice words without wasting any effort. Fang Yuan felt disdain, but he showed a smile on his face. On one hand, he was cooperating with Fang Huasheng, on the other hand, he was giving himself a way out. Fang Yuan said, I have some understanding of Fang clan's situation. You also know that I am a wisdom path Gu Immortal. I am very eager to develop Green Ghost Desert. I have already drafted the details of this cooperation. Take a look. Fang Huasheng received the information path Mortal Gu and looked at it with his divine sense. His face turned pale. Fang Yuan's proposal was clearly biased towards him. His request was not excessive but not easy. It was right at Fang clan's bottom line. As expected of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. Fang Huasheng looked at it and felt a chill in his heart. He sighed. Even though Fang clan obtained Divine Bean Palace, it was very difficult to refine it. They had little progress. After the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Fang Clan's 3 immortal Gu houses were heavily damaged, Fang Clan's strength fell drastically, they were at rock bottom. And at this time, Western Desert's Righteous Path forces attacked together to suppress Fang Clan. Fang Clan's situation was dire, they needed external help. Xuanbu Jin was an ideal aid. Because in the eyes of Fang Clan's immortals, Xuanbu Jin was not only a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he had methods to enslave a soul beast army, and in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, he even exposed his ability to steal rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. It was simply shocking. Fang Clan was very wary of Xuanbu Jin, but thankfully, Xuanbu Jin and Fang Clan had deep ties, they had worked together in the past. At this crucial moment, if Fang Clan had such a rank 7 expert, it would definitely raise their morale, it would be a great help to their current situation. And if they rejected Xuanbu Jin's request, they might push this person to the opposite side. If Xuanbu Jin cooperated with other Righteous Path forces, Fang Clan's situation would become even worse. Fang Clan was wary of Xuanbu Jin, but they also needed him. Even though Xuanbu Jin was only a rank 7 Gu immortal, Fang Clan could not reject his request in their current situation. Fang Yuan knew this, he was fearless against Fang Huasheng. My negotiation with Qi Chu Yu earlier might have failed. But in this negotiation with Fang Clan, I am already in an invincible position. Fang Yuan was very confident in his heart. Of course, if Xuanbu Jin's identity is exposed, Fang Clan will never cooperate with me no matter what. Thus, in my previous life, I directly threatened them and gave up on the idea of cooperation. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. As for why Qi Chu Yu took the risk and transacted with Fang Yuan, it was purely because the benefits were too great. Moreover, Qi Chu Yu was confident. Even if this matter was exposed and he denied it, Qi Clan had the protection of the formation, it was impregnable, they would at most give up some resources and benefits. Qi Clan's situation and status were different from Fang Clan. The two clans had different situations, so they had different strategies. Fang Huasheng looked at the terms and conditions before returning Fang Yuan's information path Mortal Gu to him. But at the same time, he handed another information path Mortal Gu to Fang Yuan. This was personally given to me by Lord Second Supreme Elder on this trip. According to your plan, our Fang clan will definitely cooperate. But this information path Mortal Gu's content is another plan that Fang clan is sincere about, please consider it. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, he did not need to look to know what the contents were. After taking a look, Fang Yuan's lips curled up unnoticeably. As expected, Fang clan gave a heavy condition, inviting Fang Yuan to be their external supreme elder. Fang Yuan laughed internally but showed hesitation on his face. He said solemnly to Fang Huasheng, I need to consider it for a few days. Fang Huasheng was overjoyed. He was worried that Fang Yuan would reject it on the spot. Now that Fang Yuan said he needed to consider it, it meant that Fang Yuan was moved. But it was not strange that he was moved. When Fang Huasheng first saw Fang clan's conditions to recruit Fang Yuan, he was also shocked. He did not expect the clan to pay such a huge price. Fang Huasheng quickly said, Friend Xuanbu Jin, please consider it. You know about Fang clan's foundation and sincerity. Even though our current situation is difficult, our future is bright. To speak the truth, our clan has already made some progress in refining Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan responded with an "oh," the excitement on his face becoming even more obvious. However, he was secretly rolling his eyes. Fang clan's progress in refining Divine Bean Palace was definitely slow. Because in the final battle of Central Continent, Fang clan did not use Divine Bean Palace to fight. Fang Huasheng was simply lying through his teeth. But this was not what Fang Yuan was concerned about. He had already decided to agree to Fang clan's request and become their external supreme elder. As long as he had enough time, with his information path attainment, the alliance agreement would not be able to restrict him. With this identity, the development of Green Ghost Desert would be even smoother. At the same time, a large amount of cultivation resources would be given to Fang Yuan as a reward for joining Fang clan. Fang Yuan was quite moved by these resources. But Fang Yuan could not agree on the spot. If he agreed on the spot, it would seem too impatient. This was not in line with Xuan Bujin's identity. Fang Clan's Fang Dichong was a wisdom path great-grandmaster. He had extraordinary talent and methods. Fang Yuan had seen it with his own eyes. He could not be underestimated. After saying this, Fang Yuan bid farewell to Fang Huasheng. Take care. Fang Huasheng stayed far away, watching as Fang Yuan left. He had a sincere expression on his face as he sent him off. Fang Yuan found it funny. I will agree in a few days. But if my identity is exposed one day, I wonder what kind of expression the Fang clan will have? Chapter 1790. Sovereign Grotto Heaven. In the lesser southern border, a damaged mountain range stood silently on the ground. Although it was damaged, compared to the surrounding hills, it stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was completely different from ordinary mountains. It seemed to be made of crystal. It was pink in color and constantly emitted a dreamy and mysterious color. It was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Rinzhu, Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan's divine sense lingered in the surroundings. Dang Hun Mountain has already been repaired to 80%. It has improved greatly compared to the previous life. In comparison, Fang Yuan's previous life was much more bitter. He did not annex Langya Blessed Land. The Battle of Langya Blessed Land also expended a lot of his immortal essence reserves. Afterwards, he attacked southern border many times to collect dream realms. He traded with Qi Chuyu and obtained a large number of immortal yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence reserves. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan repaired Dang Hun Mountain, he used landscape as before immortal Gu and expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Landscape as before Gu was only rank 6, while Fang Yuan's immortal essence was only rank 7. He was also under external pressure, be it southern border or the celestial court. They all wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan. For a long time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had been hovering around the warning line. He could not accumulate any more and had to expend a lot. But in this life, after Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, his situation was completely different. He became a rank 8 Gu immortal. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture could produce a bead of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence, which was equivalent to 100 beads of red date immortal essence. That was to say, Fang Yuan's immortal essence harvest was 100 times more than before. At the same time, Fang Yuan had the rank 7 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, and Langya Blessed Land itself had a lot of immortal yuan stones. With such a huge foundation, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were not a problem at all. Immortal essence was used without any regard for expenditure. Dang Hun Mountain's recovery speed was much faster than in the previous life. At this time in the previous life, Dang Hun Mountain was only 30% recovered. But in this life, it was 70%. Soon, Dang Hun Mountain would be restored. If landscape as before Immortal Gu's rank was higher, Fang Yuan's speed would be even faster. Currently, landscape as before Immortal Gu was only rank 6. Using it to repair Dang Hun Mountain was like using a knife to cut a tree. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 8 Immortal Gu Advanced Refinement, as well as the long hair refinement path formation, he was a reliable person. He was not willing to take the risk of refining landscape as before Immortal Gu, unless he obtained Regret Gu in the future and constructed Regret Pool. The success rate of the Gu refinement was too low. If the refinement failed and the Immortal Gu was destroyed, it would be awkward. Of course, Fang Yuan had thought of the Vital Gu. Even if the Destiny Gu's refinement failed countless times, the Destiny Gu would be preserved and would not be destroyed. But Fang Yuan's Time Path clone's Vital Gu was Spring-Autumn Cicada, while the Sovereign's main body was formed from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It did not have the concept of a Vital Gu. If I can seize a Gu Immortal's body and split my soul to create a clone, I will be able to kill them. On this basis, I can change the clone's Vital Gu and refine landscape as before Gu. That would be safe. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's idea could not be implemented at the moment. It was not that he could not capture Gu Immortal captives, he had a batch of them now. The problem now was that his soul was expending a lot, his foundation was thin, he could not split his soul. Every time a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal made a deduction on Fang Yuan, Yama Emperor would activate and expend Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Every time Fang Yuan created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan's soul foundation would be expended. Myriad Self was the same. Exploring dream realms would cause damage to the soul. All these factors were causing Fang Yuan's soul to be unable to bear the burden. Especially recently, after Fairy Myrtle lost the battle, she kept trying to deduce Fang Yuan. Yama Emperor's killer move was constantly activated. Fang Yuan was extremely annoyed, his guts goo inventory was running dry. Ever since Fang Yuan was reborn, the ink effect had brought him many benefits, but there were also disadvantages. In the previous life, his soul could still hold on. But in this life, it was very bad. If this continued, it would be even worse if he ran out of guts goo. Fang Yuan would have to use other soul path methods to salvage the situation. These soul path methods had their own side effects. They were naturally not as good as guts goo. There is another situation that is disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court has made a move. They are now involved in the dragonfish business. Celestial Court is now selling large numbers of silver dragonfish and iron dragonfish. They seem to be able to produce gold dragonfish. This will have a huge impact on my dragonfish business. Although this situation happened in the previous life, it will happen in the future. To think that it would happen so early in this life. Fang Yuan could not do anything about this. Spectral Soul was captured by Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was likely stimulated by Langya Blessed Land's defeat. She increased the intensity of her soul search on Spectral Soul. This caused the dragonfish business to be affected. It seems that Spectral Soul cannot hold on for much longer. Even when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court in the previous life, he did not come out. He was imprisoned all along. Fang Yuan sighed, suppressing the emotions in his heart. He had no time to waste. He had to fight for every second of time. Who knew, in the future battles, this bit of accumulation might help him. Fang Yuan's rebirth plan was progressing smoothly. Everything was progressing smoothly. Langya Blessed Land was annexed by him. He became a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He used this chance to annex the Four Races Alliance. His foundation rose sharply. His human path attainment level also broke through to master level. Chi Chu Yu transacted with him again. The contents of the transaction were more beneficial to him than in the previous life. Fang Clan was also preparing to recruit him. Their plan to develop Green Ghost Desert had a bright future. All sorts of changes and achievements gave rise to a future that could not be compared to the previous life. Fang Yuan did not relax at all. He knew that next, Southern Borders leaders would discuss and decide on a group to hunt him down. On one hand, Fang Yuan's attack was a huge provocation to Southern Borders' righteous path. They had to respond to it. On the other hand, Wu Clan, Tai Clan, Ba Clan, and other forces also wanted to gain benefits, increase their reputation, and increase their authority. There should be some time left. Because it will be difficult for Southern Borders' righteous path clans to come to an agreement. They will argue with each other. After all, earth trenches are appearing one after another. The clans are fighting for natural resources. There are many conflicts and conflicts. Right now, Tai Clan's plan to build beacon towers was still in progress. Even though Tai Clan was pushing it, they were obstructed by the other clans. Not to mention the Southern Border Alliance. Even though Wu Yong had such an ambition, if he mentioned it now, it would be a joke. Fang Yuan had many things to do. Firstly, he had to modify the killer move Jade Flow Pearl. This move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core. It used almost all of the space path immortal goo that Fang Yuan had, many refinement path immortal goo, and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. He had used this killer move many times. It was completely exposed now. Even though Chi Chu Yu had a secret transaction with him, he would definitely gather information and find wisdom path helpers to deduce this move and find a way to counter it. To prevent it from being countered, Fang Yuan had to modify it, or at least, he had to have an improved version just in case. Because right now, Bai Ning Bing, Ying Wu Xie, and the rest were still cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. Omnidirectional travel could not be used for now. Even though Shui Er, Mo Tan Sang, and Shi Chung were substitutes, Fang Yuan's main body had not practiced with them much. He was still far from mastering it. In terms of movement, Fang Yuan was currently relying heavily on omnidirectional travel and fixed immortal travel to carry the load. If an accident happened, these two methods would not be useful, and Fang Yuan would be heavily surrounded. He would be in danger. It was better to be safe than sorry. Fixed immortal travel's killer move would be Fang Yuan's path of retreat in such a situation. Secondly, Fang Yuan needed to repair Spring-Autumn Cicada. Currently, he was using immortal killer moves to help the weakened rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada recover faster. Thirdly, Fang Yuan was actively adjusting his business. The dragonfish business was already greatly affected. Celestial Court was a huge organization. Fang Yuan could not compete with it. Most of the businesses in Langya Blessed Land needed to satisfy Fang Yuan's own needs. The rest needed to be adjusted to suit the current Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was still disguised in jewel yellow skies to purchase immemorial year beasts. There were plans for the incomplete form of the immortal Gu house, as well as the deduction of the killer move Gu as before. Fang Yuan wanted to create an immortal Gu house that belonged to him. In the previous life, his incomplete immortal Gu house was repeatedly destroyed or crippled. Such a terrible experience seemed to be a precious experience for him now. It benefited him greatly. The abundant gains since rebirth were quickly digested by Fang Yuan. He grasped every minute and every second, growing rapidly with every passing moment. Several days later, Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters. Friend Swan Bujin has joined our clan. This is a grand occasion in the last 100 years. From today onwards, your name will spread throughout the whole of Western Desert, and even the other 4 regions. Fang Clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong held Fang Yuan's hands passionately. Fang Yuan smiled, retracting his hands without a change in expression. This old man in front of him seemed to be generous but was actually very sinister. Fang Yuan had personally witnessed this old man sneak attacking Chen Yi and beating up Chen Yi in Divine Bean Palace. After I joined Fang Clan, Fang Gong came to welcome me personally. He even brought Fang Dichang with him and wants to spread the news. It seems that Fang Clan's situation is not good. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He looked at Fang Dichang and smiled. Fang Dichang's heart tightened. He was surprised. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? At the next moment, Fang Dichang and Fang Gong's expressions changed. Fang Gong said angrily, "Such guts! A demonic path Gu Immortal actually invaded our clan's important heavenly dew oasis. Does he think our Fang clan is weak and easy to bully?" Fang Dichang's expression was grim. He stared at Fang Yuan. The situation is a bit complicated. It might not be a demonic path Gu Immortal, it might be those forces. Especially at the delicate moment when Elder Swan Bujin had just joined us, we had just announced the news to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and this happened. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in anger. His expression was grim. Let me handle this. Chapter 1791. There was no end to the desert. Intense winds blew the sand around, shrouding the world. Fang Yuan moved like a wisp of smoke, flying rapidly in the sandstorm. A vast oasis began to appear in his field of vision. This was the Heavenly Dew Oasis. There was a huge lake in the oasis. There were so many water sources that it was like a small sea. Around the lake, there were tall acupuncture trees. These trees were dark green in color. They looked like humans with hands and legs. Their legs were deeply planted in the desert, absorbing water and nutrients for survival. Some of their arms were stretched out, some were raised high in the sky. Some were standing with their arms bent, pointing at their heads with their pinky fingers, as if they were picking their noses. There were also some who were lying on the ground, as if they were lazy people. They crossed their legs, their feet still stuck in the sand, and their arms were behind their heads, as if they were looking at the clouds in the sky. There were millions of acupuncture trees densely packed together, encircling the entire Heavenly Dew Oasis, forming the first line of defense. Ordinary acupuncture trees were the most numerous. They were 10 to 20 feet tall, like motionless giants. There were also hundreds of desolate plant acupuncture trees. They were huge and could reach 50 to 60 feet tall. They were very mighty. There were also ancient desolate plant acupuncture trees. There were more than 10 of them. They were like mountains. Even if they were lying down, They would stand out in the acupuncture trees. They were very conspicuous. At ancient desolate plant level, acupuncture trees would bloom all year round. Their petals were snow white without any impurities. The stamens had different colors, but they were usually light pink, light yellow, or pink blue. Every petal was the seed of the acupuncture tree. They were scattered in the wind. Acupuncture trees had high value. They were very useful. Every needle, every branch, every root was a gu material. They contained rich fire path and wood path Dao marks. When encountering a strong enemy, these acupuncture trees would go berserk. Like giants, they would wave their limbs and jump around in the desert, using their terrifying strength and sharp needles to kill their enemies. During peaceful times, they would stay still. Sometimes, when encountering someone they liked, they would slowly use their needles to pierce into the target skin, injecting a type of liquid. This liquid was like spring water, but its value was even higher. It could strengthen the vitality and foundation of other living beings, relieve fatigue, relieve pain, and treat illnesses. Long-term acupuncture could often make the body healthy, full of vitality, and even prolong one's life. Not to mention the lake that was even more valuable. Just the acupuncture forest around the lake was extremely valuable, turning this heavenly dew oasis into a super resource point. This oasis was famous in Western Desert, one of the top 10 oases. It was the most important property of Fang clan. Although Fang Yuan's Dragonfish Sea was also a super resource point, it paled in comparison to this oasis. Recently, the Fang family has been jointly suppressed by the other Western Desert forces. However, the resource points they controlled were at most miniature or small ones. They were affected and even changed owners. The surprise attack on Heavenly Dew Oasis this time has severely touched the bottom line of the Fang family. Fang Gong's anger is a natural expression of his emotions. After a while, Fang Yuan flew above the Heavenly Dew Oasis. Heavenly Dew Oasis formation had already been activated, resisting a mysterious Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal clearly cultivated soul path. He wore a black robe. There was a layer of dark clouds above his head. Gray-white vengeful spirits were flying around his body. His movements were secretive, and his killing moves were extraordinary. Every strike of his was accompanied by a mournful wailing sound that caused goosebumps to rise all over the bodies of those who heard it. It was extremely horrifying. The Fang clan Gu Immortal defending Heavenly Dew Oasis had already activated the formation. But Fang clan's formation was inferior to Qi clan's. Fang clan was more skilled in Immortal Gu houses. And this Western Desert Soul Path Gu Immortal's attacks were unpredictable and ruthless. He had already broken through half of the formation and was wreaking havoc in Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fang Yuan did not conceal his aura. He came to the battlefield and attacked the Soul Path Gu Immortal. Bam bam bam. When the two of them started fighting, thunderous explosions immediately rang out. The wind and waves stirred up huge waves in the oasis. Fang clan's Gu Immortal contacted Fang Yuan and asked for cooperation, but Fang Yuan only asked them to defend the oasis. The Fang clan Gu Immortal was worried, because the Soul Path Gu Immortal was very powerful. His heart was pounding. He felt very uneasy. But Fang Yuan displayed an even stronger stance. He had many immortal Gu. He acted as Swan Bujin and used wisdom path methods. His methods were complex and endless. It was a feast for the eyes. The Soul Path Gu Immortal's killer moves were unpredictable, but Fang Yuan's wisdom path killer moves were even more ingenious. They were filled with wisdom and magnanimity. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan gradually gained the initiative and grasped the rhythm of the battle. That Western Desert Soul Path Gu Immortal became fiercer as he fought. He shouted, "Who are you? How can Fang clan have someone like you?" Fang Yuan laughed. "I am Wisdom Path Swan Bujin, the current external supreme elder of Fang clan. I just joined Fang clan and you jumped out to provoke me. You are looking down on me, then I will take your life." Fang Yuan's killing intent surged. He forced the Soul Path Gu Immortal to retreat continuously. He was surrounded by danger. The Fang clan Gu Immortals inside the formation felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that this newly joined Supreme Elder was not a benevolent person. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He had a stern expression. He was arrogant and aloof. He waved his sleeves and launched attacks that surged like tides. The power was terrifying, the spectators were shocked. After fighting for a while, the Soul Path Gu Immortal gave a loud shout. He seemed to have used a killer move with a huge flaw. His face turned pale and his aura fell. He became extremely weak. But his speed rose sharply. He shot out of the battlefield like an arrow. "Where do you think you are going?" Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he chased after him. Under the excited and expectant gazes of Fang Clan's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan chased after the Soul Path Gu Immortal. Fang Clan's headquarters. In the study room, Fang Gong and Fang Dichang were secretly discussing their plan. At the same time, the two stopped talking. "Oh, Xuan Bujin repelled the invading enemies. His speed is quite fast." Fang Dichang smiled. But Fang Gong's voice was deep. The report also said that Xuan Bujin chased after them, but he returned halfway. According to Xuan Bujin's own words, this was to prevent the enemy from feigning surrender and setting up a trap for him. "What do you think of this?" Fang Dichang smiled. "Xuan Bujin is a wisdom path Gu Immortal like me. Maybe he really found some clues and sensed a scheme. Or maybe he did not want to put in much effort. It was enough to show his contribution by repelling the enemies. After all, his surname is not Fang. The reason why he joined our clan was because our remuneration was high enough, and also because he wanted to borrow our strength to develop Green Ghost Desert." Fang Dichang analyzed Fang Yuan deeply with just a few words. Fang Gong nodded. "Xuan Bujin is quite strong. He has countless methods. Aren't we going to include him in our plan?" Fang Dichang shook his head. "I don't suggest that. This person has just joined us. We have not figured out his details yet. Even though there is an alliance agreement, we cannot trust this restriction too much. He is a variable." Fang Gong pondered. "Then forget it. I just feel that it is a pity. He has such great battle strength after all." Fang Dichang smiled. "Actually, even without him, according to our arrangements, our battle strength is barely enough. Moreover, even though he will not participate in this secret operation, he can still provide some help. We might as well let him guard Heavenly Dew Oasis and transfer the original Rank 7 members back to participate in this operation. This way, on one hand, we can display the magnanimity of our Fang clan, on the other hand, we can make Xuan Bujin a target. With the information of this battle and our help, he will definitely be in the limelight and become a thorn in the side of Western Desert's righteous path. He will attract most of the attention for us." "Ha!" Fang Gong laughed. He looked at Fang Dichang with an admiring gaze. "It is truly great that our Fang clan has a wisdom path great grandmaster like you." The next day, "They want me to guard this place?" Fang Yuan looked at Heavenly Dew Oasis. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. He had already used his wisdom path killer move. "I am only an outsider who has just joined Fang clan, but they want me to guard this place alone. The original Rank 7 Gu Immortal has also been transferred away." Adding on the previous battle, Fang clan has spread the news. "I am afraid I am already being targeted by Western Desert's righteous path. According to common sense, Fang clan should arrange at least one Gu Immortal to restrain me." But not only did they not do so, the movements of Fang clan's experts are also very secretive. It seems they are going to make a big move. In the previous life, what did Fang clan do? Fang Yuan frowned. In the previous life, because Xuan Bujin's identity was exposed, Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to Fang clan. How did Fang clan resist the pressure of Western Desert's righteous path and eventually attack Central Continent's Emperor City? Fang Yuan did not know what happened during this process. It seems that in the previous life, Western Desert's righteous path worked together to hide the truth? Or maybe, this world has already changed, the ink's effect has spread here. Fang Yuan lacked clues and information. He could not think of any countermeasures. He could only stay put for now. On one hand, he waited for the development of this matter. On the other hand, he had to continue with his plan. "Wuxia, where are you now?" He contacted Wuxia. In Green Ghost Desert, a Soul Path Gu Immortal raised his head to look at the gloomy sky. He lowered his head and continued to move. "Lord Sect Leader, I am already in Green Ghost Desert." It was Wuxia. Not long ago, Fang Yuan secretly brought him back from the Stone Lotus Island and gave him Yang Sanmu's body, Immortal Aperture, as well as many Soul Path Gu worms and modified Soul Path killer moves. Wuxia's appearance had changed greatly. If Fang Clan's Gu Immortals saw him, they would be furious. Isn't this the mysterious enemy who attacked Heavenly Dew Oasis yesterday? Very good, I have handed Soul Beast token to you, go and develop it. Keep in contact with me. I already have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, I can reinforce you at any time. Don't be careless, don't fall into some immortal battlefield or formation space. Fang Yuan reminded him. Chapter 1792. Fang Yuan knew that Xuan Bujin's identity was just a disguise. The biggest obstacle to joining Fang Clan was Fang Dichang, because Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Those with Great Grandmaster attainment level were usually experts among rank 8s, they were difficult to deal with. But it would be too obvious for Fang Yuan to use Wisdom Path methods to deal with Fang Dichang's deductions. After all, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level was only at Grandmaster level, and his expertise in Wisdom Path was in deducing and modifying killer moves. Using the Light of Wisdom, in terms of deducing killer moves, he was the #1 person in the world. But dealing with other Gu Immortals and restraining the deductions of other Wisdom Path Gu Immortals was not Fang Yuan's specialty. Once Fang Yuan joined Fang Clan, Fang Dichang was likely to have a bad mood. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were usually very calm, but if there were ripples in their hearts and some kind of emotion was stirred up, the significance would be huge. Thus, Fang Yuan arranged for Wuxia to disguise as a Western Desert Gu Immortal to attack Fang Clan's Heavenly Dew Oasis. As expected, Fang Dichang fell for it and did not suspect Fang Yuan. There was another reason for arranging for Wuxia to invade the Heavenly Dew Oasis. It was to help Fang Yuan integrate into the Fang family faster. Xuan Bujin cooperated with Fang Clan and participated in the battle for Divine Bean Palace. But Xuan Bujin had just joined Fang Clan and did not understand Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Clan was also suspicious of Xuan Bujin's loyalty. At this time, Fang Yuan directly arranged for this battle to display his combat strength and to show his loyalty to the Fang Clan to a certain extent. It is just that. Fang Dichang's Wisdom Path attainment level is far higher than mine. The longer I stay in contact with him, the higher the chance of him sensing something amiss. Fang Yuan was secretly vigilant. It was troublesome to have a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster as an opponent. Even though Fang Yuan had familiar face, he was in danger of being seen through. In addition, there was another risk, and that was Wuxia. Wuxia's disguise method was not amazing. After all, the Soul Dao was not good at this. In addition, the legendary archaic Soul Beast, Qingqiu, was probably hiding somewhere in the Green Ghost Desert. These were all potential crises and risks. However, compared to these dangers, Fang Yuan needed a large number of soul beasts to improve his soul cultivation. He was willing to take these risks. Although I've joined the Fang Clan now, and the Fang Clan has agreed to open up the Green Ghost Desert, providing me with a batch of soul beasts or soul cores every once in a while. However, they couldn't even take care of themselves, and they also had a stockpile of soul cores. At the beginning of our cooperation, you should hand over the soul cores in your storage to me. Fang Yuan had already calculated this, so he still had to rely on himself for the exploration of the Green Ghost Desert. Fang Yuan had never thought of relying on the Fang Clan's strength to help him hunt soul beasts. Fang Clan would not do their best in such a situation. In fact, Fang Yuan didn't want the Fang Clan to enter the Green Ghost Desert too much. Cooperating with the Fang Clan was mainly to prevent the Fang Clan from causing trouble for him. After all, Fang Clan was the only super force around Green Ghost Desert. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to station himself in the Green Ghost Desert and arrange pawns like Wuxia. Once the Fang Clan went against him, it would be difficult to deal with Fang Yuan, but it would not be difficult to deal with Wuxia. Fang Yuan had already considered many things. For this matter, he had to cooperate with the Fang Clan first. Although the Fang Clan did not have efficient methods to make use of soul beasts, they would hunt many soul beasts every year and collect their soul cores. increasing their stockpile and also selling them. Even if Fang Yuan used Xuan Bujin's identity to open up the Green Ghost Desert alone, he would still be viewed as a thorn in the flesh by the Fang clan. As a super force that was close to the Green Ghost Desert, the Fang clan already saw the Green Ghost Desert as a dish on their plate. Against this potential enemy, Fang Yuan could not eliminate it in advance, so he could only cooperate with it. Turning an enemy into a friend was also a way to eliminate an enemy. For Fang Yuan, killing was just a method. Other than this method, he had countless other methods. As long as he could achieve his goal, he was more willing to use more appropriate and efficient methods. He did not care what they were. This was different from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only had one method to deal with problems and conflicts. That was to kill. You don't like it? Kill. Are you an eyesore? Kill. Are you in a bad mood? Kill. Feel bored? Kill. Fang Yuan started to inspect Heavenly Dew Oasis. He had already seen the acupuncture trees. They were at the periphery and could be seen clearly. But the lake water inside the formation could only be inspected after entering the formation. Heavenly Dew Oasis not only had a lot of water resources, they also had many types. The common ones were exquisite spring water, jade toad saliva, bitter perfume, and others. The rarer ones were divine strength water, black-white water, and others. There were a lot of goo materials and immortal materials. For example, divine strength water, even though it was water, it contained strength path Dao marks. It was a rank 6 strength path immortal material in the market now. In Mortal stories, divine strength water had many names. There were often plots in which mortal protagonists drank a mouthful of divine strength water and became immensely strong, using it to attack evil goo masters. And because divine strength water was an immortal material, if one drank it, without any food path methods, the strength path Dao marks in the water could kill the goo immortal. Therefore, the mortal protagonists in these stories often died after they had taken their revenge. And most importantly, black-white water. Black-white water was a rank 7 immortal material. It was located at the core of Heavenly Dew Oasis. During the day, black-white water was white, but at night, it was black. If the black-white water was placed here for a period of time, facing the sky every day, as the black and white heavens rotated, the black-white water would form 1 or 2 drops of heavenly dew. The heavenly dew was transparent and looked like a small water droplet. It was thin at the top and round at the bottom. A drop of heavenly dew was the size of a baby's pinky. Heavenly dew did not fuse together. Even if there were many drops, they were just next to each other. The most valuable thing in Heavenly Dew Oasis was the heavenly dew. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Fang Yuan soon arrived at the black-white water area. He saw that there were more than 100 drops of heavenly dew here. Wuxia did not attack the core when he invaded. The heavenly dew that was accumulated over half a year was still there. Fang Yuan smiled. He did not hesitate to take 30 drops of heavenly dew, keeping them. This was the unwritten rule of the righteous path. Any goo immortal sent to guard resource points would secretly keep a portion of the resources for their own cultivation. Of course, there was no such rule. But all the super forces tacitly agreed to it. Guarding a resource point outside was usually a tough job that came with risks. Without such benefits, who would be willing to be sent outside? Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. He knew his limits. Taking 30 drops of heavenly dew was the limit of his limits. The value of these resources was very high. It was the accumulation of Heavenly Dew Oasis for 2 to 3 months. If he exceeded this limit, Fang clan would fall out with him and sue him for corruption. It is a pity that the 9 heavens are broken now. Only the black and white heavens are left. If the 9 heavens were gathered, according to Heavenly Dew Oasis's layout, it would not be black-white water. It would be the rank 8 immortal material 9-colored water. The 9-colored water faces the sky. The 9 heavens rotates continuously, with the stars of the 9 heavens shining down day and night. A drop of 9 heavenly star sweat would be produced from the 9-colored water every 9 years. 9 heavenly star sweat was a rank 9 immortal material. It was one of the 3 waters of heaven and earth together with myriad being creation water and rising and falling tide water. It was extremely valuable and rare among rank 9 immortal materials. Different from the 3 fires of heaven and earth, the 9 heavenly star sweat in the 3 waters of heaven and earth had already disappeared. Because 7 of the 9 heavens were gone, only 2 heavens were left. After inspecting the resources, Fang Yuan sighed to himself, as expected of Western Desert's top 10 heavenly dew oasis. He inspected the formation here. He was assigned to guard this place. He could naturally use the formation. Fang Clan also gave him some methods to activate the formation. Fang Yuan tried to activate them one by one. He could see the profundities of the formation. He had Formation Path Grandmaster Attainment Level and Wisdom Path methods. He quickly gained some insights. Compared to Qi Clan, Fang Clan's defensive formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis was not much. Thus, Fang Clan spent a lot of effort to plant countless acupuncture trees to assist in defense. Fang Clan was like Qi Clan, they were skilled in formation path. But the difference was, Fang Clan specialized in immortal goo houses. They could be seen as mobile immortal formations. Meanwhile, Qi Clan specialized in setting up fixed formations. This was the main path of formation path. And most importantly, Qi Clan had a formation path Great Grandmaster, Qi Chuyu. At Great Grandmaster level, formation path Gu immortals could use natural Dao marks to set up immortal formations. Not only could they save on immortal Gu, they could also make use of the terrain to strengthen defense while increasing the production of the resource points. Fang Clan used many immortal Gu to set up a formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis. But the formation's main effect was to increase the production of Heavenly Dew. It did not focus on defense. But Fang Clan's specialty is also very strong. They have several immortal Gu houses. Not only are they very mobile, with the help of the immortal Gu houses, Fang Clan's rank 6 Gu immortals can fight against rank 8 enemies. If I were the leader of Fang Clan, I would gather my forces and attack the enemies in this situation. I would show my ferocity and intimidate the other Western Desert Righteous Path forces. But I need to be careful when I go too far. If I don't do it properly, I will get burned. If I don't do it properly, I will not be able to intimidate them. Fang Yuan was also analyzing Fang Clan and Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. During this period of time, he needed to cultivate and digest his gains, modifying killer moves. It was not important whether he was in Western Desert or Southern Border. Time was tight. It was close to Southern Border's Righteous Path, forming a group to hunt him down. Heaven overturning sand sea. Huge waves of sand undulated up and down. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the white sand was like snow. The sand waves often rose tens of feet high. It was a grand scene. It was one of Western Desert's famous sceneries. Fang Clan's Gu immortals sneaked in, approaching Treasure Moon Oasis in the Sand Sea. According to the information, Dong Clan's Dong Lu Qin has arrived. Let's move. Fang Di Chang transmitted. But Fang Gong suddenly shot out with a terrifying aura, directly attacking Treasure Moon Oasis. Dong Luchin flew up. His rank 8 aura was similarly overwhelming. He was shocked and furious. Fang Gong, I did not find trouble with you, but you came to my place to cause trouble. Fang Gong shouted, enough nonsense, let's fight. 2 rank 8 Gu immortals fought, creating a thunderous sound. Dong Luchin fell into a passive state. His hands and feet were tied, because he had to split his attention to protect Treasure Moon Oasis behind him. He blocked Fang Gong's attacks with a grim expression. Fang Clan, just you wait. You dare to attack other Righteous Path forces? You broke the rules. Not long later, Western Desert's great clans will unite to punish you. Is that so? Didn't your Dong clan say recently that Treasure Moon Oasis was attacked by my clan? But you can't take out any evidence. I came to help you out of goodwill. I took the initiative to give you the evidence. A strange and damaged immortal Gu house rose into the sky. Fang Di Chang's voice could be heard from within. Dong Luchin became even more furious. Fang Di Chang, you are a mere rank 7, you dare. Before he finished speaking, Fang Clan's immortal Gu house activated an immortal killer move. The anger on Dong Luchen's face vanished, replaced by shock and fear. This immortal killer move, don't tell me it is? That's right. It is the killer move that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used to create his path back then. Theft path. Fang Dichang replied. Dong Luchen shouted, turning around to look at Treasure Moon Oasis. Under the effect of the theft path killer move, the countless natural Dao marks in Treasure Moon Oasis were revealed. They were both long and short, most of them were threads that weave together, forming some kind of profound form. Some of them were like nets, some were like tangled balls of wool, and some were piled up like hills. Dong Luchen tried to stop them but to no avail. His eyes were bloodshot. He could only watch as these Dao marks entered Fang Clan's theft path Immortal Gu house. This was the power of the killer move theft path. Activating this move, one could steal Dao marks directly. Chapter 1793. Fang Clan's attack shook the whole of Western Desert's righteous path. Undeniably, theft path was a great killer move. All of Western Desert's righteous path forces were intimidated at once. Fang Yuan soon received the battle report. The content was very detailed. There was a video of the entire battle. This report was naturally given to him by Fang Clan. Fang Clan should have a thieving heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan was shocked at this discovery. Fang Yuan immediately thought of great thief Immortal Gu. He had asked for this Immortal Gu from Fang Clan. According to some rumors, Fang Clan had obtained this great thief Immortal Gu by accident. It was obtained from a lone immortal who had joined them. Maybe back then, Fang Clan not only obtained great thief Immortal Gu, but also clues to thieving heaven's true inheritance. The foundation of a superforce is really, Fang Yuan shook his head. Like how Wu Yong threw out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Fang Clan took out the theft path Immortal Gu house and the killer move theft path. They quickly changed the disadvantageous situation. No doubt, this is a strategic deterrence. Fang Clan's situation will change because of this. It seems that in the previous life, the righteous path forces compromised because of this. The killer move theft path could steal Dao marks. Once used, it could directly destroy a natural resource point. The main foundation of righteous path forces were the resource points scattered all over the place. Different from destroying these resource points, the killer move theft path had an immediate effect. It was a decisive move. In this battle of Fang Clan, Dong Clan's first supreme elder Dong Luchen was unharmed, but Treasure Moon Oasis was no more. If they really forced Fang Clan into a corner, they would do the same thing. Which force in Western Desert's righteous path could resist such a sneak attack? Even a rank 8 Gu immortal like Dong Luchen could not do it. Fang Yuan praised Fang Dichang's choice inwardly. He chose a tough spot to attack, a place where Dong Luchen was present. This was enough to intimidate the other forces. But at the same time, he had a sense of propriety. Treasure Moon Oasis was only a mid-sized resource point. It could not even be considered a large one. It had a different meaning to Dong Luchen, because it was the place where his beloved wife was buried. Thus, at a certain time every year, Dong Luchen would come here to mourn his wife. Thus, Dong Clan's losses were not huge, and Dong Luchen was not very angry. Because only Dao marks were lost, his beloved wife's grave was not damaged at all. They had a good sense of propriety here. And they made full use of this battle, not only to Western Desert's righteous path, but also to intimidate me. Gu Dichang, Fang Clan, Dichang and Gu. In this letter, Fang Dichang specially mentioned Heavenly Dew. He said, the losses of Heavenly Dew should be very small, only about 10 drops. Gu Di Dragon, Fang Clan, and Desert, God. Di, Fang of Path and Clan, and Dragon, Di Fang, and Fang Yuan, was told he knew of Gu of God. This was Path and that the Di, Feng, Gu. Di Fang Clan. But Fang Clan did not hide it from him. They warned him after the battle, don't go overboard, just take 10 drops, you have to hand over the remaining 20 drops. Heavenly Dew was a rank 8 immortal material. Fang Clan did not want to give up on this profit. Of course, they were trying to suppress Fang Yuan. You, an outsider, just joined Fang Clan and you want to take advantage of us? Restrain yourself. Look at this battle, our Fang Clan is still very strong. Think about it carefully and weigh the pros and cons. This was the true meaning behind Fang Dichang's letter to Fang Yuan. The righteous path's communication was more subtle, unlike the demonic path's direct communication. But this shows how weak you are. Fang Yuan's mind was clear. In this battle, Fang clan did not use other immortal Gu houses. It meant that in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, those immortal Gu houses were greatly damaged. The theft path immortal Gu house that Fang clan used was clearly damaged. Even though the theft path killer move was rank 8, Fang Yuan could tell that this move had a huge burden on the immortal Gu house. It could not be used often. It was not even stable. If the killer move was stable and could be used frequently, Fang clan would have used it long ago. They would not have waited until now. Theft path was Fang clan's trump card. They did not want to use it, but they had no choice. It was very likely that Fang clan's thieving heaven true inheritance was not complete, or they had not fully digested it. Because Fang clan had the most formation path Gu immortals, they were also proficient in formation path. It was completely unrelated to theft path. Fang Yuan first replied to Fang Dichang. The letter said that the 20 drops of heavenly dew were found. He had been careless during the inspection earlier. Next, a dark light flashed in his eyes. It is time for me to take action. Immortal killer move, Jade Flow Pearl. During this period of time, he had already grasped Heavenly Dew Oasis formation. He even set up a small formation within the formation. Not only could he create the illusion that he was guarding it, he could also conceal Fang Yuan's movements. Jade Flow Pearl was also successfully modified. It could be used much faster. The aura at the destination was also much weaker. It was not as ostentatious as before. Fang Yuan arrived at Burning Firefly Desert. This place was covered in jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. It was filled with a type of insect called burning firefly. There were trillions of burning fireflies. Among them were a vast number of burning firefly Gu. They ranged from rank 3 to rank 5. Burning Firefly Gu was a fire path Gu. It was a high-level Gu. The lowest rank was rank 3, but until now no rank 6 had appeared. This was Fang clan's mid-sized resource point. Fang clan set up an immortal formation here, using Burning Firefly Gu to create a fire path environment and raise a large number of fire path Gu worms. There was only one rank 6 Fang clan Gu immortal guarding this place. Fang Yuan used Familiar Face to disguise himself before charging over. He killed this Fang clan Gu immortal and threw the corpse away. He destroyed the formation and slaughtered all the Gu worms. He destroyed the desert completely before leaving. What was worth mentioning was that he used Earth Path methods. In Langya Blessed Land storage, there were several Earth Path immortal Gu, and Fang Yuan also had an abundance of Earth Path killer moves. After doing this, he returned to Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fang Dichang had just received Fang Yuan's reply. He smiled before learning the bad news that his clan's burning Firefly Desert was destroyed. At that instant, this Fang clan Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster was slightly stunned. His good mood from earlier was completely gone. Someone from Fang clan died. Burning Firefly Desert was not important. The important thing was that Fang clan's Gu Immortal died in battle. All along, Fang clan had few Gu Immortals. Compared to other Western Desert Righteous Path forces, they were at a disadvantage. It was only after taking an old ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Swanbu Jin that things started to improve. But these three were outsiders. They did not have the surname Fang. They were separated by a layer. Fang clan's Gu Immortal died. Even if it was a rank 6, it was a huge loss to Fang clan. Fang Gong placed great importance on this. He immediately came to discuss with Fang Dichang. After a few words, Fang Gong stayed behind to guard Fang clan's headquarters while Fang Dichang personally went to the scene of the murder in Burning Prairie Desert. The culprit killed my clan's Gu Immortal. He even destroyed all the resources in the desert. This is clearly not murder. It is filled with the intent of revenge. Fang Dichang used Wisdom Path methods and quickly sensed the remnant cruel thoughts, anger, and hatred at the scene of the murder. Earth Path methods? Is this Dong clan's revenge? Fang Dichang immediately thought of this. Dong clan specialized in Earth Path, but he quickly shook his head. If Dong clan did it, it is too obvious. It is more likely that other Righteous Path forces are trying to take advantage of the situation. The situation is quite bad. Fang Dichang's expression turned grim. He was a wisdom path great-grandmaster. He had made many deductions about the consequences of using the killer move Steal Life to intimidate Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. One of the possibilities was that Western Desert's Righteous Path forces wanted to sow discord, but did not dare to make things difficult for them openly. They hid behind the scenes and used schemes. Fang Yuan's actions were very clean. He left behind all the clues he wanted. There was another factor. Fang clan lacked information path Gu Immortals. Fang Dichang cultivated wisdom path. He did not cultivate information path. If an information path Gu Immortal came, they might be able to find some clues related to Fang Yuan. But Fang clan could not. Even if Fang clan invited information path reinforcements, they could not be from Western Desert's Righteous Path. This eliminated most of the possibilities. To invite lone immortals and demonic path cultivators, they needed at least rank 7 cultivation level. But as a Righteous Path member, Fang clan did not have a good relationship with these lone immortals and demonic immortals. Even if they had good relationships with lone immortals or secretly transacted with demonic immortals, these people might not be information path cultivators. Fang Dichang did not find any valuable clues. When he returned to his headquarters, his expression was dark. Western Desert's Righteous Path soon received the news. Immediately, a rank 8 expert contacted Dong Luchen. Dong Luchen was stunned when he heard this news. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Anger surged in his heart as he cursed. Which bastard wants to harm our Dong clan? Fang clan has the killer move Steal Life and did not target our Dong clan's super resource point. They have a sense of propriety. But this bastard killed Fang clan's Gu Immortals. He crossed their bottom line. Damn it. This person used an Earth Path method. I am an Earth Path Gu Immortal. My Dong clan cultivates Earth Path. They are clearly trying to frame me. Truly sinister, truly vicious, but I cannot refute them. Dong Luchen's heart was filled with sullenness. He could not shout around and announce that he was not the culprit. Firstly, no one suspected him publicly. Even if they did, wouldn't he be showing weakness by announcing it like this? Earlier, Fang clan destroyed one of Dong clan's mid-sized resource points. If you claim innocence like this, doesn't that mean you are afraid of Fang clan? This would not only damage Dong Luchen's reputation, it would also affect Dong clan's prestige. Thus, even though Dong Luchen hated Fang Yuan to the core and wanted to announce his innocence towards this rank 8 expert, he could only snort, very satisfying, I am very angry. But who did this? I, Dong Luchen, will greatly reward this person, pull out his tendons and flay his skin. He. The rank 8 expert replied with deep meaning. Dong Luchen's mood became even worse. What the hell are you laughing at? Do you think it's easy for me? Chapter 1794. These last few days, the atmosphere of Western Desert's Righteous Path had become very strange. Even though on the surface, there were still many rumors against Fang clan. But in fact, the suppression against Fang clan was already all bark and no bite. After all, the killer move Steal Life was still there. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals could not stop Fang clan's strong counterattack. Our previous plan to attack Treasure Moon Oasis has already shown clear results. Fang clan's Gu Immortals were very happy. Fang Dichang's expression was not good. It is a pity. If not for the burning Firefly Desert incident, it would have been perfect. We still cannot find out who the culprit is. Damn it. Even though Dong clan was the biggest suspect, Fang Dichang and Fang Gong were very sensible. They did not want to make a move easily. Other than having no evidence and no justification, they were also afraid of falling into a trap. Fang clan did not make a move, but Dong clan's movements were not small. These last days, Dong Luchen had been mobilizing troops and strengthening the defenses against Fang clan. Dong Luchen was not having a good time. He was very worried. He would not be surprised if news of Fang clan attacking the next moment came. Quickly investigate, find the culprit and prove our Dong clan's innocence. Secretly, Dong Luchen was looking forward to Fang clan's investigation results the most. But on the surface, he was very unyielding, demanding compensation from Fang clan for the matter of Treasure Moon Oasis. Not retaliating and only asking for compensation, This attitude was very clear. The other Western Desert Righteous Path forces were also guessing which clan the culprit was. They placed most of their attention on each other, because it was clear that if the provocation plan succeeded, the other Righteous Path forces would benefit the most. Among them, the biggest suspects were the super forces next to Dong clan and Fong clan. Naturally, the psychological pressure on these superpowers also increased, and they looked forward to the Fong family finding out who the real culprit was. Fong clan was investigating the culprit. But in fact, Fong clan did not put much effort into it, it was even a little perfunctory. Fong clan's true danger was not the culprit of burning Firefly Desert, but the entire Western Desert Righteous Path's discrimination. Fong clan's situation was very awkward. If I find out the culprit's identity and point to a Righteous Path force, should I take revenge or not? Not taking revenge would be unacceptable. This would be a huge blow to Fong clan's reputation. They would not be able to answer to those rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals of Fong clan. Gu Immortals were the higher-ups of super forces. If they died and the organization did not protect them or take revenge, what was the point of joining such an organization? Was it really worth it to work for this organization? What about revenge? Would he really have to fight a superpower to the death? Fong clan had the killer move Steal Life. The other super forces naturally had similar trump cards. Most importantly, if the two behemoths were to fight to the death, the ones who would benefit would definitely not be each other, but the other behemoths. These days, Fong Dichang had already calmed down. He privately told Fong Gong his opinion. They should be careless in investigating the truth. The most important thing now was to stall for time to repair the 3 immortal Gu houses and refine Divine Bean Palace. As long as they could recover from this, Fong clan's strength would increase, and they would be able to find the culprit. If it was a super faction, Fong clan would have the moral high ground to make things difficult for them. Not only would they have a good reason to do so, they would also be able to obtain greater benefits. Fong Gong listened to this analysis and agreed. He praised Fong Dichang, saying that he was experienced in scheming. Not long after, Fong Gong announced to the public, Fong clan would actively investigate the truth. There was already a lot of progress in finding the culprit. Fong clan would not let off a bad person, but they would also not accuse a good person. On the day of the announcement, Fong clan's Gu Immortals brought a large number of soul cores to Fong Yuan. Among them was a rank 8 immemorial soul core. In the previous life, when Fong Yuan extorted Fong clan, he only obtained rank 6 or 7 soul cores. There was not a single immemorial soul core. Evidently, this is Fong clan's way of expressing goodwill and calming me down. Fong Yuan smiled lightly in his mind. Earlier, Fong Dichang's tactful warning made Fong Yuan spit out 20 drops of heavenly dew. If not for the incident of burning Firefly Desert, this matter would have passed. But after the incident of burning Firefly Desert, Fong clan's deterrence was greatly reduced. Undercurrents were surging in Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. The situation was treacherous. When people were guessing which side was the culprit, their hearts were also restless. Thus, Fong clan had to stabilize the powerful rank 7 battle strength of Fong Yuan. But returning the 20 drops of heavenly dew was clearly impossible. Fong Dichang would not slap his own face. Thus, he used an immemorial soul core to compensate and comfort him. And Fong Yuan took the risk to slaughter burning Firefly Desert to create such an outcome. Fong Yuan was not willing to see Fong clan's stability. If Fong clan was stable, they would have less need for him. The degree of borrowing him would be lower, the development of Green Ghost Desert would be delayed, and their strength would also be greatly reduced. Now look at it, Fong clan took the initiative to send an immemorial soul core to Fong Yuan. On the other hand, Fong Yuan needed these Western Desert Righteous Path forces to draw the attention of Fong Dichang and the rest. If Fong clan was stable, Fong Dichang would pay more attention to Fong Yuan. He might notice something amiss at any time. Speaking of which, Fong clan was really unlucky. In the previous life, without Fong Yuan's participation, Fong clan survived the crisis and intimidated Western Desert's Righteous Path. They finally reached a compromise and reached a certain agreement. Now that they had taken in Fong Yuan, with such a traitor with ulterior motives, the situation would not be stable in the future. In the following days, Fang Yuan guarded Heavenly Dew Oasis and cultivated wholeheartedly. In Green Ghost Desert, Wuxia relied on Immortal Gu like Soul Beast token to develop rapidly. As for Fang Clan, they were still transferring the soul cores in their storage to Fang Yuan to fulfill their transaction. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, all the land spirits and variant humans were developing vigorously. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's time path clone deduced continuously. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Above Fang Yuan's head, a wisp of green smoke rose. The green smoke formed into a thin tree with sparse branches and 2 or 3 small fruits. It seemed to be malnourished. If the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals saw this, they would be shocked and furious. They would beat their chests and stomp their feet. Karma Divine Tree was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's signature method. Who could have thought it would end up in the hands of this demon, Fang Yuan? After Fang Yuan killed Chen Yi, the Gu worms in the Phantom Aperture were destroyed. He only obtained Chen Yi's soul and corpse. Through soul searching, Fang Yuan obtained 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances, Karma Divine Tree and Karma Relocation. With the original killer move, Fang Yuan had recently used the Light of Wisdom to barely modify the rank 6 Karma Divine Tree killer move with rank 7 Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu as the core and the other rank 6 Wood Path Immortal Gu as supplementary. Because he lacked the core Rule Path Immortal Gu cause, and the core Wood Path Immortal Gu effect, Fang Yuan could only use a large number of ordinary Gu worms to replace them. This way, the steps became complicated and involved more concentration. Karma Divine Tree Killer move needed a long time to prepare. It could not be used in battle. It is a pity that my Wood Path attainment level is ordinary. I am not even at master level. And even though Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu is a Wood Path Gu, it is not suitable to be the core Gu of Karma Divine Tree. According to Earth's biological theory, bamboo is only a tree root. It is not a wood root. Thus, when the core rank 7 Immortal Killer move was activated, its power would fall to rank 6. Fang Yuan thought about how Chen Yi used Karma Divine Tree. It was truly a divine sight. As long as Karma Divine Tree Killer move was used, it would be invincible. Even though it was focused on defense, it was on the same level as Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. But it was more all-round and had greater potential. It could be used in other aspects like offense, movement, and healing. Karma Relocation was a movement method developed from the foundation of Karma Divine Tree. However, its target was not the Gu Immortal themselves, but other targets, including enemy Gu Immortals, plants, beasts, and killer moves. After all, it was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's creation. It was of an extremely high level. Fang Yuan had a long way to go to recreate the essence of this killer move. Karma Divine Tree was still in its infancy, but Fang Yuan had a Wood Path Immortal Killer move that was very useful. This move was called Prepared Plan. It was a rank 7 Wood Path Killer move. It used Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu as the core, but it had Wisdom Path effects. Once this killer move was activated, it would shoot out a lump of jade green light from Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan continued to expend immortal essence to deduce a certain matter. Once the deduction succeeds and he succeeds, a dark green tattoo of a bamboo forest would form on Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan had already seen through the pros and cons of Prepared Plan. What this move was best at was considering a matter thoroughly and planning it from the beginning to the end. This was its advantage. The sign of a successful deduction was the tattoo of a bamboo forest on his chest. But if the plan was not completed and the killer move was stopped due to lack of immortal essence or external interference, the activation of Prepared Plan would fail. This was its weakness. Because if the killer move's activation failed, the Gu Immortal would suffer backlash. Fang Yuan had also purposely tested it. The jade light that shot out of his chest, as well as the half-drawn bamboo forest tattoo, suddenly vanished. Fang Yuan's soul and body suffered heavy injuries at that moment. His mind was fine. After all, this was not a pure Wisdom Path Killer move, it was a Wood Path Killer move. Thus, when using Prepared Plan to deduce a target, the target could not be too large, otherwise, the killer move's activation would fail and the Gu Immortal would be the one affected. Other than the killer move Prepared Plan, Fang Yuan had another killer move that was similar to it. That was Luck Path Killer Move, Strategy in the Tent. This killer move used rank 6 Immortal Gu luck planning as the core. It was a luck path but had wisdom path effects. Luck planning Immortal Gu's ability was to deduce how the Gu Immortal's resources could be used effectively. Strategy in the Tent was a killer move that specialized in battle planning. Gu Immortals usually cultivated one path, they rarely cultivated two paths. Thus, there were many killer moves that could imitate the effects of other paths. But these killer moves were all half-baked. Even though they had great power, they had their own focus and weaknesses, they had obvious flaws. Chapter 1795. Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods were very abundant. He did not need to have a plan or plan to make up for it. He practiced these killer moves to increase his opponent's understanding of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and Giant Sun's True Inheritance. These last days, Fang Yuan's main body had been researching Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Giant Sun's True Inheritance, and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had completely grasped Long Hair Ancestors' Refinement Path True Inheritance, so it was very easy for him to understand it. After all, he was at Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Master. Regarding Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan created the rank 6 Karma Divine Tree Killer move. It was a breakthrough. But because of the lack of Wood Path Immortal Gu and Wood Path attainment level, Fang Yuan did not put too much effort into this. He placed his emphasis on Giant Sun's True Inheritance and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. The former was one of Giant Sun's 3 true inheritances, the Self-Luck True Inheritance, which allowed Fang Yuan to control his own luck. The latter was a Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, the core of which was rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Gu. It described how to unseal Steel Life Immortal Gu. Of course, both of them talked about the basic cultivation of Luck Path and Theft Path, especially the two venerables' personal understanding of the two paths they created, which benefited Fang Yuan a lot. What is luck? In the opening chapter of Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Giant Sun Immortal asked this question. Then he answered his own question. If you want to talk about luck, you must first talk about fate. Before the Red Lotus Demon Venerable, there was no Luck Dao. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu, there were some subtle changes in the world. When people first discovered the Tao of Luck, they discovered a certain component in the human aura, luck. This was because the heaven, earth, and human chi needed to be balanced in order to ascend to the Tao. The more human chi a Gu master accumulates, the better the quality of the immortal aperture they obtain after their immortal ascension. Because of the importance of popularity, people studied luck. Soon, they discovered some characteristics of luck. Ever since Fate Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the trajectories of all living beings were no longer fixed and unchanging, they could be changed to a limited extent. People discovered that the so-called luck and this deviation from fate had a very mysterious and direct connection. But what exactly was the connection? The Giant Sun Immortal directly expressed his point of view. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. For an ordinary person, what was good luck? Good luck is a variable that is beneficial to oneself. Then what is bad luck? Bad luck was a variable that was harmful to oneself. If a person's luck belonged to good fortune, then that person was likely to benefit from it. If a person's luck was considered to be bad, then that person was likely to be at a disadvantage. However, whether it was good luck or bad luck, it was not fate. Life was fixed, it was something that had to be experienced. Luck, on the other hand, was a variable. It was just a possibility, and the real outcome still needed to be determined based on the actual situation. If a person had bad luck but used his own strength and intelligence to resist and reverse it, he could still achieve some kind of goal or achievement. If a person had good luck, but was stupid or weak, unable to grasp it, he would still fail. Soon after, in Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, he saw the various scales, colors, and forms of luck. Some people have a lot of luck, some people have very little luck. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation and the deeper one's foundation was, the more luck one would have. The main colors of luck were black, gray, white, red, gold, green, and purple. However, there were also uncommon colors like pink and blood. Luck had all sorts of shapes and forms. There were simply all sorts of strange things. The shapes of ordinary people were usually simple and ordinary. The luck of geniuses or overlords were usually different from ordinary people and had all sorts of shapes and forms. For example, Feng Yuan once had the black coffin luck. His luck was as black as ink and formed the shape of a huge coffin, covering his entire body and emitting dense fiendish death intent. Or when he observed Jing Shan Chuan in the Refinement Path Convention, this person's luck was like a rainbow. It was dazzling and extraordinary. As for Hong Yi Yifan and Han Li, they all had their own wondrous shapes and forms. The self-luck true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal dealt with one's own luck. It was a comprehensive collection of methods to change its scale, color, and form. For example, if one wanted to change one's fate with the opposite sex, they would form love luck. If one wanted to obtain cultivation resources like Yuan Stone, they would form wealth luck. If one had bad luck, they would use a series of methods to change it. Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance was extremely rich in content, while Thieving Heaven's Steal Life true inheritance was concise and comprehensive. Theft Path is not about reaping without sowing, it is the path that focuses on efficiency the most. Goo Masters and Goo Immortals want to obtain Goo Worms and Immortal Goo, be it through Goo Refinement, transactions, or battle spoils. The cost is too high and the risk is too high. Theft Path targets Goo Worms. By stealing them, it saves costs, reduces risks, and increases efficiency. But what was the essence of Goo Worms? Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Stealing Goo Worms was equivalent to stealing Dao Mark fragments. Thus, the killer move Theft Path was created. There was also Steal Life Immortal Goo. The manifestation of lifespan was some Dao marks in a person's body. Steal Life Immortal Goo could steal the corresponding Dao marks and reduce a person's lifespan. Don't think Theft Path is shameless or despicable. Many things can be looked at from a different perspective. Those who steal will be executed. Those who steal the country will be vassals. Any clan or sect will make their members contribute to the organization. This is blatant theft, but it is seen as a matter of course. For example, Celestial Court, the members who join have to contribute their immortal aperture. It is equivalent to contributing their lifetime's cultivation results. From the perspective of Theft Path, this is Celestial Court stealing the cultivation results of Goo Immortals. But people often think this is glory, they go after it like ducks. Weak mortals can also steal the cultivation results of Goo Immortals. This is the true inheritances left behind by Goo Immortals. But this world is used to it. This is culture. The so-called theft is the most efficient way to harvest. Creating systems, accumulating glory, or using emotions and culture, these are all Theft Path methods. The most powerful method of Theft Path is tolerance. When grotto heavens and blessed lands are destroyed, the winds of assimilation blow, but everything does not vanish into thin air. Instead, the Dao marks of the immortal aperture are absorbed and digested by this world. The most powerful thief is this world. It steals the cultivation results of generations of heroes, accumulating more Dao marks or creating brand new Dao marks. It steals us from other worlds. It is an otherworldly demon. It steals the lifespan of all living beings, causing all living beings to die. The theft path that I created is a path that imitates heaven and earth. It uses the most efficient method to gain benefits, to strengthen oneself. After Feng Yuan saw this, he felt his mind expand. The narrow impression of theft path in his eyes was swept away. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. He took a different path that was extremely obscure. He used Theft Path's way of thinking to understand the entire world. His way of thinking was very grand. It had the unique characteristics of an otherworldly demon. When Goo Masters cultivate, nurture, use, and refine Goo Worms, manage their immortal aperture as well as all sorts of attainment levels, it was nothing more than understanding themselves and understanding heaven and earth. Every path was a different angle of understanding heaven and earth, of understanding oneself. Steal Life Immortal Goo was the first immortal Goo I created in my life. I did not refine it. After using it many times, I gradually gained some insights. Eventually, I set up a method on Steal Life Immortal Goo. By using Steal Life Immortal Goo, I can steal the lifespan of other living beings. Together with my killer move, I can increase my own lifespan. Of course, there are still flaws. It is not as perfect as Lifespan Goo. By using Steal Life Immortal Goo in reverse, I am giving my lifespan to someone else. This seems stupid, but it has its own profundity. It can also be considered the true essence of this true inheritance. If someone in the future is fated to reach this step, they will be able to remove the method I set up on Steal Life Immortal Goo. At the same time, they will be able to obtain the information of the other true inheritance. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's final words. Fang Yuan looked at it for a long time. He was speechless. Even though his theft path attainment level was Great Grandmaster, he still could not understand Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's intentions. Using Steal Life Immortal Goo in reverse? Fang Yuan shook his head. He did not have the confidence to comprehend this profundity. According to his deductions, one needed at least quasi-supreme theft path attainment level to reach this level. Before that, if he used Steal Life Immortal Goo in reverse, he would only be reducing his lifespan. Moreover, I need to use Steal Life Immortal Goo to deal with the Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals. Forget about the others, but Duke Long is especially targeted by Steal Life Immortal Goo. Even if Fang Yuan used up his 2 chances and destroyed Steal Life Immortal Goo, there was a rank 8 Immortal Goo recipe for Steal Life Immortal Goo in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Even if I destroy Steal Life Immortal Goo, I can just refine a new one in the future. But, according to Fang Yuan's deductions, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements on Steal Life Immortal Goo were truly very valuable. If he could follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's guidance and comprehend the true essence of this true inheritance, Fang Yuan's gains would be far greater than what he had now. While Fang Yuan was cultivating in seclusion, the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path finally came to an agreement after a lot of wrangling and discussion. We need to get rid of Fang Yuan. He is too lawless. Last time, he disguised as Wu Yihai. This time, he directly showed up and violated the benefits of our righteous path. The Earth Trench contest is our internal conflict. And Fang Yuan is our external conflict. We need to unite against Fang Yuan. But we need to be cautious. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is too crafty and has deep foundations. We cannot use common sense to judge him. That's right. Especially when he resisted the attack of Celestial Court. Now that he annexed Langya Blessed Land, I'm afraid he has gained the allegiance of a large number of variant human Goo immortals. Adding on the fact that he absorbed the remnants of Shadow Sect, let me remind everyone, Fang Yuan is not alone. He is a super force. One rank 8 Goo immortal leading the group might not be enough. To be safe, let's go with 2. Oh, isn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue? I agree. My Ba clan has no objections. On the surface, Lady Xiaxia should be the leader, while the other lord will conceal his identity and mix in with the group, making a move at the crucial moment. A good arrangement. I agree. Different from the previous life, because Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and repelled the attack of Celestial Court, Southern Border's righteous path felt an even greater threat. Not only did they send Xiaxia, they even sent a second rank 8 Goo immortal. Chapter 1796. When the latest information reached Chi Chuyu, he was standing in front of the window, looking at the green mountain far away. Oh, he blocked Fang Yuan so quickly? It seems that he will not be able to escape this time. Chi Chuyu's gaze flickered. This Fang Yuan is actually undergoing tribulation in Southern Border. He left behind clues. Sigh, even if he wants to advance to rank 8, he should not be so rash. That's true. He repelled the Celestial Court's attack and secretly made a transaction with me. It went too smoothly. It was inevitable that he became arrogant and looked down on our Southern Border righteous path. Qi Chuyu felt that the reason why Fang Yuan was so carefree was because he was too crafty and sinister. He had always been using guerrilla tactics and did not truly fight against super forces. If he felt that the situation was bad, he would escape. This time, the Southern Border Righteous Path's conspiracy was extremely secretive. Southern Border's clans looked calm on the surface. They would not arouse suspicion. They even had Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to guard against deductions. There is also Lu Wei-yin. If not for this person joining us at the last minute, our Southern Border Righteous Path might not have caught up to Fang Yuan so quickly. This person is worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. He could actually find Fang Yuan's location from the Earth Qi caused by the calamities and tribulations. He is truly amazing. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. Lu Wei-yin's interference caused the current situation of Southern Border's Righteous Path to become even more complicated. This time, Southern Border's Righteous Path was pursuing Fang Yuan, including Lu Wei-yin. There were 3 rank 8s. The chances of success were very high. If they succeeded, Lu Wei-yin's reputation would rise rapidly. He would definitely be someone who needed to be taken seriously. Actually, Lu Wei-yin had interacted with Southern Border's Righteous Path forces a long time ago. His Southern Border Paradise Earth was the gathering place of Southern Border's variant humans. It absorbed many variant humans who were destroyed by humans. These variant humans lived very well in Paradise Earth. According to reliable information, many variant humans had already become Gu Immortals. This caused Southern Border's humans to feel disgusted and worried. But Lu Wei-yin was Paradise Earth's inheritor after all. He had the ambition of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Southern Border's Righteous Path could not easily attack Lu Wei-yin. For a long time, Lu Wei-yin had been excluded from Southern Border's Righteous Path. This was the tacit understanding of everyone. But recently, Lu Wei-yin had been moving out frequently, and this time, he even joined in a high-profile manner, taking the initiative to pursue Fang Yuan. If he succeeded, his contributions could not be erased, and he would have a certain amount of authority in the Southern Border Righteous faction. Qi Chuyu did not think well of Fang Yuan at all. Even though Fang Yuan had stopped the Celestial Court from invading Langya Blessed Land, most people thought that it was because the Celestial Court had underestimated the foundation of Langya Blessed Land. Most importantly, the Celestial Court had never revealed the death of Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen. This made Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals feel a sense of confidence. Their confidence wasn't groundless. After all, they had once chased after Fang Yuan and chased Fang Yuan out of Southern Border like a dog. If not for Feng Jioge's interference, Fang Yuan would have been beaten to a pulp already. Qi Chuyu was more wary of Lu Wei-yin. He had already started to think about how to face this current inheritor of Paradise Earth who had even more authority. As for Fang Yuan, Qi Chuyu felt some regret. Regardless of whether he lived or died, as long as he landed in the hands of Southern Border's Righteous Path, the transaction between Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu would be over. This would harm Qi Clan's benefits. Thus, Qi Chuyu felt regret. Even though Fang Yuan had once attacked Qi Clan's resource points and harmed Qi Clan's benefits, Qi Chuyu did not hate him at all. In his opinion, the Dream Path research results that he obtained from the transaction were enough to make up for these losses. Qi Chuyu was not afraid of Fang Yuan biting him after being captured alive. Like what he had analyzed earlier, even if Fang Yuan took out irrefutable evidence, it was only a transaction between Qi Chuyu and Fang Yuan. With Qi Clan's size and foundation, they would suffer some losses, but it would not shake Qi Clan's foundation. But if Qi Chuyu informed Fang Yuan about the pursuit of Southern Border's Righteous Path, the nature of the transaction would be different. This was colluding with the enemy. If it was exposed, even if Qi Chuyu had rank 8 cultivation level, Qi Clan would be attacked by Southern Border's Righteous Path. They might even be exterminated. Qi Chuyu was the leader of Fangjing Path. He had a clear understanding of this. He would not make this mistake. If he informed Fang Yuan, regardless of whether Fang Yuan became a prisoner or not, Qi Chuyu would be sending the evidence of colluding with the enemy to the demon Fang Yuan. Furthermore, he and Fang Yuan had a relationship of using and guarding against each other. They were not so close that he would take such a risk for Fang Yuan. He would not hesitate to sacrifice himself and Qi Clan to betray the enemy. Qi Chuyu was only slightly worried and regretful. If Fang Yuan is captured, I hope he does not reveal his dream path research results so that my Qi clan can have sufficient time to develop. Actually, speaking of which, Fang Yuan is also an outstanding person. It is quite a pity that he ended up like this. If he can rise up again, the 5 regions will be even more interesting in the future. As a person of high status, they had to have extraordinary breadth of mind. Qi Chuyu truly felt some regret towards Fang Yuan's tragic ending. At the same time, in another area of southern border, Fang Yuan was surrounded by southern border Gu immortals. Their morale was high and they were very aggressive. The old woman in the lead was the rank 8-time path Gu immortal Xiaxia. She looked at Fang Yuan and smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you have finally fallen into my hands. Fang Yuan looked at her, thinking, it's still the same old lines. According to my previous life's memories, you should be the one laughing now. Fang Yuan looked towards Xiaxia's side. As expected, at the next moment, Shang clan Gu immortal Shang Huzhang, who was standing beside Xiaxia, laughed loudly. Lord Lu Wei-yin is truly extraordinary. He managed to find this demon this time. Fang Yuan. The same lines, just that his smile is more exaggerated than before. He is flattering Lu Wei-yin in public because Shang clan is interested in the unique products of Paradise Earth's variant humans? Kill this demon. Take revenge for southern border's righteous path. Tai Chu Zhong shouted with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan. I finally met someone who changed his lines, but they are still the same. I finally caught Fang Yuan. Lu Hao thought. He was a spy in Celestial Court. He had fixed space Immortal Gu and was ready to attack. Once Fang Yuan showed any signs of activating fixed immortal travel, he would activate the Immortal Killer move that used fixed space Immortal Gu as the core. Lu Hao was much more nervous than in the previous life. Because in the previous life, he only needed to activate fixed space Immortal Gu. But in this life, because Fang Yuan had the killer move Jade Flow Pearl, he could not use fixed space Immortal Gu to restrain Fang Yuan. He had to use an Immortal Killer move. Celestial Court naturally did not lack such killer moves. Even if they lacked them, Fairy Myrtle could deduce and modify them. Lu Hao was nervous because he was not familiar with this Immortal Killer move. If he used it in battle, he might fail. If he failed to live up to Celestial Court's expectations, it would be very embarrassing. Don't be nervous, I am here. Right at this time, a rank 7 Gu immortal transmitted. Lu Hao glanced at him. Don't look at me. Immediately, that rank 7 Gu immortal transmitted coldly. Lu Hao rolled his eyes internally, because this person was the southern border rank 8 Gu immortal Ba Ba who had disguised his cultivation level and appearance. With this person here, we have 3 rank 8s on our side. This time, we are not attacking Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan does not have the help of a formation. Once the battle starts, I should have many chances to activate my killer move. Lu Hao analyzed. His worry was greatly alleviated. However, at the next moment, boom, the formation activated, enveloping the southern border Gu immortals and Fang Yuan. Holy shit! Lu Hao's eyes almost popped out. He almost screamed, why is there another formation? Inside the formation, the world was perfectly round, forming a blue sky. The southern border immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap. Someone screamed. Lu Wei-yin was silent. Xiaxia's gaze turned even colder as she stared at Fang Yuan. Calm down. We have the advantage in numbers. What can a mere Fang Yuan amount to? That's right. We have Lady Xiaxia and Lord Lu Wei-yin. We are not afraid of any immortal battlefield. Lu Hao was stunned. That's right. How can an immortal formation be set up so easily? It can be activated so quickly. It is most likely an immortal battlefield killer move. But Fang Yuan is a little stupid. After using an immortal battlefield, he cannot escape. The southern border immortals were all elites. They quickly calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Wei-yin spoke slowly. This is not an immortal battlefield. It is a super formation. A time path formation. Xiaxia added. Lu Hao's lips twitched. After all this talk, it is still an immortal formation. Both of you are very perceptive. Fang Yuan smiled as he admitted, waving his sleeves. The door was closed, it was time to release the dogs. No, release the year beasts. Howl howl. Howl howl. Gua gua. Crack crack crack. A huge whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless year beasts poured in like a surging tide. These year beasts included monkeys, snakes, dragons, tigers. They were of all shapes and sizes. They were at least desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts mixed in. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had already vanished on the spot. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence. They soon turned their fierce gazes towards these southern border Gu immortals, baring their fangs as they charged forward. Kill them. Xiaxia ordered coldly. Lu Wei sighed. The southern border immortals opened fire, fighting against these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves as countless flying blades shot out. Wherever they went, year beasts were cut into pieces. Fang Yuan was at the formation core, quietly observing. You, the spy from the celestial court, are here indeed. I did not waste my attention on the ink effect. Fixed space Gu should be with you, right? Chapter 1797. Kill. Ba Clan's Gu Immortal roared, his body expanded like a giant. He pulled forcefully as blood splattered. An ancient year beast was torn to shreds. Flames engulfed dozens of year beasts. Chai Clan's Gu Immortal was bathed in a sea of fire. He was like a divine general. Fang Yuan remembered this person. In his previous life, this person's fire path immortal aperture was well managed. He had several active volcanoes. He could be praised. Tai Chu Zhong was silent. His palms moved like butterflies as golden light shot out with extreme sharpness, cutting year beasts into halves easily like cutting tofu. Fang Yuan thought of the edge Gu in Tai Chu Zhong's hands. This was one of the core Gu of time cutting edge. It was obtained from Great Thief Ghost Hand in the previous life. This was based on luck. It was not reliable. He needed to be more careful in this life. Demon Fang Yuan, I have to thank you for giving us so much wealth. Shang Hu Zhang laughed loudly as he activated his wood path killer move, binding the surrounding year beasts and dragging them into his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was calm. It did not matter how much Shang Hu Zhang took, because soon, even Shang Hu Zhang would belong to Fang Yuan. Roar roar roar. One after another, the Nian beasts charged into the formation. Southern borders Gu immortals were getting tired of killing them, but the year beasts were still endless. How can there be so many? This demon Fang Yuan is trying to exhaust us. Breaking this formation is the way to victory. Southern borders Gu immortals transmitted. They could see the crucial point of this battle. However, it was a little difficult to divert their attention to something else. The greatest hope of breaking the formation was still Lu Wei and Xiaxia. Roar. At this time, the whirlpool expanded by several times. A huge year beast arrogantly walked into the battlefield. Fang Yuan was surprised. Oh, an immemorial year tiger. This aura is much stronger than the first immemorial year chicken I summoned in my previous life. Is it because I used the self-luck true inheritances method to increase my luck? The southern border immortals' expressions changed. It's a primordial desolate beast. As expected, this formation can summon immemorial year beasts. What is this formation? Such ferociousness. Hurry up and break the formation. Lu Wei was about to deal with this immemorial year tiger when Tai Chu Zhong stood up. Let us do it. It is wiser for the two lords to focus on breaking this formation. Perhaps you should let me do it? Ba Shirba sent a voice transmission. No, this is not the critical moment. Brother Ba, please be patient. Xiaxia transmitted. Ba Shirba thought. That was true. It was just an immemorial year tiger. They had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface. They continued to disguise themselves. Tai Chu Zhong and several southern border rank 7s joined hands, facing the immemorial year chicken. They were all top experts among rank 7 Gu immortals. When they worked together, they had a powerful aura, but after fighting, they soon showed signs of being defeated. In his previous life, they were evenly matched against the first immemorial year chicken that Fang Yuan summoned. But in this life, the immemorial year tiger that Fang Yuan summoned was much stronger. Tai Chu Zhong's expression was ashen, he was shocked. This is the strength of a rank 8, it is truly powerful. I actually wanted to challenge such an existence. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, Xiacha's eyes shined with bright light. She pointed with her finger as a rank 8 killer move was activated. Profound white light burst out. With a loud sound, the formation shook intensely for 3 times before stabilizing. The southern border immortals were overjoyed. There was indeed a formation core. Xiacha destroyed it without letting them down. Next, at the location where the formation core was destroyed, a second whirlpool door appeared. Large numbers of year beasts entered. The joy on the southern border immortals' faces disappeared. With a dragon roar, winds and clouds changed. The immemorial year dragon jumped in, joining the battle. The immortals' expressions changed again. This was the second immemorial desolate beast. It is my turn. Ba Shirba wanted to attack. Don't be anxious, Ba Shirba, let me do it. Lu Wei-yin transmitted his voice. He attacked for the first time, grabbing with one hand as a yellow-brown hand formed and grabbed the immemorial year dragon. No matter how it struggled or roared, it could not get away. Lu Wei-yin was indeed worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. He moved with ease. In the previous life, he captured an immemorial year tiger with one move. In this life, he also captured an immemorial year dragon with one move. Even though he did not have any offensive methods, just this method alone was enough to subdue dragons and tigers. It was unfathomable and awe-inspiring. The morale of the southern border immortals rose. The Shadow Sect and variant human goo immortals guarding the formation cores had grim expressions. The divine might of a rank 8 was truly terrifying. Fang Yuan thought of the final battle in the previous life. Lu Wei-yin's true battle strength was extremely high. Because of him alone, Fang Yuan's side was greatly obstructed. Right now, Lu Wei-yin's battle strength was not even half of his true strength, but even so, many rank 8s were shocked. Hiss hiss hiss, an archaic year snake dragged its long and thick body out of the whirlpool door and entered the battlefield while spitting out its crimson tongue. The third immemorial year beast. Cluck 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 cluck. An immemorial year chicken with an arrogant expression also came in with its hands on its waist. The fourth immemorial year beast. 2 immemorial year beasts joined the battle. The southern border immortals turned pale. This immemorial year snake was not easy to deal with. It was huge and had a stronger aura than the previous 2. And the fourth immemorial year chicken had the aura of a wild immortal goo on it. It was even more dangerous. After the 2 immemorial year beasts came out, a vast number of year beasts surged into the spiral like a tidal wave. The 2 sides engaged in an intense battle. The goo immortals used their intelligence to activate killer moves and coordinate with each other. In contrast, the year beasts were rash and had no intelligence, but there was a huge number of them. Fang Yuan's group was guarding the formation cores, quietly watching the battle between the 2 sides. This damned formation, we need to destroy it to have a chance of winning. Actually, as long as we destroy it to a certain extent, we can send out information about this place. A large number of righteous path immortals will come to reinforce us. This time path formation is really profound. Xiacha frowned deeply. After she destroyed one formation core, she could not find a second one in a short period of time. The formation is 1, there are no flaws at all. I have too little attainment in formation path. Maybe I should use my full strength and make the formation unable to take it, creating a flaw. Killing intent surged in Xiacha's eyes. Lu Wei-yin could tell what Xiacha was thinking. He quickly urged, Lady Xiacha, don't fall for the demon scheme. Fang Yuan is ruthless and crafty, even the celestial court could not do anything to him. Shadow Sect once controlled graceful chaotic dual stage. Even though this immortal goo house was destroyed, many immortal goo were left in their hands. If you use your full strength, you might fall into Fang Yuan's trap and be used by Fang Yuan. Xiacha hesitated. At this moment, the immemorial year chicken approached her. Vile beast. Xiacha laughed from extreme anger. A large number of goo worm auras burst out of her body, instantly forming an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. A pair of scissors flew out. It was jade green and as large as an elephant, circling around the immemorial year chicken. The immemorial year chicken could not resist it. It was heavily injured by the scissors and quickly fell into a disadvantage. Xianxia displayed shocking battle strength. She did not lose to the members of the celestial court. Seeing that the immemorial year chicken was about to die at her hands, suddenly, Fang Yuan activated the formation. The heavily injured immemorial year chicken vanished on the spot. "Submit to me," Yi Futian said coldly. Behind the scenes, Fang Yuan attacked this weakened immemorial year chicken. Like in his previous life, he successfully subdued this beast. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been gathering immemorial year beasts. His plan was to gather 12 different immemorial year beasts. Even though there would be a lot of immemorial year chickens in the River of Time next year, this immemorial year chicken had outstanding strength. Fang Yuan did not want to give it up. Fang Yuan used the strength of the southern border immortals to weaken the immemorial year beast and enslave it. Xiaqia's expression was grim, but she smiled. "You finally exposed yourself, so what if I give you more immemorial year beasts?" Fang Yuan teleported the immemorial year chicken away. Xiaxia learned more about the formation's profundities. Not long after, Xiaxia found the second formation core and destroyed it. The southern border Gu immortals cheered, but at the next moment, the destroyed formation core turned into a spiral door again. On the battlefield, there was another channel for year beasts to enter. How can this be? The southern border immortals were dumbfounded. "If there is no other way, I will show myself and attack." Ba Shirba transmitted. Xiaxia and Lu Weiyin urged him. "Don't be anxious, we have already come this far, we can endure it. We need to investigate this formation. You will attack at the crucial moment. Make Fang Yuan miscalculate and expose a flaw." Ba Shirba was silent for a moment before replying unwillingly, "All right." The battle continued. Many southern border immortals were already injured. They were about to vomit from killing these year beasts. The killer moves that they prepared to deal with Fang Yuan and the cooperation between the Gu immortals were used on these stupid year beasts. They felt extremely helpless and tired. But the year beasts were still coming. They could not kill them all. Lu Weiyin and Xiaxia had been resisting the immemorial year beasts. Even though it was difficult and the pressure was like a mountain, they persevered. Using them, Fang Yuan successfully enslaved several more immemorial year beasts. But this number was slightly lower than in the previous life. The immemorial year beasts that Fang Yuan enslaved were stronger than in the previous life. He chose the elites among them. He would rather have none than substandard ones. The main reason was that his soul cultivation level was far lower than in the previous life. The expenditure was huge. He could not enslave more. Southern Border's side also made a lot of progress. Xiaxia destroyed 2 more formation cores. These 2 still turned into spiral doors. The year beasts that charged and posed a greater threat to the southern border immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. In the previous life, my year flow execution formation only had an upper limit of 3 spiral doors, but this time, after my modifications, it has increased to 5. It is about time. In the previous life, we fought for 2 days and 1 night. This time, there are even more year beasts. Even though only 1 day and 1 night has passed, the southern border immortals have been expended even more. Chapter 1798. Wuxia and the rest had solemn expressions. Bright light shined in their eyes. Some variant human Gu immortals were hesitant, thinking, "Why are we using our strongest method now? Isn't it too early?" Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He knew that Xiaxia had secretly discovered many of the formation's profundities. She was just hiding it. In the previous life, she suddenly erupted and caused Lady White Rabbit's death. Fang Yuan's side was in a terrible state. In this life, Fang Yuan would not make the same mistake. Then who do we attack first? Lu Weiyin or Xiaxia? Bai Ningbing asked. The modified year's flow execution formation had one of its strongest methods. It was a silver-white pillar of light that could only hit one person at a time. If a Gu immortal was hit by it, their time would be slowed down by countless times. They would not be able to defend against it. Lu Wei-yin was the current generation Paradise Earth inheritor. He had incredible methods and was deeply hidden. Meanwhile, Xiaxia was a time path great expert who could break the formation. She was a huge threat to the year's flow execution formation. This was not an easy choice. Because once this method was exposed, the remaining Gu immortals would be on guard. The chances of getting hit by it would be much lower. Fang Yuan's answer was simple. It is not Lu Wei-yin or Xiaxia. It is that rank 7 Gu immortal. Ba Shiba was still hidden in the crowd. Another immemorial year beast entered the battlefield through the whirlpool door. Ba Shiba's eyes twitched. He resisted the urge to attack. This formation is still sturdy. I need to endure it. When I attack, it will be the most crucial moment. I need to catch Fang Yuan off guard and make him reveal a flaw. I will win this battle. Just as he thought of this, a certain ancient year beast near him froze. The pure dream reality seeker physique body inside itself detonated. Dream realms spread out rapidly. Ba Shiba felt a strong sense of danger. At this moment, a silver-white pillar of light shot out and shone on his body. What? Ba Shiba's eyes slowly opened wide. Time seemed to have slowed down for him. In his field of vision, everything in the outside world suddenly sped up crazily. Originally, the dream was close to him, but with this fast forward, it directly spread across his entire body. Ba Shiba wanted to curse, but it was too late. He was drowned in the dream, sinking into it. What happened? This is a dream. Lord Ba Shiba. Damn it, Fang Yuan has seen through Sir's identity. The southern border immortals were moved. Many of them shouted in shock. This attack came too fast and too sudden, completely shaking their bodies and minds. There is actually a third rank 8 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shocked. At the last moment when Ba Shiba was trapped, he revealed his true rank 8 aura. But it was useless. It was too late. Xiaxia was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. They didn't expect Fang Yuan to see through their hidden trump card. Ba Shiba had been slacking and hadn't really contributed his strength when Fang Yuan took care of him in advance. Xiaxia was furious. She screamed as intense winds blew around her. Crack crack. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These illusions condensed into a fan that she held in her hand. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. In the previous life, Xiaxia used this move to put Fang Yuan's side in a difficult situation. The year's flow execution formation was on the verge of breaking apart. Fang Yuan and the rest were heavily injured. Lady White Rabbit died. But in this life? I'll fan. Xiaxia waved her fan fiercely. A strong gust of wind blew and whistled. Good, I was waiting for you. Fang Yuan shouted coldly, his eyes shined like lightning. The formation was activated by him, emitting a buzzing sound as it emitted a dazzling silver light that absorbed and melted the fan's wind. Xiaxia stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. The offensive move that she had placed her hopes on was actually ineffective. Again. She waved her fan again. Winds blew with great momentum. Year beasts were all smashed into powder along the way. Even immemorial year beasts could not resist the wind and were blown away. But at the next moment, silver light appeared again, blocking all the wind. Xiaxia, her expression was ashen. She had a bad feeling in her heart as she continued to fan like a madwoman. Bush, bush, bush. Wind howled like never before, creating a terrifying wave of attacks. But under the silver light, the sound of the wind was instantly extinguished. The destructive aura earlier was like an illusion. Xiaxia opened her mouth. She was stunned for a breath of time before screaming, "This is impossible." Indeed, this was impossible. This situation was clearly targeted. Not just that, her summer fan killer move was completely broken. Heaven have mercy on me. Xiaxia felt wronged in her heart. She rarely used this summer fan move. How could Fang Yuan know about it and even break it? Was this a dream? It did not make sense at all. Of course it made sense. In the previous life, Fang Yuan not only fully grasped Summer Fan Killer move, he even modified it and surpassed Xiaxia. Thus, the trump card that Xiaxia was so proud of was just a shallow, elementary version in Fang Yuan's eyes. In this life, Fang Yuan targeted Xiacha's killer move and modified Year's flow execution formation. Xiacha's threat fell to rock bottom. The reason why he allowed her to do as she pleased was because Fang Yuan wanted to use her to weaken the Year beasts, and also to investigate the foundation of these southern border Gu immortals. Thus, in fact, even though Xiacha's attacks were shocking and had many battle achievements, to Fang Yuan, she was the weakest among the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. Xiacha's emotions fluctuated intensely. She exposed a flaw. Using this chance, Fang Yuan and the rest used the silver light pillar to fix her in place. Together with the dream realms, they dealt with her again. Not far away, Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly. He activated a killer move and fell asleep. A dream realm spread out from his body. At once, the 3 rank 8s were helpless. The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals were going crazy. What the hell? How did the situation change so quickly? They could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. The silver light pillar shone on Tai Chu Zhong, followed by Lu Hao, and then, this sequence was meticulously deduced by Fang Yuan. After the southern border immortals entered the formation and lost contact for several minutes, a white light shot out from the horizon. The white light turned into a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was tall and wore a spotless white robe. He had a pair of snow-white eyebrows that extended all the way to his forehead. It was Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Xinguang. He cultivated Light Path. He was originally a supreme elder of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but recently, he was recruited by Fairy Myrtle. He contributed his immortal aperture and became a member of Celestial Court. Lu Hao and the rest disappeared here. Jun Xinguang had just inspected when he found many suspicious traces. Oh no, it seems that Lu Hao is dead. There must have been an intense battle here. Lu Hao did not send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? After a while, cold sweat appeared on Jun Xinguang's forehead. A horrified light flashed past his eyes. All the signs showed that Xiacha and the rest were defeated. 3 rank 8s and many rank 7 experts had been tricked by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan should have used Dream Realms. Soon after, his gaze landed on a small piece of Dream Realm. He was even more certain. Besides using Dream Realms, Fang Yuan's other methods, no matter how sharp they are, cannot create such a result. Jun Xinguang sensed something strange and immediately retreated. After a while, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building arrived with Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu. They disappeared here. The southern border Gu immortals had grim expressions. Hurry up and check what's going on. My clan can't contact First Supreme Elder. Xia clan's Gu immortals were extremely anxious. We can't contact Lord Ba Shirba either. Ba clan's Gu immortals were also anxious. In this life, Xia clan was not alone. They had Ba clan who were in the same predicament. There seems to have been a tributary of the river of time here. There was also a time path immortal battle. Our people barged in and engaged in an extremely intense battle here. What is going on with this dream realm? Someone saw the small piece of dream realm left behind by Fang Yuan. Be careful. The southern border immortals gradually dispersed and surrounded this small piece of dream realm. This dream realm is shrinking. Someone suddenly said. A moment later, several Gu worms escaped from the shrinking dream realm and entered the outside world. Just like in his previous life, these information path Gu worms contain the extortion letters that Fang Yuan left for southern border's righteous path. The southern border immortals went into an uproar again. This, misleading people with lies. How can this be? Our pursuit team was actually captured by Fang Yuan? This must be a huge scam. But why can't we contact our clan's Gu immortals? The southern border immortals were bewildered. They started to discuss. While discussing, the dream realm shrunk completely, revealing Lu Wei-yin. Lu Wei-yin's dream realm dissipated. He opened his eyes and saw Wu Yong and the rest. His expression changed slightly. He looked around and shouted, "Oh no!" His appearance and his following words destroyed the last trace of hope in the hearts of the deities of Southern Frontier. Southern Border's Righteous Path team that chased after Fang Yuan not only lost, they were all captured by Fang Yuan. Oh heavens! How could Fang Yuan be so strong? Also, how could there be such a time path formation out of nowhere? Who can tell me why? This was illogical. It was a hunt that they thought they had a high chance of winning, but in the end, the roles between the prey and the hunter had suddenly reversed. The southern border immortals suffered a severe blow. Their ears were filled with noisy discussions, and their hearts were even more chaotic and panicked. They had lost all their face, their losses were huge. Next, they would be extorted by Fang Yuan. What would they do? The southern border immortals wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Yuan to pieces, but this evil demon had already escaped. No one knew where he was right now. Immortal Killer Move, Jade Flow Pearl. Fang Yuan's figure flickered as he arrived at the 5 regional mountain range. With fixed immortal travel, it was so convenient. Chapter 1799. Rumble. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking down at the ground. The huge mountain range was collapsing. The 5-colored light chi seemed to be boiling and leaking out intensely. But the light chi did not mix or interfere with each other, they were doing their own thing. It is not so simple to destroy the 5-colored mountain range. In my previous life, Wu Yong obtained the accumulation of Qiao clan's inheritance for many years to succeed. Fang Yuan thought. To draw out Tao Zhu's true inheritance, he needed to destroy the entire 5-colored mountain range. This would cause a huge commotion. Fang Yuan had been restraining himself, he only made a move now. Firstly, he had just won and captured the southern border immortals, his strength had risen greatly. Secondly, while the southern border immortals were distracted and the celestial court's attention was attracted, he had to make his move quickly. The rumbling 5-colored light chi started to melt and disintegrate, shrinking at an unimaginable speed. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. If he randomly changed the earth vein here, unless he was extremely lucky, under normal circumstances, the 5 regional light chi would still exist in large amounts. Only by truly understanding the arrangements here and using the correct method could he change the earth vein, causing the 5-colored light chi to dissipate completely. After a while, the 5-colored light chi dissipated completely. A powerful aura suddenly rose, and a huge 5-colored pillar of light soared into the sky. At the same time, a loud voice echoed throughout the 5-boundary mountain range, "Junior, you've done well. You've actually passed my final test and destroyed the entire 5-boundary mountain range. Now, the 5 regional inheritance that I left behind is yours. Cultivate well and roam the world in the future, don't disgrace my name." Within the 5-colored light pillar, a will gathered like smoke, forming the appearance of a Gu immortal that looked like it was alive. This was the will left behind by Tao Zhu. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, he stretched out his hand towards Tao Zhu's will. Tao Zhu's will froze, he felt a formless force restraining him. Then, like a radish in the mud, he was forcibly pulled out of the colorful light pillar. With a whoosh, he flew in front of Fang Yuan, who grabbed his throat with one hand. Tao Zhu's will was furious and embarrassed, he stared at Fang Yuan. "You rank 7 junior, don't humiliate me. I was a rank 8 when I was alive." Fang Yuan purposely leaked a trace of rank 8 aura. After Tao Zhu's will sensed it, his expression changed. He chuckled, and his attitude became much more relaxed. With an equal tone, he said, "So it's fellow immortal." Secretly, he was thinking, this young man looks talented and elegant, but I didn't expect him to be so vile and overbearing. He was clearly a rank 8, but he pretended to be a rank 7, this was definitely not a righteous path move. He's not a good person. Fang Yuan smiled and said, "I am the devil of the present age. Tao Zhu, old man, I will accept your teachings." Saying so, he waved his sleeves and shot out a killer move that he had already prepared. The ground shook, large numbers of goo worms flew out of the 5-colored light pillar. They were mixed with immortal goo as they entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Next, the 5-colored light pillar dissipated, it was no longer eye-catching. Tao Zhu's will was dumbfounded. With Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods, it was not strange that he could see through his thoughts. What he was shocked was that without his acknowledgement, Fang Yuan actually took away all of the true inheritance's contents. His main body's arrangements back then were completely useless. "Sir, who are you?" Tao Zhu's will's attitude changed again. He looked at Feng Yuan with a gaze of inquiry and wariness. Just this move that Feng Yuan showed had already surpassed Tao Zhu's attainment in life. Not only did he see through Tao Zhu's arrangements, he even countered them perfectly and successfully deciphered them. Feng Yuan glanced at him coldly. Tao Zhu's will felt his body being hollowed out. No, his entire body was seen through. He had no secrets left. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. "Old man Tao Zhu, I am here." Tao Zhu's will felt a great terror beneath Feng Yuan's smile. He did not dare to hide his identity anymore. "Your true inheritance is very interesting. In the future, when I, Feng Yuan, roam the world and invade the celestial court, it will be of great use. To reward you, I will allow you to choose an inheritor in my grotto heaven. I will not destroy your will, I will replenish your energy and allow you to live forever." Feng Yuan said. Tao Zhu's will was controlled by Feng Yuan. He could not move, he was like a puppet, he was filled with bitterness. Back then, his main body researched the profundity of the 5 regional walls. Towards the end of his life, he had a breakthrough and obtained shocking results. But his main body's lifespan was coming to an end. He did not have time to make a name for himself. He could only create his inheritance and leave it for his descendants. This was a huge regret. Thus, Tao Zhu's main body had set up a huge true inheritance based on the 5 regional mountain range, carefully designing all kinds of tests, testing and screening. He tried to find an outstanding disciple to inherit his legacy. In the future, his disciple would become famous. He would also be famous in the 5 regions. It could be considered as making up for the regret of the past. In the end, he met a tough guy like Feng Yuan. Not only did he directly destroy the 5 regional mountain range, he skipped all the tests in front and directly came to the last test. He even controlled his will and forcefully snatched the contents of the true inheritance. He did not have a good expression at all and looked down on him. Tao Zhu's will was aggrieved. This was completely not in line with the script that his main body had designed. But what could he do? He was just a will. Even if my main body is still alive, I am probably not this person's match, right? From what he said just now, he actually wants to invade the celestial court. If he does not have the ability, he would definitely not say that. Thinking of this, Tao Zhu's will sighed and said to Feng Yuan, forget it, this is fate. I don't care if you are a good person or a bad person. If the true inheritance falls into your hands, it might cause a bloodbath, but this will definitely make your name known in the 5 regions, right? This is also the result that my main body wants. I only hope that you will not erase my main body's achievements in the future. So what if the true inheritance is given to you? Ha! Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter became more and more intense, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes shining brightly, and the surrounding wind and clouds surged. After laughing, he looked at Tao Zhu's will seriously. Don't worry, why would I covet the reputation of a dead person? If I don't even have this bit of magnanimity, how can I win against the celestial court, surpass all the supremacies, and pursue that ethereal and supreme eternal life? Tao Zhu's eyes widened again. He thought to himself, This person's tone is so arrogant. He actually wants to win against the celestial court and surpass the supremacies? Is he a lunatic or a fool? Oh no, he can even see through my thoughts. Feng Yuan laughed again. If I don't have this bit of ambition, what is the point of being human? It doesn't matter if I fail, I can just try a few more times. Even if I fail in the end, so what? Tao Zhu's will's expression froze. He looked at Feng Yuan in a daze. He saw that Feng Yuan took a deep breath and looked far away. His eyes were dark and eerie, but Tao Zhu's will seemed to see brilliant fireworks in the deep darkness of this world. Instantly, many memories surfaced in his mind. Countless people's doubts and disdain. Study the 5 regional walls? What is there to study? He is so arrogant. Such a difficult problem has existed since time immemorial. How can he, Tao Zhu, solve this problem? He is just a rank 6 immortal, and a lone cultivator at that. He is very ordinary. The suppression of southern border's righteous path. Tao Zhu. Stop studying it. The person who warned him had a high cultivation level. His expression was cold as ice. But I did not provoke you. Tao Zhu retorted angrily. Do you still not understand? The southern border righteous path Gu Immortal looked at him deeply. His tone was cold as ice. What is the true meaning of the 5 regional walls? Right now, Central Continent is the strongest. The other 4 regions are weak. If your research really succeeds, the world will be in turmoil, the 5 regions will fight, it will be a calamity. For the sake of all living beings in the world, we will take all of your research results. No. Boom. You overestimate yourself. If not for that person, would you still be alive? The southern border righteous path Gu Immortal gave him a cold glance before leaving. The departure of a lover. Tao Zhu, we are not compatible, let's end it here. Tao Zhu was in great pain. Yes, I am only a lone immortal, while you are the beloved daughter of Yao clan's first supreme elder. No, that is not it. Do you still not understand? Tao Zhu, it is because of you. You study the profundities of the 5 regions day and night. How much time do you spend with me? Ask yourself, do you really put me in your heart? You love your research more than you love me. The female immortal started crying. Tao Zhu was speechless. The female immortal wiped her tears and took a deep breath. She looked at Tao Zhu with teary eyes. One last time, Tao Zhu, I will ask you one last time. Do you want me, or do you want your research? Tao Zhu lowered his head. He was hesitant and perplexed. The female immortal took a step closer. Be with me, marry into Yao clan, we will be together forever and have a son and a daughter. Don't think about the profundities of the 5 regions. You will not lack cultivation resources. With my father around, you will not need to fear any calamities or tribulations. The female immortal's deep voice made Tao Zhu's heart tremble. Tao Zhu looked at the female immortal. The female immortal's expectant gaze seemed to have a formless force that made him take a step back uncontrollably. He clenched his fists, his Adam's apple moved. He wanted to say something, but he could not say anything. He did not want to deceive the female immortal. He did not want to deceive himself. The female immortal looked at him. Her beautiful face became even paler. In the end, her bright eyes completely dimmed. She smiled lightly. She turned around. Crystal tears fell down her cheeks. She flew away on a cloud. Not long after, news spread that Yao clan had a marriage alliance with another righteous path force. The female immortal was the bride. He is Tao Zhu? Is he an idiot? In order to research the secret of the 5 regions, he gave up on such a marriage. He is more like a lunatic. There was a period of time when I saw him crawling into the regional wall. He ended up bleeding and in a pathetic state. On the night of the female immortal's wedding, Tao Zhu hid in a dark cave, looking at the mortal formation in front of him with a dazed expression. This formation was merely rank 2, it was the result of his research for most of his life. He looked at this formation. The image of the female immortal's beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Her smile was as beautiful as the spring moon. He laughed heartily, his hoarse voice echoed in the cave. He continued to research the formation in front of him. Tears flowed down his face. All of his efforts were not in vain. The seeds of stubbornness were planted in the soil of his blood and sweat. They bloomed into dark flowers. Yao clan's first supreme elder heard the news and came over. Tao Zhu, who was a rank 8, raised his head and looked at him. Yao clan's first supreme elder looked at Tao Zhu calmly. There was a trace of pity in his gaze. I heard that you made some progress in your research? I was lucky. Tao Zhu smiled coldly. You came here to snatch the results. The old man in front of him shook his head. You have just reached rank 8. I do not want to bully the weak or the young. Tao Zhu's smile became even colder. Your words can deceive those who have yet to enter the world, but to me? Tao Zhu shook his head. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Yao clan's first supreme elder smiled, not minding it. Admit it. He sighed, nodding. I was wrong to think that you could advance to rank 8. If I had known this, I would not have plotted against you. I would have nurtured you. I would have done everything I could to bring you together with my daughter. Even if you are stupid and stubborn, even if you cannot give my daughter happiness, You have to put my Yao clan's benefits first. Tao Zhu's expression changed. The moment he mentioned his beloved female immortal, his gaze turned dark. However, Yao clan's first supreme elder's expression turned solemn. He said in a solemn tone, I will not let you research the profundity of the 5 regional walls. Tao Zhu's eyes flashed with cold light. He regained his cold expression. Oof, you are afraid of causing chaos in the world again, causing the 5 regions to go into a chaotic war that would kill all living beings? However, have you thought about it? Once the profundity of the 5 regional walls is solved, it will bring prosperity and hope. The regional walls are a huge obstacle to the 5 regions' interactions. If they disappear, the 5 regions' Gu immortals will be able to interact more freely and frequently. Our transactions will bring more cultivation gains. However, the possibility of war is far greater than peace, isn't that so? Yao clan's old man interrupted Tao Zhu. Tao Zhu was silent. He did not retort. There were too many differences between the 5 regions. Not only were the landforms different, even the social customs were different. Most importantly, resources were unequal, population densities were different. There was no lack of ambitious people since ancient times. It was not like the current 5 regions. They were separated from each other and did not interact much. Each had their own economic, political, and military balance. Once the regional walls were opened, this balance would collapse. So, you are still here to persuade me to stop? After a long while, Tao Zhu broke the silence. He sneered in disdain. You know that is impossible. Yao clan's old man nodded, saying solemnly, I have to admit, it is very risky to deal with a rank 8 existence. It is very difficult for our southern border righteous path to make this decision. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we will not choose to fight to the death. Thus, I am here to tell you a secret. I hope you can keep this secret for our Yao clan after hearing it. Why do I have to listen? Tao Zhu laughed. Yao clan's old man also smiled. Because this secret is related to the 5 regional walls. Do you want to hear it? Tao Zhu was visibly moved while a wisp of urgency surged into his heart, but he forcefully restrained it right after that. Yao clan's old man's eyes were filled with pity. This secret is quite cruel to you, but at this point, I have to tell you. In the future, the 5 regions' earth veins will merge into one. The 5 regional walls will disappear on their own. What? Tao Zhu could not help but shout in shock. Yao clan's first supreme elder dealt a fatal blow to Tao Zhu. His secret directly rejected Tao Zhu's life goal. If the 5 regional walls disappeared, wouldn't Tao Zhu's research be meaningless? All the effort he put in, all the dangers he risked, he even gave up on his beloved fairy, all these sacrifices, would they become a joke to him? This is impossible, you are lying. Tao Zhu's voice was hysterical, but there was a trace of fear in it. This is the Paradise Earth true inheritance that my Yao clan inherited. I have already given you the evidence. Even if you do not believe me, do you not believe Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's words? Yao clan's first supreme elder said this as he smiled. Furthermore, you have researched this for your entire life. You are very clear about the connection between the 5 regional walls and earth veins. You should be aware of it yourself, right? There must be many parts of your achievements that can verify this future. Tao Zhu was covered in sweat. His eyes were wide open but they were empty. He took a few steps back and looked down at the ground. He had a dazed and panicked expression. Yao clan's first supreme elder smiled. He looked at Tao Zhu. His benevolent expression was filled with coldness and cruelty. It was enough for him to say this. Yao clan's old man turned around and left. Before leaving, he said, Stop researching the 5 regional walls. They will disappear on their own sooner or later. Your research is meaningless. Of course, if your research had been fruitful while the 5 regional walls were still around, you wouldn't have been able to do so. I think the moment you succeed, my southern border righteous path's rank 8s will join forces to kill you. That's all I have to say. Tao Zhu, think about it. Tao Zhu stood on the spot in a daze. He did not move. His face was filled with defeat. The past was like a dream. Back to the present. Tao Zhu had died long ago. The will he left behind was held by Fang Yuan by the neck. The true inheritance had already been taken away by an expert. However, Fang Yuan's words moved Tao Zhu's will. If I do not have this ambition, what is the point of being human? It does not matter if I fail, I can just try again a few times. Even if I fail in the end, so what? Ha ha. Tao Zhu's will laughed maniacally. Years later, after his main body recovered from the blow dealt to him by Yao clan's first supreme elder, he had the same realization. That's right. Even if I fail in the end, I will fail my entire life. So what? Even if the 5 regional walls disappear on their own in the future, so what? Even if my research has no meaning, so what? This is what I want to do. You call me crazy, you call me an idiot, you curse me for being stubborn, you call me stupid. All right. I am a lunatic, I am also a fool, I am not only stubborn but also stupid. But this is what I want to do. This is how I want to live. This is how I want to live, it is interesting to me. However, I have some regrets, so I left behind the inheritance. Now, this inheritance was obtained by Fang Yuan. At once, Tao Zhu's will became excited. Fang Yuan, right? I will pass this inheritance to you, as well as the true meanings hidden in another location. I will also pass all of them to you. My main body is not skilled in fighting, so I have a lifetime of regrets. But I feel that if I give the inheritance to you, these regrets will be made up for. This is a match made in heaven. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up, revealing an arrogant smile filled with confidence and arrogance. Then watch carefully, old man Tao Zhu. I will let your true inheritance. Chapter 1800. After taking all of Tao Zhu's true inheritance, Fang Yuan immediately left the 5 regional mountain range. Like in the previous life, this mountain range could not escape the fate of being destroyed. But for Fang Yuan, the result was different. In the previous life, he set up an ambush and provoked the battle of the 5 regional mountain range, accidentally provoking Tao Zhu's true inheritance, but there was no chance, he could only leave the battlefield. In this life, Fang Yuan was wary of the ink effect and had been enduring patiently until he ambushed Southern Border's pursuers and obtained complete victory. Only then did he feel that the time was ripe and came to collect this true inheritance in advance. After some time, Southern Border's righteous path would agree to support Tai clan in building beacon towers. At that time, if Fang Yuan made a move, it would be much more troublesome. The scattered beacon towers allowed Southern Border's Gu Immortals to reinforce each other to increase their speed and strength. In the previous life, during the final battle, Fang Yuan obtained the important contents of Tao Zhu's true inheritance from Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu. He even created a super immortal formation with them. Thus, he knew a lot about Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Along with all sorts of deductions and preparations, he successfully obtained the true inheritance. Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This method of inheritance was of great help to him. It was no small matter. Even though Tao Zhu was only rank 8, the importance of this true inheritance surpassed even venerable true inheritances. The previous life was the best proof. Fang Yuan used Tao Zhu's method to deal with the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Chen Yi and the rest felt extremely stifled. They had no way to advance or retreat. It was extremely effective. Using Tao Zhu's methods, he could also deal with heroes among people. Due to the amplification of heroes among people, Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu Immortals had a huge boost in strength. But as long as they were inside the 5-colored smoke, the stronger these Gu Immortals were, the greater the backlash they would suffer. This was an amazing move, the effect was simply too good. Fang Yuan had to give 2 thumbs up, no amount of praise would be enough. The 9 consecutive unceasing formation and heroes among people were venerable methods, but Tao Zhu's true inheritance could actually counter them. Countless Gu Immortals were taken aback, they were deeply shocked. In this life, even if I don't find a way to break the heroes among people, I can use the 5-colored smoke to restrain it. It will give those people in the Central Continent a headache. It's just that the methods in Tao Zhu's true inheritance aren't particularly flexible. Back then, he had used it to build an immortal formation. Although I already know about this formation, I don't want a fixed formation. I still need to improve on this foundation. Fang Yuan pondered as he read through Tao Zhu's inheritance. As he had expected in the previous life, the formation that he created with Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu Immortals was the essence of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. In this true inheritance, Tao Zhu named the grand formation the Five-World Limit Formation. What made him surprised was that other than this formation, there was also an immortal killer move that had the same value as the Five-Regional Limit Formation. This move was called 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. Once activated, it could shoot out 5 colored light qi. The light qi had the effect of regional walls. Inside this light qi, the 5 regions Gu Immortals would suffer backlash. The bigger the commotion, the more severe the backlash. Of course, because of Fang Yuan's unique body, he was not restricted inside the light qi. The 5 Regional Limit Formation and 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi were the essence of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Other than that, there were 2 immortal Gu that were preserved. The 2 immortal Gu were Rule Path Gu worms. One was rank 8, called Realm. The other was rank 7, called Limit. The rank 8 Realm Gu was Tao Zhu's vital Gu. It had advanced to rank 8 with him. Tao Zhu's immortal aperture was not preserved. According to the True Inheritance's contents, Tao Zhu was very poor. Most of his resources were used for research. His immortal aperture did not have many resources. Of course, most importantly, he had intentionally abandoned his immortal aperture before his lifespan ended, leaving it to Southern Border's righteous path to hide the location of his true inheritance. Fang Yuan looked through the True Inheritance, feeling more and more emotions. Tao Zhu was clearly a strange genius. He had spent his entire life's time and energy on research. He had invested a lot of manpower and resources. In the True Inheritance's contents, there were records of his countless experiments. He had risked his life many times to seek death. Even after becoming rank 8, he would often enter the regional wall to sense its profundities. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Thus, his immortal aperture was very poor. It could barely sustain the feeding of his immortal Gu. It could not develop. The backlash of a rank 8 Gu Immortal traveling through regional walls was too intense. Next, I need to manage my immortal aperture. I need to have the ability to feed my 2 immortal Gu. After that, Fang Yuan faced a choice. Should he choose the 5 Regional Limit Formation or 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi? Both used Realm and Limit Gu as the cores, with a vast number of mortal Gu as supplementary Gu. If he constructed the formation, he could not use 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. By the same logic, if he chose 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, he would not have enough time to construct the 5 Regional Limit Formation during battle. There was a huge flaw in constructing a formation. Because it was a fixed formation, it needed to extract the strength of the earth vein. Tao Zhu's True Inheritance also stated clearly, the 5 Regional Limit Formation not only needed to be placed on the ground, it also needed to be rooted in the earth vein. Thus, in his previous life, Qi Chuyu added in earth vein Immortal Gu. At this time, earth vein Immortal Gu had not appeared yet. Once the formation was constructed, it would not be practical. Because at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not take it out. Unless he used Formation Flag Gu or the Formation Spirit to move this formation. But the prerequisite was that he had to modify it greatly again. The effect was unknown. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was more convenient and had greater power, but it could not last as long as the formation. More importantly, it had its flaws. Every time this killer move was used, a vast amount of earth qi would be expended from the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. This expenditure was huge, even Fang Yuan was tongue-tied. However, there is a way to resolve the flaw of 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. I'm here. Fang Yuan stopped thinking, coming to an ordinary cave. Very well hidden, even I can't sense anything strange about it. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. Next, he let out Tao Zhu's will. Tao Zhu's will took a few steps forward. The cave changed. A wave of true meaning spread out of the cave walls. Tao Zhu's will offered this true meaning to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan first inspected it and did not find any problems or peculiarities, thus he unreservedly absorbed it. A moment later, his rule path attainment level jumped to Great Grandmaster. This Tao Zhu's true meaning could allow a poor rule path person to advance to Great Grandmaster. Of course, Fang Yuan had his own foundation. He was a Grandmaster in rule path. Right now, even though Fang Yuan was still a Great Grandmaster, his original foundation was not wasted. He still had some accumulation, but he had not reached Supreme Grandmaster. It seems that Tao Zhu was a rule path Great Grandmaster when he was alive. Fang Yuan nodded. When a path's attainment level reached Great Grandmaster, there would be a qualitative change. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were the elites of this generation. Qi Clan's Qi Chu Yu was a formation path Great Grandmaster. He could use natural Dao marks to set up formations. Blazing Heaven Demonis was a fire path Great Grandmaster. Back then, she tricked Fang Yuan and tampered with the immortal materials, but Fang Yuan could not find anything. Spectral Soul was a Great Grandmaster of all paths. This showed how strong he was. Many rank 8 Gu Immortals only had a certain aspect of Spectral Soul's attainment in their life. Thankfully, Fang Yuan managed to turn the situation around. Otherwise, the Demon Venerable would have infiltrated the Celestial Court, and Shadow Sect would have taken control of the world. As for why Tao Zhu cultivated Restriction Path, but left behind True Meaning that helped Rule Path? Restriction Path was a small path derived from Rule Path. It was not completely separated. Like the Charm Emotion Path derived from Wisdom Path, this path was specialized in increasing one's charisma and using emotions to bewitch others. In fact, there were many small paths derived from Rule Path. It was the number one path without a doubt. The more famous ones were Restriction Path and Phantom Path. Phantom Path was also derived from Rule Path. It focused on both real and fake, but it was not completely separated from Rule Path. Fang Yuan had Rule Path Immortal Gu such as Precaution, Great, Fight, and others. One could see the most prominent characteristic of Rule Path from them. Size, height, fat, thin, far, near, good, bad, square, straight, true and false, strong and weak, 1, 2, 3, 4, they were all Rule Path Gu worms. Precisely because Rule Path had too many concepts, it could produce the most small paths. Among all the paths, Rule Path Gu worms have the widest range of uses, or rather, the most practical. For example, the Rule Path Gu worm, Strong, can be used with any path to make all killer moves stronger. Rule Path had another advantage. Gu Immortals could often condense their own true meaning. This was also the advantage of Wisdom Path. True meaning involved the truth of Rule Path, as well as the will of Wisdom Path. Other than these two paths, there were very few Gu Immortals of other paths who could leave behind their true meaning. The 10 Venerables were not included. These monsters were special cases in all aspects. They could not be measured with common sense. Tao Zhu's true meaning was a pleasant surprise to Fang Yuan. Because he knew that in his previous life, Wu Yong and Qi Chu Yu did not have such gains. This was not hard to understand. Fang Yuan had already deduced many truths. When Tao Zhu was alive, he was suppressed by Southern Border's righteous path. Before dying, he purposely abandoned his immortal aperture to attract their attention, then set up his true inheritance and hid his true meaning elsewhere. When Southern Border's righteous path obtained Tao Zhu's immortal aperture, they thought he had not researched anything, and could not see through the 5 regional mountain range, thus they did not discover Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Although in his previous life, Tao Zhu's true inheritance ended up in the hands of Southern Border's righteous path, Tao Zhu's true meaning was concealed. This Tao Zhu's true meaning was like a pillow sent to Fang Yuan when he was sleepy. It came at the perfect time. Because he had just captured Ba Shi Ba. This Rule Path rank 8 Gu Immortal's Grotto Heaven could not be annexed by Fang Yuan's previous Rule Path attainment level. I had planned to continue transacting with Qi Chu Yu and collect some Rule Path Dream Realms to raise my attainment level. Chapter 1801. Wu Clan's Headquarters. In the study room, the light was dim. Wu Yong's expression was ashen. He was sitting straight like a statue. The information path Gu worm in his hand was still warm from the activation earlier. Earlier, there was a meeting of Southern Border's righteous path higher-ups. It was as lively as a market. Xia clan and Ba clan's Gu immortals were screaming and shouting, their voices were filled with panic and helplessness. Most of the people were discussing noisily, almost to the point of arguing. They seemed to be venting their shock and fear. How can this be? Fang Yuan ambushed us. He obtained a complete victory. Our Gu immortals were all captured by him. What do we do now? In the history of our southern border, there has never been such a precedent. If this matter spreads, our southern border righteous path will become the laughingstock of the 5 regions. Reputation is no longer important. The important thing is that our people are now in his hands. Didn't the information path Gu worm that Fang Yuan left us earlier say to wait for his offer? Yes, but he did not send any new information. Are we going to wait like this? These people's conversations seem to be echoing in Wu Yong's ears. A bunch of useless people, what can they do by just discussing? Wu Yong snorted in displeasure. His eyes narrowed, making his already slender eyes look even more slender. Waves of cold and eerie light flickered in his eyes. His fists were clenched uncontrollably. This is troublesome. Fang Yuan has the absolute initiative. Even if we reject his extortion, Xia clan and Ba clan will not. They lost their first supreme elder. Celestial Court's arrangements did not have any effect. To think I even notified Ziwei. However, this is not because Celestial Court is weak. It is because Fang Yuan's performance in this battle is too shocking. Under such terrifying battle results, in our southern border's righteous path, only Qi Chu Yu has some ability to remain calm in the face of danger. Wu Yong clearly remembered that in the discussion just now, it was Qi Chu Yu who had a calm expression and suggested for the first time to take the initiative to pursue and kill Fang Yuan. Although there were few who responded, this was the strength of the righteous path. Wu Yong didn't know that Qi Chu Yu was just pretending to be calm. His heart was filled with deep shock and terror. He had pretended to propose this plan to continue pursuing Fang Yuan in order to hide himself. Fang Yuan actually won. Not only did Fang Yuan win, he even captured 2 rank 8s and several rank 7 experts. Was this a joke? If this was before this battle, Qi Chu Yu would definitely think this was a joke. But he couldn't smile at all now. Qi Chu Yu did not dare to believe it, but Lu Wei Yin's evidence was irrefutable. He had to believe it. Fang Yuan won this battle. Not only did he cause chaos in southern border's righteous path, he even had Qi Chu Yu's weakness. Because Fang Yuan's winning move was Dream Realms. And these Dream Realms were given to him by Qi Chu Yu of all people. That was to say, Qi Chu Yu was Fang Yuan's greatest supporter in this battle, and also the greatest traitor of southern border's righteous path. Qi Chu Yu had thought of how Fang Yuan would use these Dream Realms to deal with southern border's righteous path. But his thoughts were limited. Firstly, it was because Qi clan benefited greatly from the transaction with Fang Yuan. This huge temptation shrouded Qi Chu Yu's vision. Secondly, Fang Yuan had used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and help him escape. But during the entire process, Fang Yuan was in a sorry state. Because after the self-detonation, Fang Yuan could not control the dream realms freely. Thus, Qi Chu Yu felt that the threat of the pure dream reality seeker physique body's self-detonation was low. But I did not expect Fang Yuan to actually set up a time path super immortal formation. If not for this immortal formation that obstructs Gu Immortal's movement, how could the dream realms work? The time path immortal formation is not scary. The scary thing is that this immortal formation is deeply concealed. If it was not activated by Fang Yuan, we would not be able to see it. Qi Chu Yu felt a headache just thinking about it. He was a formation path great grandmaster. He naturally had some understanding of formation path. But every path's immortal formation had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of a time path immortal formation was that it could affect the flow of time inside the formation. Fang Yuan relied on this to fight for several days and nights inside the formation, killing all the pursuers. But only a few hours had passed in the outside world. The advantage of a time path immortal formation was not in concealment. Formations that were good at concealment were Dark Path, Phantom Path, Transformation Path, and so on. Once a time path immortal formation was set up, it would be clearly visible, it would not be easy to conceal itself. Why did it conceal itself in Fang Yuan's hands? Qi Chuyu was troubled by this question. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle, who was inside the celestial court, had already found the answer to this question. She had just finished a deduction. There were still some purple light waves left in Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. It should be the legacy of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect had once spread across the 5 regions. Using Zombie Alliance as a cover, they secretly found a natural tributary of the River of Time and used the surrounding time path Dao marks to set up a formation. At Great Grandmaster level, Formation Path Gu Immortals could directly use the naturally existing Dao marks to set up a formation. But the formation that was set up would have different advantages and disadvantages depending on the distribution of the natural Dao marks. The Gu Immortal who set up the formation could only adjust it slightly. It was not as free as using Gu worms. But Southern Border's time path formation is very good at concealment. Fang Yuan made use of it. He added other time path formations inside and used Dream Realms to capture almost all of the Southern Border group that was chasing him. Fairy Myrtle had a dark expression. She was regretting it a little. If she knew this would happen, she would have told the Southern Border Gu Immortals about the deaths of Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Fairy Myrtle only chose a portion of it and publicized it. As long as Southern Border's Righteous Path knew about the deaths of Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, they would pay more attention to Fang Yuan. They would not just send 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Lu Wei-yin joined voluntarily. He was not controlled by Southern Border's Righteous Path. This was not a mistake on Fairy Myrtle's part. She had considered it before. Initially, Fairy Myrtle still had some hope. She felt that Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch had a chance of survival. Thus, she only publicized Fang Yuan's secret to the world and concealed this part. As time passed, Fairy Myrtle understood that Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch had died. She chose to conceal this information because she did not want to boost Fang Yuan's reputation, and also because she was worried that the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions would compromise with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the strength to kill rank 8 Gu Immortals. This was a qualitative change. The other 4 regions were not like Central Continent. They had many different forces. They were in a state of disunity. They could be easily defeated by Fang Yuan. They could easily make deals and compromise with each other. Fairy Myrtle was right. Western Desert's Tang clan and Southern Border's Qi clan were in such a situation. Fairy Myrtle concealed this fact and urged the other 4 regions to deal with Fang Yuan. No matter what the outcome was, they would exhaust each other. No matter which side suffered losses, it would be a good thing for the Celestial Court. At the same time, the information and clues that both sides exposed would allow the Celestial Court to gain huge gains just by watching quietly. When the time was right, the Celestial Court would deduce Fang Yuan's location and attack with full force. They would have a chance to eliminate this demon. Fairy Myrtle's plan was good. She looked towards the future and started to make preparations for the 5 regions' chaotic war. But things were still out of her expectations. Fang Yuan obtained a complete victory and captured all of the deities of Southern Frontier. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, last time, he used Langya Blessed Land's foundation. This time, he used the legacy of Shadow Sect. This battle was completely one-sided. Our arrangements did not even have time to take effect. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. Fang Yuan was too crafty and cunning. It was getting harder and harder to deal with him. Fairy Ziwei started to feel a sense of helplessness. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she could not do anything to him. One of the reasons was that he cultivated too many paths. For example, Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan had deep Wisdom Path attainment. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce his location even if she used all her strength. She could only search for relevant clues. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals who were not Wisdom Path could be easily deduced. There were many demonic path Gu Immortals in the world, but why were there so few who acted recklessly like Fang Yuan? Once they did so and wreaked havoc everywhere, the Righteous Path would quickly find Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to deduce and find their location. they could capture them. For example, refinement path. Langya Blessed Land was not so easy to devour, many Gu Immortals could not devour it even if they wanted to. Even some rank 8 Gu Immortals could not. Because to devour a rank 7 Langya Blessed Land, one needed at least Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment level. For example, Dream Path. Fang Yuan had been reborn from the future. He had many Dream Path methods. During the battle of Tian Mountain's Dream Realm, he used these methods to avert danger and escape. For example, this ambush battle. Fang Yuan displayed his formation path attainment. To be able to use a time path formation to such an extent, his formation path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster. Of course, this could also be because Shadow Sect had already set up a formation. But why did Fang Yuan not use it earlier? That is less likely. Chapter 1802. Celestial Court. There was endless light, immortal palaces were everywhere. Behind the central Great Hall, a tall tower was erected. It was covered in a layer of white gold light. It was the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower, several Celestial Court Gu Immortals were working together. They were extremely busy. Under their hard work, a refinement path formation was gradually taking shape. A tall and muscular Gu Immortal was observing from outside the formation. Even though he was just standing there, he gave off the feeling of a giant pillar that could support the sky. It was Duke Long. Greetings to Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle arrived at this time, standing behind Duke Long. Now that Langya Blessed Land is in Fang Yuan's hands, it means he has also grasped the profundity of Refinement Cauldron. Originally, Celestial Court's refinement path formation was made by imitating Refinement Cauldron. I ordered people to dismantle the original formation and set up a new one. Duke Long said this as he turned around, looking at Fairy Myrtle. A look of remorse flashed across Fairy Ziwei's face. It is my fault for not leading properly. Before she finished, Duke Long raised his hand and interrupted. There is no point in blaming yourself. I believe you have already reflected on your actions. The past has become the truth. We should face the present seriously and plan for the future. Duke Long looked at Fairy Myrtle, sighing. Right now, our Celestial Court is still in control, but the situation seems to be getting out of our control. Fang Yuan is a chess piece arranged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Earlier, he repelled our attack and caused the deaths of Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, and now he has even captured the Southern Border Immortals. Regardless of whether he is rank 7 or what methods he used, the result is the result. The truth is the truth. Ziwei, how will you deal with this? In the previous life, Duke Long did not place much importance on Fang Yuan. He thought of him as a clown. Now, Fang Yuan had won consecutively. His battle results were shocking. Duke Long became vigilant. He no longer trusted Fairy Myrtle as much as he did in his previous life. Instead, he began to worry and took the initiative to ask about her. Fairy Myrtle took a deep breath. She had already planned out how to deal with Fang Yuan. She replied calmly, to deal with Fang Yuan, the first step is to find his tracks. This cannot be done with wisdom path methods alone. I have already secretly arranged for 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Southern Border to search for clues about Fang Yuan. The second point is to deal with his killer move that uses fixed immortal travel as the core. This move is even more threatening than the omnidirectional ancient battle formation. It allows Fang Yuan to take the initiative and advance or retreat as he pleases. I have already ordered them to prepare to refine fixed space Gu at any time. Fixed space Gu was in the hands of Gu Immortal Lu Hao, and now Lu Hao was captured by Fang Yuan. But Fairy Myrtle was confident. With the methods of the Celestial Court, they could still make Lu Hao's Immortal Gu self-destruct. With the crucial fixed space Gu, they would have a way to deal with fixed immortal travel. And the third point. Fairy Myrtle paused for a moment before saying in a heavy tone, we need to guard against Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. I am increasingly suspecting that Fang Yuan has already used spring-autumn cicada to undergo a rebirth. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, our side lost mainly because Star Cast was seen through. There is something fishy about this. Feng Jioge left behind so many Dao marks in different places. Why is Feng Yuan so sure about that place? Did he set up a formation in advance to encircle and intercept us? But I have deduced many times, but to no avail. There are too few clues. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. Spring-autumn cicada is indeed a problem. Duke Long nodded. Do you have any way to deal with it? Fairy Myrtle nodded. Lord Duke Long, didn't you and I already discuss using equal treatment to deal with spring-autumn cicada? But Benevolence Gu is in southern border Immortal world, under the control of the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Wei-yin. That's right. Duke Long said solemnly. If Feng Yuan uses spring-autumn cicada, he might not just be using Gu, he might also be using a killer move. And using equal treatment to deal with any possible spring-autumn cicada killer move is the safest. Precisely. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with purple light. Thus, I plan to contact Lu Wei-yin and discuss the matter of renting Benevolence Gu. In the previous life, at this time, the Celestial Court was calm and at ease. It was far from the time to contact Lu Wei-yin. But in this life, because of the ink effect, the Celestial Court contacted Lu Wei-yin in advance. Duke Long nodded as he realized, you want to use this chance to probe and see if Feng Yuan has revived? If Lu Wei-yin rejects us, the possibility of Feng Yuan reviving will be higher, because we do not have equal treatment to restrain Feng Yuan. But if Lu Wei-yin agrees, it means that we have equal treatment. The possibility of Feng Yuan reviving will be smaller. At the same time, we can probe the attitude of Lu Wei-yin, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth. Fairy Myrtle said slowly. Mentioning Paradise Earth, Duke Long had a complex expression. Let's do that. However, even if Lu Wei-yin does not lend it, we lack methods to deal with spring-autumn cicada. We do not need to worry too much. As long as we have the upper hand and advance step by step, that scoundrel Feng Yuan will not be able to make a comeback no matter what he does. Back then, even with Red Lotus's strength and foundation, he could not do anything about it. He failed. Not to mention him. Duke Long said this as he laughed calmly. Fairy Myrtle hesitated before asking, Lord Duke Long, I do not understand something. Our Celestial Court has such a deep foundation. Why do we need to borrow an Immortal Gu to deal with spring-autumn cicada? Could it be that our mighty Celestial Court really has no methods to restrain spring-autumn cicada? The smile on Duke Long's face faded. The main reason is probably Red Lotus. Back then, when I fought with him, I heard him say this personally. He said that he had set up several stone lotus islands in the River of Time. They were not connected to each other but had a mystical effect on each other. All of the stone lotus islands formed an immortal killer move. It was his proudest method. This method could affect the flow of the River of Time and indirectly affect the trajectory of all living beings in the world. If there was no River of Time, the whole world would be in a state of stillness. With the flow of the River of Time, all living beings in the world could move. Using this connection, Red Lotus Demon Venerable used a grand method that had been influencing the world until now. The most obvious result was that any Gu worm or method that could restrain spring-autumn cicada had no fate with Celestial Court. After the incident with Red Lotus, Celestial Court concealed the truth and maintained its authority, while actively searching and planning to find a method to deal with spring-autumn cicada. Gradually, Celestial Court discovered something strange. Any immortal Gu that could restrain spring-autumn cicada would intentionally avoid Celestial Court. The number of Gu immortals recruited by Celestial Court that cultivated Time Path was also very few. But as time passed, this influence gradually weakened. Celestial Court also has some methods in its treasury that can influence and disturb spring-autumn cicada. You also know this, it is not very presentable. Duke Long continued to speak. So that's it. Fairy Myrtle's expression was calm, but her heart was shaken. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method was truly too amazing. It simply surpassed the limits of Time Path. It had a trace of the color of fate. Not only did he damage Fate Gu, he even forcefully used Time Path methods to imitate Fate's power and deal with it instead. Fairy Myrtle blinked. quickly calming her emotions. Next, I will spread the news that Fang Yuan is attempting to undergo tribulation and advance to rank 8. At the same time, I will negotiate with Wu Yong and other forces of Southern Border's righteous path to get more people to resist Fang Yuan's extortion. Lastly, I have already ordered to nurture Guiyue Fangjing. This person was created by the heavenly Tao. He is a crucial factor in dealing with Fang Yuan. He is already undergoing immortal ascension, right? Central continent. The blood rain stopped. On a mountain peak, Guiyue Fangjing was floating in the air. The three qi of heaven, earth, and man condensed into one point. His experiences were full of twists and turns. These difficulties turned into wealth, allowing him to smoothly grasp the balance of the three qi. Fangjing suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed in deeply and placed a rank 5 blood path gu worm into the qi lump. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the qi lump exploded and an immortal aperture appeared. High-grade blessed land. Fangjing succeeded in his immortal ascension. There were still remnants of heaven and earth qi left. Fangjing was overjoyed. With these heaven and earth qi, he could raise his vital blood path mortal gu to an immortal gu. Fangjing, let me in. I will protect you during the tribulation. Fan Shi transmitted he was protecting Fangjing during the entire process. Fangjing frowned. He showed an unhappy expression. The immortal aperture was the most private place of a gu immortal. Fan Shilu wanted to enter. Fangjing felt a sense of anger and displeasure. But soon, his frown eased as he opened the immortal aperture's entrance, saying plainly, "All right, Fan Shilu, please come in." Fangjing knew that not just Fan Shilu, there were countless pairs of eyes watching him during his immortal ascension. He gradually understood his value. He was a tool. The reason why he was nurtured was to deal with Fang Yuan. A moment later, the tribulation ended. Fan Shilu was inside his immortal aperture. He had a complex expression. "Oh Fangjing, this is a high-grade blessed land. Back then, I spent so much effort to accumulate it and undergo tribulation, but it was only a middle-grade blessed land. This immortal aperture is at least 8.5 million km2. The highest record was only 9 million km2. This is definitely a tributary of the river of time. Compared to the outside world, the time flow is 28:1. The limit of high grade is 30:1. The difference is very small." Time path and space path resources were much higher than Fan Shilu's achievements in the past. Those who had high-grade blessed lands were elites among rank 6 gu immortals. They were rare to begin with. During this tribulation, you even advanced your vital gu. You now have a second blood path immortal gu. The sect has orders. They also asked me to bring you a lot of resources for you to plant. You will be able to pass the difficult initial stage of immortal ascension. Fan Shilu said as he took out a large number of blood path resources from his immortal aperture. Each and every one of these resources was extremely valuable. Many were immortal materials. Even a gu immortal like Fan Shilu, who had many years of experience, could not conceal his envy and jealousy. The sect had invested so much in nurturing Fangjing. The total value of these resources was equivalent to 100 years of accumulation of a rank 6 lone cultivator. Even with Fan Shilu's help from Crane Gate, he spent 50 years to reach this stage. It could be said that Fangjing did not have to do anything to become a millionaire among rank 6 gu immortals. The sect's efforts, Fangjing, you cannot let them down. Finally, Fan Shilu said with a hoarse voice. Just looking at Fan Shilu's complex expression, Fangjing knew what was going on. He was also secretly shocked at how much attention and nurturing he was receiving. Regardless of the motive, I have finally become an immortal. Fang Yuan, we are no longer mortal and immortal. Fangjing's divine sense swept around. He looked at his immortal aperture as he felt a surge of emotions. This is my immortal aperture, my blessed land, my foundation. At this moment, he felt that his future was bright. There seemed to be endless possibilities. Fang Yuan, even though you are strong, you are still chased around by Central Continent and the Celestial Court. You do not dare to step into Central Continent. With their help, I might be able to deal with you. Even though I understand you, I will not forgive you. Fate makes fools of people. You and I will meet in the end. Different from the previous life, Fang Jing received even more resources. His immortal ascension was brought forward. In the previous life, everyone knew about the nightmare of Southern Border's Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's demonic might was overwhelming. But now, the Celestial Court kept some information about Lang Ye Domain's defeat. The news of Southern Border's change had not spread yet. Thus, Guyue Fangjing did not know about Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost's true monarch's deaths. He did not know that the deities of Southern Frontier were captured by Fang Yuan. Chapter 1804. An immortal Gu floated in front of Fang Yuan, emitting a rank 8 aura. This immortal Gu was like a cocoon, but it was not white, it was pitch black like iron. Holding it in his hand, it had a cold and heavy metallic texture. This was rank 8 Rule Path Immortal Gu, but it fed on pearl thread water. Pearl thread water was a rank 8 Water Path Immortal material. On the surface, it looked like a lump of clear water without any impurities. There was nothing special about it. But if one placed one's hand into the water and squeezed, one could grab a water line and pull it out of the water. The water line was endless. There were water droplets condensed on the water line. They were side by side and close to each other. The entire water droplet was like a necklace. It was beautiful and beautiful. If one continued to pull the water line up, the pearl thread water lump would shrink until all of the water lumps turned into a long water line. Immortal Gu Ad was an oval pitch-black cocoon. Even though it had no mouth or mouth, as long as it was soaked in pearl thread water for 8 days and 8 nights, it would be full. It would last for 80 years. There are 36 years left until the next feeding. Ba Shiba's immortal aperture already has more than half of the pearl thread water. The rest can be traded with Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was well aware of all this. He knew it like the back of his hand, because he had already taken out Ba Shiba's immortal Gu and his soul. Ba Shiba also had a lake in his immortal aperture. The lake was huge. There were a large number of ancient water spiders and 2 immemorial water spiders, 1 male and 1 female. Pearl thread water was the saliva of the immemorial water spiders. It was condensed into essence after living in the water for a long time. The accumulation was slow, drop by drop. If it was not collected in time, the pearl thread water would be consumed by the ancient water spiders to raise their strength. Ba Shiba was a Rule Path Gu immortal. His immortal aperture was mostly Rule Path. He had spent a lot of effort to create this lake. Feeding immortal Gu was troublesome sometimes. For example, even though Ba Shiba's immortal Gu Ad was Rule Path Gu, the food was pearl thread water. If Ba Shiba wanted to feed it himself, he would need to create a water path resource point that produced pearl thread water. This was not good for a Rule Path Gu immortal. But for Fang Yuan, this was not a problem. His mini Eastern Sea was too huge. After the water spiders entered, it was like a small village entering a huge city. Fang Yuan could even create a sea area for these water spiders to live in. With a huge space and a better water path environment, these water spiders would thrive. Fang Yuan, who had the sovereign immortal aperture, could cultivate many paths. He had a huge advantage in terms of Gu nurturing. Ba Shir immortal Gu. For them, Ba Shir Gu was his only rank 8 Gu. Other than that, there were rank 7 and rank 6 immortal Gu, among which there were 2 rank 7 Gu, 1 and 3. Number Gu was an extremely large series of Rule Path Gu worms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could be said that there was no limit to it. Even though Fang Yuan had so many rank 8 immortal Gu, in fact, ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals having 1 rank 8 immortal Gu was already quite good. Ba Shiba had 1, Xiaxia had 2, because these 2 were leaders of righteous path superforces. They had deep foundations and inheritances. Ordinary lone cultivators could not obtain a rank 8 immortal Gu even if they begged for it. For example, old ancestor Shui Hu of Northern Plains, he had great battle strength. He was the number 1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, but he did not have any rank 8 immortal Gu. Even the Celestial Court had many rank 8 Gu immortals but few rank 8 immortal Gu. The ratio was huge. In the previous life, when Longevity Heaven attacked, the Celestial Court was in an awkward situation. Many rank 8 Gu immortals woke up, but they did not have enough immortal Gu to use. Ba Shiba's most valuable killer move was the consecutive hit battle method. If he could hit 18 times in a row, Ba Shiba could easily kill Gu immortals of the same rank. In the previous life, when he fought with Qin Yi, this Celestial Court member paid a lot of attention to it. He tried his best to stop Ba Shiba from hitting 18 times in a row. In truth, Fang Yuan was a little disappointed. He had thought that since Ba Shiba was skilled in consecutive hit battle methods, his rank 8 rule path Immortal Gu was likely to be consecutive Gu. To think that it was addition Gu. Consecutive Gu was much more famous than addition Gu, it was also more practical. With rank 8 consecutive Gu, Fang Yuan could use its power to connect all sorts of killer moves to form a consecutive move effect. Consecutive moves were one of the techniques of using killer moves. When 2 or more killer moves were used consecutively, they could unleash even greater power. Often, only elites among Gu immortals could use it. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this technique. She used Angry Bird and Fire Prison to form a consecutive move. It had extraordinary power. Gu immortals who could think of consecutive moves had to be at least Great Grandmaster attainment level. It could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness' consecutive moves were all fire path killer moves. But using consecutive Gu, killer moves of different paths could be combined into consecutive moves. The significance of this difference was extremely significant. For example, Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and Great Thief Ghost Hand, or Jade Flow Pearl and Strength Path Giant Hand, there were many combinations that could raise one's battle strength to an unimaginable level. Ba Shiba's Immortal Gu, killer moves, and soul were all taken by Fang Yuan, only his body and immortal aperture were left. Even though Fang Yuan could annex apertures, his attainment level was high enough. But he still pushed back the time of annexing apertures for later. Because after annexing apertures, the next calamity and tribulation would be reset, and the time would be reset. Even though this was a small detail, it was very important. The annexation of apertures came to an end, but Bai Ningbing and the rest were busy. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had taken and annexed a large number of immortal apertures. It was truly shocking. There were simply too many blessed lands and grotto heavens added. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture was still stable, after the ecology of the immortal aperture interfered, there was quite a bit of chaos. Bai Ningbing and the rest were dealing with this chaos. Earlier, they were roughly suppressing the chaos, but now they were making detailed adjustments. But there were too many things he needed to comprehend, there were too many killer moves he needed to deduce and modify, and there were too many true inheritances in his possession. If an ordinary person obtained one of these true inheritances, they would be able to change their future and benefit their entire life. They could even influence the situation of the entire world's forces. Right now, in Fang Yuan's possession, he could not even count the number of such true inheritances. Red Lotus True Inheritance, Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance had 2, Long Hair's True Inheritance was not inferior to these venerable true inheritances, Tao Zhu's True Inheritance was also very strong. Fang Yuan had a lot of Immortal Gu. He had so many rank 8 Immortal Gu that almost all rank 8 Gu immortals in the world would feel ashamed. He even had rank 9 Immortal Gu. And his subordinates. Different from the previous life, in this life, he had many subordinates and many of them were elites. They were much more outstanding than an ordinary super force. At this point, Fang Yuan's accumulation and foundation could be said to be world-shaking. He only needed a long period of time to digest them and Fang Yuan's strength would reach the peak of rank 8. But he lacked time. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. In the previous life, he had already felt that he did not have enough time. In this life, the situation had worsened, this feeling was even more intense. Fang Yuan estimated that even with the light of wisdom, according to his current situation, he would need at least 100 years to completely digest these true inheritances and fuse them together. Furthermore, he would have to research them himself and create new ones, to comprehend them himself and achieve even greater results. On one hand, I can adjust the immortal aperture's flow rate and try to gain more time. On the other hand, I need to explore dream realms and raise my attainment levels. It will be much easier for me to comprehend long hair's true inheritance compared to thieving heaven, giant sun, and Genesis lotus true inheritances. Finally, I need helpers, more clones. Under Fang Yuan's eager anticipation, Dang Hun Mountain was repaired several days later. Chapter 1805. A tall crystal mountain stood towering in the little southern border. It was pink in color and emitted a dreamy radiance. It was one of the famous secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Rinzhu, Dang Hun Mountain. Right now, Dang Hun Mountain had almost recovered to its former state. It was not completely restored. The reason was the same as in the previous life. Fang Yuan was wary of the celestial court, fearing that they had methods similar to fixed immortal travel. Of course, it was already close to complete. Dang Hun Mountain's production of Gutsgu had fallen to almost nothing. Fang Yuan could accept it. Rockman rank 6 Gu Immortal Shi arrived at the mountain. Even though he already knew that Fang Yuan had the Gutsgu, but when he looked at this legendary mountain with his own eyes, he still could not control his excitement, his eyes shining with unparalleled passion. Dang Hun Mountain, Gutsgu, he muttered. Gutsgu had a huge significance to the Rockman tribe. Rockmen were all males. They had tall and sturdy bodies, which placed a heavy burden on their souls. Once the Rockmen moved too much, their souls would be damaged. Therefore, in their lives, they would spend 80% of their time sleeping, using it to nurture their souls. After an old Rockman dies, the scattered souls and rocks would fuse together to form a new Rockman, inheriting a portion of the old Rockman's memories and some important experiences. Or if the old Rockman slept for a long time, his soul foundation would accumulate to a certain extent, and he would give up a portion of it to form a new Rockman. This unique reproduction method made the Rockman's soul strength a crucial factor. The stronger the Rockman's soul, the more Rockmen they could produce. However, Rockmen were variant humans. They had innate Earth Path Dao marks that conflicted with Soul Path. Soul Path methods that could increase the strength of the soul were rarely useful to Rockmen. Gutsgu was different. It was born from a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It could increase the strength of the soul. Even though it was a mortal Gu, it was very useful to Gu Immortals. The effect of using Rockmen was extraordinary. Back then, when Fang Yuan had just taken control of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had nurtured Rockmen wantonly. Shi Ching saw Dang Hun Mountain. He saw the rise of the entire Rockman tribe. It was a smooth path to prosperity. How could he not be excited? His emotions surged, and he increasingly felt that following Fang Yuan was the right choice for him and the Stone Golem tribe. Shi Cheng's performance fell into Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan was secretly satisfied with this. Fang Yuan purposely sent Shi Cheng to plunder Gutsgu. It was to lure him with benefits, to let him feel that his future was extremely bright. As long as he followed Fang Yuan closely, there would be endless benefits. Shi Cheng finally calmed down a little and started to control the formation. Fang Yuan had formation path and soul path attainment. He did not lack immortal Gu, and his current soul path cultivation was of utmost importance. He set up an immortal level formation around Dang Hun Mountain. After Shi Cheng obtained Fang Yuan's approval, he was able to control the formation. The great formation rumbled and released rays of grayish-blue light. The light was like mist and smoke, quickly spreading to Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain trembled slightly. The pink crystal mountain also emitted a hazy light, which quickly dyed the grayish-blue light mist pink. The pink mist quickly dyed the entire array. There were large numbers of soul beasts imprisoned in the formation, as well as soul cores. The soul core and the soul beast quickly dissipated under the pink mist of light. The formation worked for a while. Gutsgu condensed one after another, quickly accumulating from single digits to 4 digits. Because Fang Yuan knew that the super forces of the other four regions were definitely discussing how to deal with the celestial court. Because long ago, predecessors had already sensed the changes in the future, for example, southern borders Yao clan. And now that the earth veins were shaking, a huge change was about to happen. Most of the super forces knew that the regional walls were going to vanish and the future of the 5 regions' chaotic war. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Celestial Court, just wait and see. Fang Yuan was paying attention to the discussions. He was also exploring the ink effect. He knew that researching this change would greatly benefit his understanding of fate, all living beings, and the world. Looking back, since rebirth, I annexed Langya Blessed Land. That was the right first step. One step ahead, every step ahead. My advantage is getting bigger and bigger, like a rolling snowball. This is the advantage of rebirth. Of course, I also have the advantage of being a complete otherworldly demon. And also Red Lotus contribution in destroying Fate Goo. Compared to the previous life, there were many positive aspects, but there were also many negative ink effects. Firstly, Southern Borders Rule Path Rank 8 expert Ba Shirba was captured by Fang Yuan. His aperture would be devoured in the future. He would die a horrible death. This meant that when Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance to attack Central Continent, they would lose a strong helper. In the previous life, Ba Shirba resisted Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Qinyi. He was one of the pillars of support for Fang Yuan's side. As for Celestial Court, because Fang Yuan took away the 5 regional true inheritance and destroyed the 5 regional mountain range, there was no ambush in the 5 regional mountain range. Celestial Court's member Jun Xinguang was captured by Fang Yuan during the 5 regional mountain range battle in the previous life. In this life, he was still free. Other than that, Celestial Court had another rank 8 Gu Immortal, that was Prince's Impatience. In Jewel Yellow Skies, my dragonfish business also suffered a huge blow. My profits are at rock bottom. Even though it was the same in the previous life, this time, Fairy Myrtle was provoked by Fang Yuan. Celestial Court's attacks were at least 10 times stronger than before. The dragonfish business's losses were also brought forward. Thankfully, I annexed so many immortal apertures, I gained a huge source of income. But in the previous life, Fairy Myrtle cooperated with Southern Borders Righteous Path to target my economic lifelines. I wonder if it will be brought forward in this life? Would they increase the intensity of their attacks? Like the dragonfish business? Fang Yuan guessed. He felt that the possibility was high. There was also a foreseeable negative effect, that was Longevity Heaven. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven annexed Langya Blessed Land. It caused its reputation to soar. It successfully subdued the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest invaded Celestial Court. But in this life, not only was Langya Blessed Land annexed by Fang Yuan, Longevity Heaven did not get it. Prince's Impatience also returned to Celestial Court. Northern Plains Righteous Path had such a huge traitor. The Huang Jin bloodline lost face. Longevity Heaven could not escape from this. It was implicated. The outside world was in an uproar, but Fang Yuan could not be shaken at all. He stayed in a corner and developed, changing his position from time to time. His enemies could not figure him out. His soul path cultivation was progressing rapidly, but he was still a distance away from split soul. Fang Yuan's time path clone was in charge of deductions, while his main body practiced killer moves. He was very familiar with Xia Cha's killer moves. This was the wealth of his previous life. He brought it with him after rebirth. Fang Yuan's idea was Gu as before Immortal Gu. Thus, this Gu as before formation was only the initial result. When he simplified this formation into a practical killer move, it would be the middle stage result. In the future, he would condense the killer move into an Immortal Gu recipe and refine Gu as before Immortal Gu. That would be the final result. But for now, the Gu as before formation is already my limit. I need to continue improving. I need to increase my foundation. I have absorbed long hair true meaning, and my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still two great monuments, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju, who were equally famous as long hair ancestor. Most of these two's inheritances have already been taken by the celestial court. Maybe the refinement path methods that the celestial court used on fixed space Gu came from these two monuments. As long as I obtain these contents, my foundation will increase greatly. I might not be able to condense an Immortal Gu recipe, but I can definitely simplify it into a killer move and obtain the middle stage result. Fang Yuan's eyes seemed to be burning with intense flames. In the previous life, he could not see any hope. He felt that the celestial court was an insurmountable obstacle. But in this life, he did not think so. However, it was a mortal body and did not have Gu immortal cultivation. The split soul had fused into the third pure dream reality seeker physique body. It had an aperture and only had rank 1 cultivation. A moment later, the pure dream reality seeker physique body opened its eyes. The 30 million man soul had already been restrained and fused into this body. Because this body's cultivation level was not high, it could not contain the complete 30 million man soul. This was a typical situation where the body was too weak and the soul was too strong. As a result, Fang Yuan's split soul had to restrain most of its strength. It was like a giant curling up its body and carefully curling itself into a paper house. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan had already prepared Relic Gu. Relic Gu was a spherical mortal Gu. It was only the size of a thumb and looked ordinary and unremarkable. But it had a huge use. It could refine the aperture walls and raise a Gu master's cultivation level by a small realm. Gu master's cultivation level ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. Relic Gu also had the corresponding rank 5. Rank 1 green copper Relic Gu, rank 2 red steel Relic Gu, rank 3 white silver Relic Gu, rank 4 yellow gold Relic Gu, and rank 5 purple crystal Relic Gu. No matter which rank the Relic Gu was, it was an extremely precious Gu of that rank. Its value far surpassed Gu worms of the same rank. For example, red steel Relic Gu was worth 8,000 yuan stone in the mortal realm. This price was even higher than ordinary rank 3 Gu. And white silver Relic Gu was an extremely precious rank 3 Gu. Its price directly rose to 50,000. Yellow gold Relic Gu was directly controlled. In the mortal market, only white silver Relic Gu were circulated at most. Yellow gold Relic Gu were extremely rare and were often kept in their hands. This situation was slightly better in Jewel Yellow Skies. After all, Jewel Yellow Skies was a Gu Immortals trading market. It was the largest market in the world. In Jewel Yellow Skies, rank 1 to rank 3 Relic Gu were sold in batches. Rank 4 yellow gold Relic Gu were much rarer, and rank 5 purple crystal Relic Gu were even rarer. This was not because Gu Immortals also kept these Gu worms in their hands and did not allow them to circulate, but because Relic Gu could only be formed naturally. No Gu Immortals could refine them. Even in Langya Blessed Land or Celestial Court, it was the same. Why was it like this? Fang Yuan now had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level and Human Path Master Attainment Level. He understood the reason. Because Relic Gu was also a Human Path Gu worm. It had an intrinsic effect on variant humans and humans. In places with large numbers of variant humans and humans, Relic Gu would form more. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone started to use green copper Relic Gu. Gu masters had to undergo tribulation to become immortal. According to common sense, there was a limit to this level of tribulation, no matter how strong Providence was. No matter how strong a rank 6 tribulation was, it would not surpass a rank 7 tribulation. But if it is a dream path tribulation? Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. The pure dream reality seeker physique body's immortal ascension had a high chance of facing a dream path tribulation, but Fang Yuan knew very little about this. In the current situation, even someone as strong as Duke Long was helpless against dream path methods. Fang Yuan was much stronger than Duke Long in this aspect, because he had Unravel Dream. However, Unravel Dream was not omnipotent. Moreover, dream realms were mainly divided into two types. One was realistic dream realms. Fang Yuan explored this type the most. The second was strange dream realms. Anything could happen, they could not be understood with common sense. Fang Yuan did not want to touch them. If I let the pure dream clone undergo immortal ascension, will I be giving Providence a chance to kill me? In that case, I will undergo immortal ascension in the sovereign immortal aperture. There is no Providence in the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though a large amount of heaven and earth chi will be drawn out and my foundation will be damaged, if I have a Gu immortal level pure dream clone, the benefits will be even greater. However, when Fang Yuan teleported the pure dream clone in and wanted to undergo tribulation, the sense of danger in his heart was slightly reduced, but it still lingered. Fang Yuan pondered, this means that even without Providence, if I use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to undergo immortal ascension, there will still be a dream path tribulation? And it will pose a huge threat to me? Immortal ascension meant taking risks. Was this risk worth it? Fang Yuan hesitated for a while before sighing. He chose to play it safe. It was not worth taking risks at this time. Most importantly, he had no confidence at all. It would be fine if it were other paths, but dream path? Fang Yuan shook his head. In fact, he had great expectations for this path. Because once he succeeded, not only would Fang Yuan obtain an immortal level pure dream clone, he would also have the chance to learn from nature, he would gain insight into dream path research results and even have a chance to advance dream path mortal Gu into immortal Gu. But now, Fang Yuan regretfully found that the risk of immortal ascension was extremely high. I might not even be able to use spring-autumn cicada. In this life, Fang Yuan had developed very well, it was not worth the risk. Taking risks blindly was not courageous, it was foolish. Chapter 1810. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of waves entered Fang Yuan's ears. There was also the chirping of seabirds. The surface of Eastern Sea was shining brightly under the warm sunlight. The sea breeze caressed their faces, making them feel relaxed and happy. Fang Yuan, however, felt slightly disappointed. Indeed, it is not time yet. He used Jade Flow Pearl to come to Eastern Sea from southern border. His goal was to find the blue dragon whale. Right now, for Fang Yuan, obtaining Regret Gu was a wonderful thing. Because he wanted to refine a large number of rank 6 immortal Gu to raise his overall strength. With Regret Gu, he could reduce his losses and minimize the risk of Gu refinement. In fact, ever since rebirth, he had been here many times. This sea area was the place where he saw the blue dragon whale with Miao Mingshen and the rest in the previous life. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not manage to find the blue dragon whale. Maybe I should attack Miao Mingshen and snatch that method from him? With that method, I can find the exact location of the blue dragon whale myself. This thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind as he quickly assessed the risks. If he wanted to attack, Miao Mingshen was not hard to deal with. Fang Yuan could even use Chu Ying's identity and wisdom path methods to trap them. The true risk was that Fang Yuan did not know what this method was. If it was an ordinary immortal killer move, so be it. But he was afraid that it was something else. If he used it rashly, it might backfire. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the latter was quite likely. Because in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never heard of anyone snatching this method from Miao Mingshen. Eastern Sea had rank 8 Gu Immortals too. Miao Mingshen was only rank 7. His method was related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Rank 8 Gu Immortals would definitely be tempted. But these Gu Immortals did not seem to want to make a move. It meant that there was more to this than met the eye. According to the previous life's trajectory, I can wait patiently and enter with Miao Mingshen. But this method has a flaw. that is the ink effect. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen chose Chu Ying after some hesitation. Will he still choose Chu Ying in this life? Fang Yuan used Jade Flow Pearl to return to Southern Border. Currently, Southern Border was the safest among the 5 regions. Even if the Southern Border Righteous Path came to deal with him, he had a large number of captives to negotiate with, and he had the most thorough understanding of the Southern Border's situation. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to attack Miao Mingshen. His rebirth plan was going smoothly and he had thought it through. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to kill Miao Mingshen, it would be too hasty to do so now. Everything had to be done at the right time. Everything had to be done step by step in an orderly manner. Sometimes life needs to be fast, and sometimes it needs to be slow. If it was too fast and the fire was too strong, all the good things would be burnt. It was too slow and the fire was too weak. It was a waste of time. Fang Yuan had long mastered the control of the speed of the fire. Next, his main task was to create doppelgangers. He needed to create a Dragon Man doppelganger. The Dragon Man transformation method that Bai Ningbing had was already obtained by Fang Yuan. He had already started researching this method. This method was called the Humans Alike Dragons Goo Refinement Method. It involved the Goo Immortal using themselves as a goo material, combining with Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire to refine them into a Dragon Man. This method's success rate was less than 1%, and during the goo refinement process, all of the Goo Immortal's Dao marks would affect the final result. When Fang Yuan first saw it, he was shocked by the ingenuity of this method. But soon he found the weakness of this method. This method was created by Duke Long. Duke Long was proficient in Qi Path and Transformation Path. He did not have deep refinement path attainment. He relied on his comprehension of Qi Path and Transformation Path attainment levels. But Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. This method could give him a huge boost in refinement path. After modification, the success rate would also increase by a lot. It could even reach 10%. That was 1/10. This was already the limit of Fang Yuan's modification. He could not increase it any further. Because the Humans Alike Dragons Goo refinement method was a human path killer move, it involved the profundity of transformation path. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level could not compare to Duke Long. The same was true for human path attainment level. Thus, the Humans Alike Dragons Goo refinement method was an excellent material. It could allow Fang Yuan to comprehend some of the essence of human path. The true obstacle is Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire was a rank 9 immortal material, the human flame of heaven, earth, and human flames. It was extremely rare. Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven originally had a lump of it, but Bai Ningbing had already used it. It did not exist in Jewel Yellow Skies. Publicly asking to buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies? No, Fang Yuan had a better choice. Xia Clan Headquarters. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan's extortion letter was the first to reach Xia Clan. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you have committed a heinous crime. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a ruthless expression. The other Xia Clan Goo Immortals also had ashen expressions. They were very unsightly. But other than anger and hatred, these Righteous Path Goo Immortals also felt like they were in a dream and unreal. The Great Xia Clan, a super force, was actually being extorted by a demonic Path Goo Immortal one day. And the source of the extortion was Xia Clan's strongest expert, Xia Clan's foundation, the person in charge of Xia Clan, First Supreme Elder Xia Cha. If someone had told this to Xia Clan's Goo Immortals before the ambush, they would have slapped them and scolded them, wake up. But at this time, Xia Clan's Goo Immortals only had the urge to slap themselves. How did things end up like this? As Xia Clan's second Supreme Elder, Xia Zhao was the person with the greatest pressure. He sighed. You have all seen that information path Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan wants us to take out the Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. What ideas do you have? Let's hear them. Xia Clan's immortals looked at each other, not speaking. Xia Zhao could only point out names. He looked at Xia Fei Kuai. You? Didn't you shout quite loudly earlier? Tell us your thoughts. Chapter 1812. Western Desert. Fang clan's headquarters, Guanyuan Blessed Land. Fang Dichang coughed out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Father! Beside him, the adopted son Fang Yun quickly came forward and helped Fang Dichang up. Fang Dichang was heavily injured. When he stood up with help, his body was still swaying and his vision blurred. He quickly inspected his body and smiled bitterly in his mind. This injury had heavily injured his brain. There was a huge crack that almost split his brain into two. At the same time, his soul was also injured. There was a strange green halo in his body that emitted woodpath aura. Fang Dichang sighed as he looked at the huge palace in front of him. This palace was majestic like a mountain. It had green bricks and golden tiles, emitting a dense fragrance of plants and trees. It was solemn and dignified, but also full of vitality. At the top of the door, there was a plaque with 3 words written on it: Divine Bean Palace. This is an immortal goo house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After all, it is well-rounded and has no loopholes. I forcefully deduced and suffered such a backlash. I underestimated the Venerable's power and was too impatient. Fang Dichang sighed. Father, our Fang clan's current situation is not bad. Let's take it slowly. Fang Yun consoled. Fang Dichang shook his head. Although our Fang clan's situation has stabilized, it is still not optimistic. Those clans are restraining themselves because they were intimidated by our theft path killer move. They have not given up on suppressing us. We need to make the best use of our time. We cannot slack off. His father. Fang Dichang looked at Divine Bean Palace and sighed. Sigh, it is a pity that our Fang clan does not have a woodpath goo immortal. The core of this Divine Bean Palace is woodpath. If there was a rank 7 woodpath goo immortal assisting me, I would definitely have a lot of progress in deducing this house. Western Desert had many deserts and oases, but woodpath and waterpath were the least among them. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most woodpath goo immortals, while Eastern Sea had the most waterpath goo immortals. Fang Yun thought about it. Although our Fang clan does not have a woodpath goo immortal, we have a wisdom path goo immortal. You mean Xuanbu Jin? Fang Dichang's gaze focused, vigilance flashed across his eyes as he looked at Fang Yun. Did he ask you to recommend him? Fang Yun let out an sound and shook his head. No, I'm just saying. Lord Xuanbu Jin has never hinted at this. In fact, after he joined our clan, he has been guarding outside and has never contacted me. Fang Dichang's expression eased up. Xuanbu Jin's surname is not Fang after all. Even though he joined Fang clan, we need to be aware of this. Godfather, are you doubting Lord Xuanbu Jin's loyalty? Fang Yun scratched his head. Fang Dichang narrowed his eyes. If I have his help, I can indeed make progress. However, one might know a person's face but not their heart, especially a peerless treasure like Divine Bean Palace. Even if he didn't have such thoughts in the past, when he sees this palace and spends so much time with it, it's hard to say that he won't be greedy. At this point, Fang Dichang was still worried. Are there any movements on Xuanbu Jin's side recently? Fang Yun answered honestly, there's no movement. However, there are rumors targeting Lord Xuanbu Jin, saying that he is Old Man Lai Shen's inheritor, a remnant of the demonic path that was recruited by our clan. There are also rumors that one clan will investigate this matter and verify Lord Xuanbu Jin's identity. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. These people are still trying to catch Xuanbu Jin. But this excuse is quite convincing. At least it is more believable than the previous rumors of him being the demon Fang Yuan. Fang Dichang sneered, not knowing that the previous rumors were the truth and that the current rumors were distorting the truth. Old Man Lai Shen was a wisdom path goo immortal of one clan, but because of a mistake in his cultivation he became deranged and delirious. Old Man Lai Shen had rank 7 cultivation and his battle strength became even stronger after going crazy. He caused huge losses to one clan and even slaughtered the goo immortals of other righteous path forces. This caused a commotion in Western Desert's goo immortal world. Afterwards, several righteous path forces allied and wanted to kill Old Man Lai Shen. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find any traces of Old Man Lai Shen. Eventually, Old man Lai Shen disappeared without a trace, and this matter was left unsettled. Fang Dichang pondered. Xuan Bujin's strength is not ordinary. He is definitely aware of this petty trick. But he has not joined Fang clan for long. It is normal for him to be seen as a weakness of Fang clan. We still need to take care of him and make him focus on defending. Don't move out easily and leave a weakness for the enemy. As for his identity, our Fang clan will clarify it for him and give Western Desert's righteous path a perfect explanation. The moment he said this, Fang Dichang's expression changed. Fang Yun saw that his foster father's expression was not right and quickly asked, "What happened?" Fang Dichang's pale and weak face turned even more ashen. Xuan Bujin just sent a letter saying that he reverse-deduced a wisdom path Gu Immortal nearby and is likely to be the one who spread the rumors. He has already gone to capture him. Fang Yun was stunned. This? According to normal rules, any Gu Immortal guarding a resource had to first report to the clan before they moved out. Only after the clan's approval could they move out. But Xuan Bujin's action was clearly acting first and reporting later. He directly moved out and then reported. Regardless of whether Fang clan agreed or not, he left the area he was guarding and moved out directly. He is a lone cultivator after all. His wild nature is hard to tame. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth hatefully, but at this time he was heavily injured and could not make any more deductions. He could only contact Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong and ask him to reinforce Xuan Bujin as soon as possible. Fang Yun was puzzled. Lord Foster Father, the situation might not be so bad. Wasn't asking the first supreme elder to provide support a little too much of a fuss? Lord Xuan Bujin is a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He must have deduced this time and acted only because he is confident. Fang Dichang's expression was very gloomy. Xuan Bujin is indeed outstanding, but he has an arrogant personality and might be schemed against. If those righteous path forces intentionally lure him out and set up a series of traps, it would be terrible. The soul beasts roared and fiercely counterattacked, but the tornado was like the might of heaven and earth in this immortal battlefield. It was only weakened, it was extremely stable. Fang Yuan personally took action, activating a killer move to block the tornado. One with 3 immortals saw this and their shock eased slightly. Fang Yuan had used a wisdom path killer move in the end, not a soul path killer move. This cannot go on. His soul beasts seem to be endless. I'm going to attack. Wan Hao Guang shouted. Go, the two of us will cover you, Wan Lianghan instructed. Wan Hao Guang charged into the soul beast army. His speed was extremely fast. He fully displayed the advantage of light path. Every time Fang Yuan mobilized the soul beast army to encircle him, Wan Lianghan and Wan Xiao would activate killer moves to cover Wan Hao Guang. With good coordination, Wan Hao Guang charged forward and was about to charge into the center. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He let out another 4 soul beasts. Wan Hao Guang's charge paused. He immediately cried out in shock. Immemorial soul beasts. What do we do? Wan Xiao could not help looking at Wan Lianghan. To them, this situation was very awkward. The original plan was for the 3 immortals to work together and quickly take down Xuan Bujin. Even if Xuan Bujin had peak rank 7 battle strength, this plan had a huge chance of success. However, the moment Fang Yuan took out 4 immemorial soul beasts, Wan clan's 3 immortals plan was shaken. When Fang Yuan chose to defend to the death, Wan clan's plan had already failed. As a wisdom path Gu Immortal, although Wan Lianghan's attainment level was not as high as Fang Dichang's, he was also very sharp and had the intention to retreat. However, taking the initiative to retreat now was not easy. The immortal battlefield was set up. If he took the initiative to retreat, it would definitely leave behind a huge flaw. Xuan Bujin was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. How could he give up on such an opportunity? Moreover, the current situation had not completely lost the opportunity. Wan clan's 3 immortals still had trump cards that they had not used yet. Wan Lianghan showed a rare sign of hesitation. Fang Yuan was very calm. If his true strength was exposed, these 3-1 clan immortals might be so scared that they would beg for mercy on the spot. However, he did not want to make a move. Wan Lianghan was definitely going to die. It was this rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal who had repeatedly deduced him. He was very annoyed. As for the other two, Fang Yuan was more willing to see them alive. Back then, when he disguised as Swan Bujin, Fang Yuan had specially prepared a set of wisdom path immortal Gu and methods for this identity. Now, this set of methods was even more abundant. Fang Yuan secretly activated immortal Gu distracting thoughts and prepared an immortal killer move. Wan Haoguang's vision was filled with all kinds of soul beasts. From the outside, the soul beast army was like a torrential wave of ink, while Wan Haoguang's thick white light armor was like a speck of light submerged in the pitch-black ink. Wan Haoguang was surrounded, but he did not show the slightest fear or dodge. Forward, forward, forward. He was like a sharp sword that pierced through the tightly united soul beast army, finally stabbing into Fang Yuan's body. However, his repeated advances were all in vain. Most of the time, he would lose his momentum midway. There were a few times when he was about to succeed, but he was blocked by 4 immemorial soul beasts. There are 6 ancient soul beasts in front. They are tall and sturdy. They are lined up in 2 rows. There are 2 ancient soul beasts behind us. They are very fast and have been trying to tie me down. I cannot stop. Once I stop and get entangled by them, this assault will fail. But I cannot charge forward directly. The ancient soul beasts in front are clearly controlled by Swan Bujin. They are very sturdy. I can only change my path. That's right. Wan Haoguang was affected by the distracting thoughts and was the closest to Fang Yuan. He was distracted in the battlefield and thought of other things, thus he was surrounded. Wan Xiao was disturbed by this move, and at the crucial moment of activating the immortal killer move, distracting thoughts caused the killer move to fail and he suffered heavy injuries. Wan Lianghan was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. He sensed something amiss and finally made up his mind. This Swan Bujin is so sinister, he actually has such a strange method. We do not know his details after all, we were not on guard against him, thus we suffered a huge loss. Today's opportunity has been lost. I should go back and think of a way to break this move. I will find trouble with this guy in the future. Just as he was thinking. Whoosh! But it was all too late. How could Fang Yuan give him a chance to struggle before death? Immortal killer move, wisdom. Fang Yuan's palm lightly pushed, a great thief ghost hand, flew out and directly entered Wan Lianghan's body. Next, the great thief ghost hand flew back, its fist tightly clenched like it was pinching something. Fang Yuan lightly smiled and announced, "Your life is mine." Wan Lianghan's eyes were wide open. He was already dead. Brother Lianghan. Seeing this, Wan Xiao and Wan Haoguang cried out in shock, their voices hoarse and filled with extreme grief and indignation. Wan Zhao's eyes were bloodshot while Wan Haoguang's tiger eyes were also filled with tears. It was not easy to nurture a wisdom path Gu immortal. Wan Lianghan's death was a huge loss to Wan clan. By killing Wan Lianghan, Fang Yuan had already completed half of his goal. The remaining half would depend on the follow-up performance of these 2 Wan clan Gu immortals. By now, the spoils of battle of these 2 rank 7 Gu immortals were no longer in Fang Yuan's eyes. What he was after was the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Thus, he activated transformation path methods and his aura gradually fell. This guy suddenly became weak. So he was not so strong after all. Maybe the move he used to kill Brother Lianghan has a huge repercussions. Wan Xiao and Wan Haoguang were pleasantly surprised to find that Fang Yuan's aura had weakened. The Soul Beast army under his control was no longer tightly united, instead becoming scattered and scattered. But soon after, Fang Yuan stored Wan Lianghan's corpse and hid in the protection of the 4 immemorial soul beasts. Wan Xiao and Wan Haoguang gritted their teeth in hatred, but they also understood that Feng Yuan could not be killed. If this dragged on, they would also die here. Thus, they stored the immortal battlefield and chose to retreat. Feng Yuan took the chance to beat Wan Xiao until he fainted, while Wan Haoguang hugged Wan Xiao tightly and ran away. Feng Yuan controlled the Soul Beast army and pretended to chase for a while, before looking at Wan Haoguang's back in satisfaction as he disappeared into the clouds. I should go too. Feng Yuan, however, did not stay. He looked at the direction of Wan clan's headquarters and smiled, before withdrawing his army and disappearing without a trace. When Feng clan's first supreme elder Feng Gong rushed over with great difficulty, he could only stare blankly at the empty desert. All the traces left behind at the scene showed that there had been a huge battle earlier. Feng Gong's expression was somewhat unsightly as he thought, "This Swan Bu Jin. It seems that I was a step too late and let the enemy succeed." Just as he was thinking, there was a commotion in the jewel-yellow skies. Feng Yuan used the same trick again, using Swan Bu Jin's identity to announce the process of this battle to the public. The Gu Immortals discussed heatedly, and Western Desert's Gu Immortal world was even more shaken. What kind of person is this Swan Bu Jin? He actually has 4 immemorial soul beasts as guards, and his wisdom path methods are also very strange. No wonder Feng Clan recruited him. Another rank 7 peak stage expert has appeared in Western Desert's righteous path. The great era is really coming. Not only are earth trenches appearing frequently, all kinds of monsters are also starting to appear. Feng Gong only noticed the change in the jewel-yellow skies after Feng Dichang's reminder. Feng Gong let out a sigh of relief, but was also a little puzzled. So the victor is Swan Bu Jin. But why is he not returning yet? Feng Dichang laughed. He is a lone immortal after all, he just joined our clan. Now that he killed Wan Lianghan, this is a Western Desert Righteous Path Gu Immortal, a member of a super force. Adding on our Feng clan's current situation, he is worried that we will abandon him in order to protect ourselves. Thus, he stayed outside and took the initiative to announce this battle to the public. After hearing this, Feng Gong's mind immediately felt like the fog had dispersed. He understood. You wisdom path Gu Immortals are all so cunning. Swan Bu Jin is threatening our Feng clan, but his worries are not wrong. This time, Wan Lianghan was killed by him. The relationship between our Feng clan and Wan clan is almost broken. Sigh, the situation that had just stabilized might collapse because of this. Our Feng clan's situation has become even more difficult. In your opinion, what should we choose? Should we abandon Swan Bu Jin and maintain our relationship with Wan clan? Or should we abandon Wan clan and protect Swan Bu Jin? Right now, I can already see that Swan Bu Jin does not truly want to integrate into our Feng clan. He can go against us for his own selfish reasons. However, Wan clan is not a good person either. This time, they took the initiative to attack us and suffered a loss. They will definitely retaliate even more fiercely. Feng Dichang pondered, I think it is more advantageous to protect Swan Bu Jin. Swan Bu Jin has an arrogant nature. It is normal for him to not be on the same side as us. It is because he has enough strength to support his pride. Just those 4 immemorial soul beasts are already beyond our imagination. In this battle, he even exposed 2 wisdom path killer moves. Each of them is strange and dangerous. If the enemy is slightly careless, they will fall into his hands. This time, Wan clan is indeed the first to find trouble with us. If we show weakness, the other clans will instead think that our strength is lacking. They will become even more restless. The results of our theft path killer move earlier will also disappear. At this crucial moment, our Feng clan should maintain a strong stance and protect Swan Bu Jin. Although Swan Bu Jin is not on the same side as us, he is a qualified ally. We have the experience of working together. We even have the foundation of working together before. Our clan still owes him a sum of money. This is the capital we can use to our advantage. With him reinforcing our clan, this is what the other righteous path forces do not want to see. Feng Dichang was indeed a wisdom path great grandmaster. After some analysis, Feng Gong immediately understood the situation. Feng Gong nodded and said in a heavy tone, You are right. Protecting Swanbujin is indeed more advantageous to our clan than easing the relationship with one clan. But if we do this, one clan will definitely take revenge, our Fang clan will face even greater pressure. Fang Dichang sighed helplessly, there is nothing we can do. The news of Divine Bean Palace has been leaked, didn't we already foresee this situation? The current plan is to refine Divine Bean Palace as soon as possible. With this house in hand, our Fang clan will be able to resolve our current crisis. At the same time, he cleverly showed his weakness. Fang Yuan clearly had methods to manipulate soul beasts, but he did not use them. In this way, the Fang clan felt that Swanbujin was still under their control. Following that, it was only natural that he would try to protect and recruit them. This battle looked like an intense battle between Fang Yuan and Wan clan's 3 immortals. But the truth was that Fang Yuan could intensify the conflict between the two sides based on the current situation. He could influence Fang clan and Wan clan, these two colossi, and manipulate the situation of Western Desert. Fang Yuan's true objective was behind the battle. If he carried out this plan, his future gains would be unimaginable. Mere wisdom block immortal goo and so on were just appetizers before the main course. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan no longer cared about the gains and losses of a city or a lake, he was aloof from everything. His body was in the middle of the battle, he could move freely in all directions. His heart was in the middle of the battle, he could look around. Unknowingly, I have already reached this stage. Since ancient times, were those heroes who led the eras and controlled the world like this? Heh! Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. Green Ghost Desert was even darker at night. Dark clouds covered the sky, not even a trace of starlight shone through. Fang Yuan sat on the head of a sinister and terrifying immemorial soul beast. An army of soul beasts surrounded him. However, it seemed easy to gather 12 different types of immemorial year beasts, but it was actually very difficult. Not only did it depend on strength, it also depended on luck. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not have the time and energy to spend on this. His luck was also bad, he did not manage to gather a complete set of battle formations during the Central Continent Gu Refinement War. There were many year beasts in the River of Time, but these year beasts were not evenly distributed. Instead, every once in a while, there would be a huge increase in the number of immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan did not have absolute confidence that he could gather them in this life. But the manpower, resources, time, energy, and luck that he invested in this was far more than in the previous life. This was the truth. Time passed by quickly. Southern Border's righteous path was being extorted by Fang Yuan. They secretly thought of ways to deal with Fang Yuan, but they were afraid of harming him. Western Desert's righteous path was in a stalemate. Fang clan and Wan clan were debating endlessly. The other righteous path forces were restraining themselves, but there were turbulent undercurrents in the dark. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been working hard to gather the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, but there was not much progress. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven had spent a lot of money to recruit Langya sect. This move made Northern Plains Gu Immortals realize Longevity Heaven's sincerity. Their resistance was greatly reduced. But in this life, Langya Blessed Land had already been devoured by Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea was calm as usual. Occasionally, there were some small conflicts, but they did not amount to much. The most sensational matter was the Ascending Heaven Plane contest, but this matter had already been settled. Meanwhile, in Central Continent, Celestial Court was licking its wounds after losing the battle of Langya sect. Fairy Myrtle wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, but she could do nothing about Fang Yuan's secluded cultivation. Even if he took action, he would disguise himself, making it hard for people to distinguish the real from the fake. The 5 regions Gu Immortal world entered a temporary period of peace. Fang Yuan did not waste any time. He made full use of this rare period of peace to digest his gains and strengthen himself. Time cutting edge had been perfected again. 5 restriction profound light qi, after this period of hard work, had already reached the level of being able to use 5 different colored light qi. It was only a small distance away from mastering it. And the progress of his soul path cultivation was also very gratifying. Fang Yuan's soul had already surpassed 10 million man soul, reaching 100 million man soul. This was already the limit of a human. Chapter 1817. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The soul path formation was already set up. The formation floated in the air, covering an area of about 3 miles. The dark light emitted by the formation was like a huge pancake. The edges were thick and the middle was thin. Inside the formation, cold winds blew and the temperature fell, but outside the formation, it was as usual. Fang Yuan scanned it several times with his divine sense and was satisfied. This formation is modified from a soul path killer move. It is more stable than a killer move, and the user can control it more exquisitely. This was a soul cultivation method recorded in the Shadow Sect True Inheritance. It could let the human soul break through its limits and reach the desolate soul level. Fang Yuan used his own formation path attainment as the foundation of this soul cultivation killer move to perfect improvement. After everything was prepared, Fang Yuan sent his 100 million man soul into the formation. A desolate beast soul core was held in Fang Yuan's hand. When his soul came to the center of the formation, he crushed this soul core. The soul core had already been dealt with in advance, and now that it was affected by the formation, it became extremely fragile. Once the soul core was crushed, it turned into mist and floated out. The formation sped up, causing the mist to spread rapidly, completely shrouding Fang Yuan's 100 million man soul. In the next few hours, the mist gradually thinned until it dissipated. Fang Yuan's 100 million man soul still looked the same as his sovereign immortal body. It was condensed and lifelike. Fang Yuan's soul's feelings and experience were very different from before. This is a desolate soul? Fang Yuan's soul looked at his hands. He could clearly feel that although his appearance did not change much, there was a surge of power surging within him. This power was completely unimaginable in his previous state. 100 million man soul could only interfere with matter. It was very dangerous to be surrounded by ordinary beasts and suffer. But the desolate soul's battle strength was completely different from the 100 million man soul. Next is the actual combat test. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the formation, eager to try. He was already prepared. A desolate beast was imprisoned not far away. Just as the desolate beast regained its freedom, it saw a blue-black soul the size of an adult flying towards it. With a loud roar, its ominous aura erupted. It opened its mouth and bit towards Fang Yuan's soul. At this critical moment, Fang Yuan's soul suddenly rose up, avoiding the desolate beast's bite and flying above its head. Fang Yuan's soul suddenly lifted its leg, and then its right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain-like wild beast was severely injured and sent flying by Fang Yuan's kick. Again! Fang Yuan's soul shot out and chased after him, waving his fists and legs. How could a desolate beast's intelligence compare to Fang Yuan's? In addition to its large physique, Fang Yuan dodged it nimbly, so it could only passively take a beating. Fang Yuan's punches landed on the beast's flesh, and after a while, the dire beast was howling in pain. Finally, it lost its will to fight and turned to flee. Fang Yuan did not chase after them. He would arrange for someone to deal with them later. A faint excitement lingered in Fang Yuan's soul. I really possess desolate beast battle strength. Together with my battle strength, ordinary desolate beasts are not my match in a one-on-one battle. However, my human soul could float, but after breaking through to desolate soul, I am completely unable to fly. I can only rely on goo worms. The reason why Fang Yuan could fly in battle was because his soul contained all kinds of immortal goo and beads of immortal essence. Some soul beasts could fly, while others could not. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone was only a half-finished product. The Pure Dream clone's body had no problems, but its soul was only Fang Yuan's human soul. Even though the Pure Dream clone was human to begin with, it was not compatible with Fang Yuan's split soul. It needed a long period of adjustment and some soul path methods to completely transform Fang Yuan's split soul into the appearance of the body. Only then could it be considered a true match. In fact, when Fang Yuan first obtained the sovereign immortal body, his body and soul were also not compatible. Later, after a long period of cultivation, he used soul path methods to adjust them, finally reaching the current state of perfect compatibility. Dragonians were also mutants, so their physical bodies naturally had their own unique features. Rockmen had dense earth path Dao marks, snowmen specialized in ice and snow path, hairy men had refinement path Dao marks, mermen specialized in water path, while dragon men had innate enslavement path Dao marks. Dragon men had incredible talent in enslavement path. They were a natural king race. They could control other life forms more easily than other races. The influence of enslavement path Dao marks is not only external, it also has huge benefits for dragon men. According to Fang Yuan's deduction, with enslavement path Dao marks, the dragon man society was much tighter than other races. This tightness was not due to external factors, it was due to the dragonman's innate talent. According to Fang Yuan's viewpoint, the influence of enslavement path Dao marks was far more important than the dragonman's external influence. Dragon men would be united, they would not be like other races, especially humans, who had internal strife and friction. As for enslavement path, it was specialized in attrition tactics, the cost of cultivating it was very high, but if it reached a certain scale, it could fight against many, defeating stronger opponents. Some paths had outstanding battle strength, like blood path, metal path, sword path, and so on. But fighting against many, defeating stronger opponents was something only a few paths had. For example, formation path. When Fang Yuan was immortal, he had used enslavement path methods to participate in the imperial court contest. Not long ago, he had used formation path methods to capture the southern border immortals. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something. No wonder in my previous life, Dragon Palace was able to enslave Di Zongxing. This immortal goo house should be an enslavement path immortal goo house. Regarding Dragon Palace in his previous life, Fang Yuan did not know about the inside story. Even now, he did not understand why Bai Ningbing suddenly became the Dragon Palace Lord. But it did not matter. Even if the Dragon Man clone is useless, I still have a living Bai Ningbing. The Dragon Man clone was only a rank 1 goo master. The next step was to nurture him and help him ascend to an immortal. The path he would take was probably enslavement path. The Pure Dream clone's aperture had already been sealed by Fang Yuan with great difficulty. The clone's soul continued to cultivate and transform, trying to perfectly match the body. These two clones' souls might have some soul path cultivation, but they would not have the amount of the main body's soul, they would only have some superficial knowledge. Because different Dao marks would repel and interfere with each other. After cultivating for a while more, I can attack. Fang Yuan's eyes burned with eerie fire. Celestial Court side was still under Fairy Myrtle's control. Central Great Hall. A piece of news made her frown disappear. That's right, old ancestor Shui who has accepted Prince's Impatience's suggestion, he is accepting our funding. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. It showed great determination, thus lone immortals and demonic path were in great conflict. She was joyful because Fang Yuan had finally appeared. She was not afraid of him not appearing, she was afraid of him hiding and not knowing what he was up to. Honestly speaking, as long as Fang Yuan did not appear, Fairy Myrtle felt even more pressure. She did not know what Fang Yuan was up to. But now that Fang Yuan had appeared, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Good I want to see how much you have grown. I will definitely make good use of this opportunity to kill you. Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with killing intent. As for that rank 8 Immortal Goo House, is that the source of your confidence? Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel slightly bewildered. This rank 8 Immortal Goo House appeared without any warning. According to common sense, even super forces could not conceal the construction of an Immortal Goo House. Many traces would be exposed. Because there were simply too many things to prepare. During the construction of an Immortal Goo House, the commotion would not be small and would be discovered by others. Fang Yuan was not an exception. But the process of his accumulation was in the previous life. Fairy Myrtle could not discover it. How did Fang Yuan suddenly obtain a time path Immortal Goo House, and it is rank 8? What abilities and methods does this boat-shaped Immortal Goo House have? Thoughts collided in Fairy Myrtle's mind as purple chi spread rapidly in Central Great Hall. She quickly deduced and made her decision. She estimated that even if this time path Immortal Goo House was rank 8, its strength would be limited. Because it appeared too suddenly, there were no records of this boat in history. It was likely that Fang Yuan used the Immortal Goo to test it out in a hurry. Moreover, regardless of whether it was strong or weak, the Celestial Court needed to probe it and stop Fang Yuan from obtaining Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fairy Myrtle quickly ordered Qin Yi to move Eternal Yacht to present and past pavilion. A detailed and clear topographic map immediately appeared in her mind. When Eternal Yacht meets up with present and past pavilion, we will have them attack Fang Yuan from the front and back. Fairy Myrtle's gaze was sharp as a blade. Earlier, present and past pavilion was monitoring the river while Eternal Yacht was moving around, searching for Red Lotus True Inheritance. Now, Eternal Yacht was already rushing over under Fairy Myrtle's orders. In the River of Time, the 4 Xuanzi also received Fairy Myrtle's orders. They are going to attack. According to Fang Yuan's speed and direction, he will leave present and past pavilions range soon. We will attack first and restrain Fang Yuan, luring him here. Then, Eternal Yacht will attack him from behind. The 4 Xuanzi quickly controlled present and past pavilion, causing huge waves in the River of Time. The waves were like a huge army crashing towards Myriad Year Flying Warship. They finally attacked. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, a variant human Goo Immortal shouted in excitement. Fang Yuan purposely appeared near present and past pavilion to lure the latter into attacking. Lord Sect Leader is so bad, he clearly does not want to expose the fact that he has already discovered present and past pavilion. He is pretending to be ignorant. The other party has been deceived. Lady White Rabbit's long eyelashes fluttered as her eyes shined with a bright light. She had learned another sinister move. Fang Yuan gasped. He frowned as he sensed the change in the river. The 4 Xuanzi could clearly see the minute changes in his expression. Fang Yuan found something amiss. He is controlling that rank 8 Immortal Goo House to charge towards us. Don't worry, we are far away from him. So fast. The speed displayed by Myriad Year Flying Warship shocked the 4 Xuanzi. A moment ago, they were still calm and composed, but now, their expressions changed as their bodies and minds shook. In the waves, Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a swordfish. It pierced through the waves and charged towards present and past pavilion with incredible speed. Increase the strength. The eldest of the 4 Xuanzi, Shang Xuanzi, shouted. Present and past pavilion let out a dazzling light. The waves created were tens of feet tall. Like a tsunami, they submerged Myriad Year Flying Warship. Boom, boom, boom. Myriad Year Flying Warship was covered in a layer of silver light. It crashed through the waves again and again. Its speed became even faster. It was like a peerless sword stabbing towards them. The 4 Xuanzi were pale. Their eyes were filled with shock. Fang Yuan was too fast and ferocious. They felt uneasy. Zhong Xuanzi quickly shouted, "Quick, use that move." Present and past pavilion's light shone even brighter. It was like a grand pillar of light that soared into the sky. Under present and past pavilions' influence, the water around myriad-year flying warship underwent a strange change, turning into a huge whirlpool in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool's water flow was rapid, it barely trapped myriad-year flying warship. The four Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. We finally trapped it. This immortal goo house's speed is astonishing. In just a few breaths of time, it has already traversed more than half the distance. But it is already trapped by us now. Let's test it out and see what kind of power it has. The whirlpool's water flow became even more rapid, the waves changed into sawtooth shapes. Countless sawteeth surrounded myriad-year flying warship, gnawing and grinding at its body. Myriad-year flying warship was stuck in the center of the whirlpool. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. Sun Guizi revealed a shocked expression. Such a tough immortal goo house. Even the sawtooth whirlpool cannot break its protective light. Xia Xuanzi patted Sun Guizi's shoulder and consoled, "Don't worry, it has only been less than 10 breaths of time. If we continue to grind and gnaw at it, it will collapse." Although he said that, the four Xuanzi were astonished. They knew the power of the sawtooth whirlpool killer move. This was present and past pavilion's strongest offensive method. Ordinary goo immortals would be sliced into pieces in the blink of an eye. None of the four Xuanzi could last for 3 breaths of time. Even present and past pavilion itself would become unstable after entering it. A large number of goo worms would die. But looking at it now, myriad-year flying warship was completely unscathed. It was even somewhat peaceful. The four Xuanzi felt a chill in their hearts. It is a rank 8 immortal goo house after all. Where is Eternal Yacht now? Oh no, the situation is bad. Sun Guizi suddenly shouted. The other 3 Xuanzi quickly looked over, only to see that the water flow around myriad-year flying warship was changing rapidly, from the sawtooth whirlpool to a silver-white torrent. The torrent moved around myriad-year flying warship. In just a few breaths of time, the torrent had expanded by more than 10 times. Present and past pavilion has methods to manipulate the river. How can our myriad-year flying warship not have them? The variant human goo immortals in the room laughed heartily. Charge! Fang Yuan instructed plainly. Boom! Like a gushing waterfall or a torrent, the torrent around myriad-year flying warship surged and surged forward. Myriad-year flying warship easily broke through the damaged sawtooth whirlpool under the pressure of the torrent, charging towards the four Xuanzi with a fierce momentum. Chapter 1820. Following the tributary of the River of Time, Fang Yuan and the rest returned to southern border. Even though the immortals were in good condition and had high morale, they still needed to rest and recuperate after the battle. Our gains from this battle are quite good. Fang Yuan inspected the corpses that he had salvaged. Other than rank 8 goo immortal Qinyi, these central continent rank 7 goo immortals were mostly from the 10 great ancient sects. They did not have the qualifications to join Celestial Court, so they did not contribute their immortal apertures. Most of the goo worms were destroyed, but these immortal apertures were still intact. There were also 1 or 2 immortal goo that were luckily preserved after the 2 immortal goo houses were destroyed. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan was prepared to inspect these immortal apertures and see if there were any problems. If there were no problems, he would devour them. Of course, there were some goo immortals like Fang Yuan who could not devour apertures because his path attainment level was not high enough. In fact, there were some such people among the southern border captives. The loot is just a bonus. The true meaning of this battle is that I finally got rid of the passive situation. This is the first time I have the initiative in this battle against Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had used the perfect timing in this battle. If he fought earlier, he would not have the Immortal Gu House myriad-year flying warship. He would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation level. This was not good. Because once his rank 8 cultivation level was exposed, Celestial Court would find out that Fang Yuan had not undergone tribulation. The secret of the sovereign immortal aperture would also be exposed. If the battle was delayed, Celestial Court would not just have these 2 immortal Gu houses. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had encountered 4 time path immortal Gu houses. After destroying Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion, Celestial Court fell into an extremely passive situation. Celestial Court was afraid that Fang Yuan would obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. They would definitely send more troops in the River of Time to stop Fang Yuan. However, after Lord Huangshi, Celestial Court lacked Time Path rank 8s. They could only use Qing Yi and Time Path Immortal Gu houses as replacements. This way, Fang Yuan had another chance to break through. Just like how Fang Yuan destroyed the Eternal Ship and the Present and Past Pavilion. However, even if the Celestial Court knew this, they still needed to investigate as soon as possible and try their best to stop it, even if they had to pay a great price. In my previous life, the Celestial Court defended the River of Time impenetrably. But in this life the River of Time has become a place that the Celestial Court must save. It is also the best battlefield for me to weaken the Celestial Court and allow the Celestial Court to continue bleeding. Fang Yuan was almost certain of the Celestial Court's reaction. Just like how the Celestial Court had the strategic advantage of Fate Gu, forcing the 4 regions Gu Immortals to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan relied on the pretense of being a true disciple of Red Lotus to force the Celestial Court to send more troops to the River of Time. But this way, the secret of my rebirth should not be able to be kept. During the Battle of Langya Domain, Fairy Myrtle already had serious suspicions. During this period of time, Fang Yuan captured the southern border pursuers and went on a killing spree in the River of Time. If Fairy Myrtle still could not confirm that Fang Yuan had reborn, she would not be Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan would not underestimate Fairy Myrtle, he understood her very well. Often, those who understood you were not your friends, but your enemies. Gu Immortals knew that Fang Yuan was not to be trifled with, but the current Fang Yuan was also not to be trifled with. Even a colossal force like the Celestial Court, the strongest righteous path force in the 5 regions, had its dignity trampled on by Fang Yuan time and time again. Even now, they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Southern border, Wu clan. Wu Yong had a dark gaze. Fang Yuan. Celestial Court, Qi clan. Qi Chu Yu's expression was ashen. He finally realized a possibility. The traitor has not been found. Maybe, this is a secret that was exposed in my previous life. If I had made a deal with Fang Yuan in my previous life, doesn't that mean I am the traitor? Thinking of this, Qi Chu Yu was stunned. Western Desert, Tang Clan. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder were talking in secret. This demon Fang Yuan is getting stronger and stronger. If his relationship with our clan is exposed, the Celestial Court will definitely exterminate our clan. We are already cooperating with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is very powerful now. This relationship cannot be stopped. We need to be even more careful from now on. If he really becomes a demon venerable in the future, it will be a great opportunity for our Tang clan to develop. Xi clan. In the secret room, the first Supreme Elder smiled. Interesting. The Celestial Court wants the whole world to attack Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan is also spreading the threat and weakness of the Celestial Court. He wants the Gu Immortals of the 4 regions to attack the Celestial Court. At that time, Gu Lu and He Fan fought intensely. They were evenly matched, but he was killed by Lu's sneak attack. Fang Yuan attacked prematurely, defeating Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion. He even killed Qin Yi. causing the ink effect, causing Gu Lu to wake up prematurely. This rank 8 time path great expert, in an environment like the River of Time, would definitely be a huge obstacle to Fang Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan's divine sense enveloped this swamp. There was extremely fertile and high-quality silt here. Above the silt was a layer of clear river water that was knee-deep. This was the resource point that Fang Yuan had just created, Misty Flower Extreme Swamp. Extreme Swamp was vast and boundless. Every few li, there would be a desolate plant extreme swamp flower bud that was as big as a house. When the extreme swamp flower bloomed, its petals were connected and shaped like a trumpet. They were mostly white, with a few having traces of pink. And from the center of the extreme swamp flower, traces of white mist would gradually spread out. This extreme swamp mist was Regret Gu's food. The troublesome aspect of Regret Gu's feeding was that the ingredients were hard to store. Extreme swamp flower mist needed to be fresh, so the best method was to create a corresponding resource point in the Immortal Aperture. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had created this Misty Flower Extreme Swamp, but that was only after he obtained Regret Gu. But in this life, because he had a lot of money, Fang Yuan had set it up in advance. Although he had not obtained Regret Gu yet, he had prepared ahead of time. Once Regret Gu was in his hands, he would not have to worry about feeding it. Even before he obtained Regret Gu, Fang Yuan had already solved the problem of feeding it. He was already self-sufficient with the Immortal Gu he had. Not long ago, he had obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu Jiada from Ba Shirba, and Fang Yuan had also finished gathering them, creating a specialized sea area in Mini Eastern Sea. Furthermore, he brought in an entire group of water spider beasts, so that the rank 8 Immortal Gu Jiada had sufficient food. Naturally, these water spiders were obtained from Fang Yuan's extortion of Southern Border's righteous path. Even though Fang Yuan had already annexed most of the Southern Border captives' immortal apertures, and even searched through their souls, Southern Border's righteous path did not know this. They obediently endured Fang Yuan's extortion. Just like how Celestial Court did not know that the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left for Fang Yuan did not have a way to destroy Fate Gu. But Celestial Court was afraid that the situation would turn bad. They did their best to recover from their disadvantage in the River of Time. There was a saying on Earth in the art of war. The best strategy is to attack the enemy, the second is to attack the enemy, the third is to attack the enemy, and the third is to attack the city. This was a wise saying. The female Inkman Immortal sneered, "You are too naive. You can even believe the bewitching words of an evil demon?" Wei Yushu closed his eyes, his voice was hoarse. "It is not that I believe it, I am willing to believe it." Hearing this, the female Inkman Immortal's gaze froze, her anger slowly dissipating. She recalled the good times of the past, how much she doted on this slave of a different race, but those days were gone forever. She said regretfully, "Oh Yushu, I have forgiven you many times in the past, but I can't do it this time. If I were to pardon you, it would damage the dignity of my clan. If I did not act personally, you would have escaped. As expected of the hard work I taught you personally. Actually, this place is very close to the Celestial Court's sphere of influence." Hearing this, Wei Yushu felt like he was injected with strength. He opened his eyes and stared at the female Inkman Immortal. He begged, "Before I die, I do not have any other wish, I only have one thought. Please let me crawl out of this hole and take a look at the Celestial Court." The female Inkman Immortal was silent for a while. She sighed, "All right." She moved to the side to make way. Wei Yushu stretched out his bloody hands, using all his strength to crawl forward. He was panting, sweat and blood mixed together. It took him a long time to crawl out of the hole despite the short distance. This hole was located at the waist of the mountain. His field of vision was wide. He looked forward expectantly, but he only saw thick fog. What a coincidence! It's common to have fog in the mountains. The female Inkman Immortal walked out from behind him, but even without this fog, you would not be able to see the celestial court. I said, this is only the periphery of the celestial court's sphere of influence. It is actually just a piece of barren land. But Wei Yushu seemed to have obtained great satisfaction. He sprawled on the ground powerlessly. He no longer had the strength to raise his head. But his eyes shone like stars. He sighed, "No, I see it, I see the celestial court." The female Inkman Immortal was moved. After Wei Yushu said this, his last breath finally dissipated. He lost his life on the spot. The female Inkman Immortal fell into silence. She stared ahead in silence. That was the direction of the celestial court. Her expression was unprecedentedly solemn and dignified. Chapter 1823. In the entire third stage of the Chi Path Dream Realm, Fang Yuan was completely reduced to a spectator. However, when this third stage was completed, the entire Chi Path Dream Realm vanished without a trace. Fang Yuan's exploration was completed. This dream realm was difficult at the start and easy at the end. The first two stages required continuous failures to accumulate experience. Even with my Unravel Dream Killer move, it was not very useful. But in the final stage, I did not even need to make a move, I passed it. This was the most comfortable time for Fang Yuan as a spectator. If he could watch it like this every time, how wonderful would it be to explore the dream realm? This dream realm is either the remote antiquity era or the olden antiquity era. Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's gaze was somewhat complex. Even though he was the enemy of Celestial Court, he had to admit the greatness of Celestial Court. Immediately after, his gaze turned cold. No matter how great you are, if you block my path, I can only use all my strength to eliminate you. This dream realm was successfully explored. Fang Yuan advanced to Chi Path Grandmaster. The improvement was quite huge. After all, Fang Yuan's previous Chi Path attainment level was completely poor. It was ordinary. No wonder that Wei Yushu in the dream was able to obtain the favor of the Inkman Princess. His talent in Chi Path must be the main reason. In this dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan's greatest understanding was not the dream realm or the celestial court, but his own soul. Desolate Soul. After forming Desolate Soul, exploring dream realms became much easier. If it was at human soul level, the damage from this exploration would be much heavier. Although Gutsgu could recover, it would greatly affect the exploration efficiency. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Maybe in the future, when I use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to explore dream realms, the damage to my soul will be even less than now. Like when Fang Yuan was cultivating in Luopa Valley, the Luopa wind was blowing. Once Fang Yuan's soul escaped into his body, the power of the Luopa wind would plummet. If Fang Yuan used the pure dream reality seeker physique to bring his soul into the dream world to explore, his soul would also be tightly protected by his physical body. An ordinary physical body would not be able to withstand the power of the dream realm. But the pure dream reality seeker physique was different. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not know the correct way to use the pure dream reality seeker physique to enter a dream. If the pure dream reality seeker physique was directly sent into the dream realm, it would be able to enter and exit freely without being disturbed by the dream realm. But at the same time, he couldn't immerse himself in the content of the dream, so he couldn't talk about exploring the dream. Next, let's explore this dream realm of the Tao of Ice and Snow. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already stored many dream realms. The Chi Path dream realm just now was the largest. It had already dissipated. This dream realm related to the Path of Ice and Snow took its place, becoming the largest dream realm. Other than this dream realm, there were some other dream realms, including Chi Path, Sword Path, Wood Path, and so on. I have Desolate Soul. the efficiency of exploring dream realms has greatly increased. I felt that these dream realms were not bad before, but now they are somewhat lacking. Furthermore, the dream realms are divided into different categories. They are scattered and trivial. This is Qi Chu Yu's little scheme. Fang Yuan was very clear. Even though Qi Chu Yu and Fang Yuan continued to transact, he could secretly control the formation, and because he had obtained many dream path research results, he could roughly distinguish the types of dream realms. Using spring-autumn cicada to revive was a loophole in this world. Because this would disrupt reality and change the past, it would affect the balance. Providence would not allow such a thing to happen. For the current Fang Yuan, if he just used Time Anchor and Spring-Autumn Cicada together, the killer move would be able to make use of this loophole. Or Spring-Autumn Success could also make use of this loophole. But if the two were added together, the loophole would be too small. It seems that I have to wait until Fate Goo is completely destroyed and fuse Time Anchor into Spring-Autumn Success. Only then will it be effective. The various killer moves in Red Lotus True Inheritance were the same. Even if killer moves were fused together and had greater power, they would not have a good result when used in real life. The Dragon Man clone had already gone through 1 heavenly tribulation and more than 10 earthly calamities. His cultivation level was rising rapidly. In order to raise his cultivation level quickly, Fang Yuan used a time path killer move to accelerate the Dragon Man clone's Immortal aperture's time to the limit. Before each calamity or tribulation, Fang Yuan would use methods to deduce the content of the calamities and tribulations. Thus, he was prepared. With Fang Yuan's great strength, these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities posed no threat. They turned into fireworks that provided Dao marks to Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Fang Yuan had time path methods and most importantly he had the killer move Exposed Heavenly Secret. Even when Providence sent down calamities and tribulations, it could not win by a surprise move. With the help of his immense strength, these calamities and tribulations were nothing. Fang Yuan could not only raise the cultivation level of Gu Masters now, he could even raise the cultivation level of Gu Immortals rapidly. However, this method was not worth promoting, because the cost was very high. The time path killer move that accelerated the Immortal aperture's time was at rank 8 level. It consumed a lot of rank 8 Immortal essence. Exposed Heavenly Secret was also not something ordinary wisdom path Gu Immortals could use. Adding on the cost of each tribulation, all these factors added together would only produce a rank 6 or rank 7 Dragon Man clone. The cost was not proportional to the cost. If not for Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan would not have been willing to create the Dragon Man clone like this. Southern Border's beacon towers were set up like wildfire. Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals also started to make a ruckus. They asked Fang Yuan to release some hostages to show his sincerity. Thus, Fang Yuan released Yi Yang. Yi Clan was dumbfounded after getting Yi Yang. Because Fang Yuan only released Yi Yang's body, his soul and Immortal aperture were all gone. Just the body was just a corpse, what use was it? Southern Border's righteous path was furious, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan persuaded them, the body is only the first step, it is time to show my sincerity, now it is time for you to show your sincerity. Southern Border's righteous path felt that the future was bleak. If Fang Yuan separated the hostages and extorted them, how long would it take? Thus, there was another clamor. Fang Yuan changed his attitude, he became unyielding and cold, he threatened each clan. If you really want me to release the hostages, I will release your enemy forces. Moreover, I will humiliate your clan's Gu Immortals, they will not be able to raise their heads in the future. Fang Yuan had done this in his previous life, and this time, it was very easy and was very familiar with it. Southern Border's righteous path shamefully cowered. They had no choice, especially Ba clan and Xia clan, these two poor clans. Their first supreme elder was captured by Fang Yuan. Even though the immortals were surprised, they did not dare to be negligent. They worked together to stop myriad year flying worship. Gu Lu Ru, who was fleeing for his life, shuddered at this scene. A stifled feeling welled up in his chest, but he could not vent it. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the empty sky above the river, commenting leisurely, "What a good time path Gu formation. I wonder which member of Celestial Court is waiting for me?" "I am Li Huang." Li Huang's voice resounded. At the same time, a large formation revealed itself. Most of the Gu immortals on Fang Yuan's side were dumbfounded. Some variant human Gu immortals reacted and shouted, "So this was a trap. That damn old man acted really well. We almost fell into an ambush. If not for the wise and mighty Lord Fang Yuan, our current situation might not be so good." Gu Lu Ru slowly flew back with a gloomy expression. In order to put on a good show, he intentionally gave up on an immortal Gu and even purposely got injured, causing blood to flow out. It was truly a ruse to injure himself. But who could have thought that this ruse would turn into a show? Fang Yuan watched it for a long time. Li Huang pondered. It seems that Fang Yuan is very familiar with this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Fang Yuan did not hide it from him. He admitted, "Indeed, I suffered a lot in the previous life. So what if you saw through it? Leave your life behind." Gu Lu Ru sneered. He had just said that when two immortal Gu houses appeared on both sides of Fang Yuan. One immortal Gu house was elegant and elegant. The orange roof was like a crane spreading its wings. The immortal Gu house was covered in 3 layers of autumn light. It was extraordinary. It was 3 autumn yellow crane platform. The other immortal Gu house was a huge lever. It was snow white like jade. There were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp white teeth. They were dragging the huge lever as they flew. It was Shark Flow Lever. Fang Yuan destroyed present and past pavilion and eternal yacht, while Celestial Court's side was still rebuilding. Meanwhile, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and Shark Flow Lever had been constructed long ago. They were ready for this battle. 3 autumn yellow crane platform blocked Fang Yuan's path of retreat, while Gu Lu Ru forced his way forward and stalled myriad year flying warship. Shark Flow Lever drew a beautiful arc at the edge of the battlefield. It first caught Li Huang before joining the battle. A huge battle erupted. The river water surged and countless waves were created. This rank 8 immortal Gu house has such a tough shell. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru were shocked. Myriad year flying warship displayed an extremely strong defense, causing the various attacks of the heavenly court to be rendered useless. It looked like it was unmoving, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, it would not budge. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Gu Lu Ru, I have seen through your moves." With that said, myriad year flying warship aimed at the flaw and rushed over. "Oh no." Gu Lu Ru's expression changed. At the next moment, the time path killer move he used to restrain myriad year flying warship shattered. The backlash caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Stop him." Shark Flow Lever and 3 autumn yellow crane platform activated their killer moves. "Charge through." Fang Yuan instructed plainly. Myriad year flying warship charged out of the battlefield in an unreasonable manner with a series of rumbling noises. "Don't chase." Gu Lu Ru quickly stopped Li Huang, who was about to give chase. His expression was gloomy as he said in a heavy tone, "This immortal Gu house is indeed worthy of being rank 8, we cannot stop it." "Damn it." Li Huang clenched his fists. He felt quite sullen. Because he was a fire path Gu immortal, he could only use Shark Flow Lever to fight in the river of time. Chapter 1825. Inside myriad year flying warship, He Lulan and the rest watched with rapt attention. The scene was extremely majestic. The Nian beast army was vast and mighty, surrounding them from all directions. Such a powerful killer move. No wonder this move was not used in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Too many year beasts were attracted. If it was used in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it would definitely cause a calamity. Countless lives would be lost. Celestial Court's side was also shocked. Myriad-year flying warship. Gu Lu Ru muttered this name with a solemn expression. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said in a heavy tone, "This has already formed a beast tide, it is actually so powerful." Even a legendary figure like him couldn't help but sigh when he saw such a majestic scene. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Myriad-year hunting was a concept he had derived from the immemorial year beast fishing formation, and he had used it to its limits. With years flow like water immortal Gu as the core, through the amplification of the river of time, it had an incredible effect. Myriad beasts roared as the beast tide surged forward. Bam bam bam. Celestial court attacked. Killer moves came one after another, crashing into the year beast tide. Wave after wave of year beasts were destroyed. Celestial Court's two-time path Immortal Gu houses were rank 7, they could resist rank 8 battle strength, they had no problem dealing with most year beasts. But the problem was, what was the use of killing these year beasts? As long as myriad-year flying warship existed, there would be an endless supply of year beasts. This was an enslavement path tactic, it was to expend the battle strength of Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's killer moves all expended immortal essence. These year beasts have fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. We need to capture the leader first. Inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, a rank 7 Gu Immortal suggested. The moment he said that, a Gu Immortal beside him said, "But we already know the toughness of that myriad-year flying warship. How can we execute the tactic of killing the leader?" The rank 7 Gu Immortal was stunned. But at the next moment he heard the surrounding people shouting, "Be careful! Fang Yuan is back!" Myriad-year flying warship sped up, and instead of retreating, it advanced towards the shark flow lever. "How dare you!" Li Huang, who was on the shark flow lever, was infuriated. Fang Yuan actually dared to come back. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. Immediately, the 2 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court and the Time Path Great Expert Gu Lu Ru surrounded Myriad-year flying warship and started fighting. Myriad-year flying warship withstood the barrage of attacks. At the same time, it was surrounded by countless silver flying swords that whizzed out like a storm. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting an abyss of fire and water. Fang Yuan wants to stall us so that the Nian Beast army can surround us. Gu Lu Ru saw through Fang Yuan's plan. Li Huang sneered, "As long as we are determined to break out of the encirclement, no matter how many Nian beasts there are, what's the use?" Gu Lu Ru sighed, "Don't forget that we still have the river suppression lotus ceiling formation behind us." Li Huang was stunned, he did not think of this in such a hurry. Now that he was reminded, his heart jumped as he cursed in his mind, "This scoundrel Fang Yuan is so sinister and vicious." The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was painstakingly constructed by Celestial Court. It could slowly float on the surface of the river of time. There were a large number of Gu Immortals stationed inside, controlling their respective formation cores. If this formation was broken, Celestial Court would not only lose a large number of immortal Gu, they would also lose these rank 7 Gu Immortals. Moreover, they might not be able to construct a second river suppression lotus ceiling formation in this short period of time. Celestial Court's situation was very awkward. They had originally wanted to use the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to ambush Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan saw through it. Instead, this formation became the weakness of Celestial Court's side, which Fang Yuan did not let go. Even though the river suppression lotus ceiling formation could float, it was very slow, there was no way it could escape this situation. "Let's evacuate the Gu Immortals in the formation first." Gu Lu Ru thought about it and said. Li Huang, however, spoke at the same time, "Kill Fang Yuan and get rid of the culprit, we can settle this." The 2 Gu Immortals looked at each other. At this crucial moment, they had different opinions. Roar roar roar. Because of Fang Yuan's obstruction, the vanguard of the year beasts had reached here. The first to bear the brunt were 3 immemorial year beasts. These immemorial year beasts had thick skin and flesh. They withstood the attacks of Celestial Court and charged into the battlefield of the immortal Gu house. Courting death. Li Huang was furious. He manipulated the giant shark in front of Shark Flow lever to bite the beasts. At the same time, he activated Shark Flow lever's killer move and killed 2 immemorial year beasts in a dozen or so breaths of time. Clowns! Li Huang's killing intent dissipated slightly, but he heard Gu Luru's pleading voice. "Help me!" It turned out that Li Huang had gone to deal with the immemorial year beasts while Gu Luru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship. They were evenly matched. Next, Fang Yuan activated Daybreak Sword Killer move to attack the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. This formation was strong on the inside and weak on the outside. It was originally used to deal with the Stone Lotus Island, but after being attacked by Fang Yuan, it could not hold on any longer and started to break apart. Many Gu Immortals in the formation cores died on the spot. Myriad Year Flying Warship was extremely sturdy. Gu Luru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform could not attack it. They could only block Fang Yuan's attacks and cover the retreat of the Gu Immortals inside the formation. This way, Fang Yuan had the initiative. He attacked wherever he wanted. Gu Luru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were in a sorry state. They could not do anything. Li Huang saw that the situation was bad. He quickly went around and attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship from behind. Fang Yuan was not afraid. If he was alone, he might not be able to take care of everything, but there were many Gu Immortals inside the warship. They were experienced and could provide great support. In order to kill another rank 8, their eyes were bloodshot. They were extremely excited. At this point, Celestial Court's battle tactic had completely failed. Fang Yuan, just you wait, you won't be arrogant for long. One day, you will die at my hands. Li Huang gritted his teeth. This was the first time he fought with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan's actions made him feel extreme anger, hatred, and disgust. This demon was truly sinister and crafty. Li Huang, in my opinion, you are the arrogant one. Myriad Year Flying Warship suddenly attacked, using the killer move Torrential Charge. Daybreak Swords surrounded it. The silver flying swords plunged into the Torrential Charge, bringing with them an explosive speed that exceeded expectations. These 2 moves can actually work together? Li Huang was shocked he could not defend in time. Myriad Year Flying Warship directly collided with the heavily damaged Shark Flow lever. Rumble! With a loud sound, the Shark Flow lever was directly destroyed. The few remaining giant sharks died on the spot. At the crucial moment, Li Huang activated his proudest killer move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. After Myriad Year Flying Warship destroyed the Shark Flow lever, its momentum did not decrease as it slammed into Li Huang's body. Li Huang's Verdant Sun Flame Cloak shook intensely. A moment ago, it was a blazing flame, but after the collision, it instantly weakened into a small flame. Li Huang, your death date is here. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he used Summer Fan and Spring Scissors to attack Li Huang. Rank 8 level? Li Huang stared with wide eyes. He felt a fatal threat from Summer Fan and Spring Scissors. He did not even have time to catch his breath as he defended with all his might. But in the end, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan immediately revealed their true appearance. They were only rank 7 level. Fang Yuan, you lied to me. Li Huang shouted. His attention was successfully diverted by Fang Yuan. Next, Myriad Year Flying Warship followed closely behind. Li Huang's wide-opened eyes were instantly filled with Myriad Year Flying Warship's silhouette. Boom! The flame cloak on Li Huang's body was completely destroyed. Li Huang's chest caved in as large amounts of blood gushed out like a fountain, mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless silver flying swords attacked him like a swarm of bees. They pierced deeply into Li Huang's body and continued to penetrate his front, back, left, and right. Li Huang's body trembled unceasingly due to the impact of daybreak swords. The light in his eyes quickly faded. Before his death, the last thought in his mind was still disbelief. I am actually going to die here? Let's retreat. Gu Luru growled with tears in his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead as he showed a malevolent expression. Although Li Huang was stronger than him, in this river of time, without the protection of an immortal goo house, he would definitely perish. It was not that Gu Lu did not think of saving him, but Fang Yuan had planned this for a long time. How could he give him the chance to save him? The densely packed Nian beasts were also a huge obstacle. Gu Lu controlled 3 autumn yellow crane platform and quickly left the battlefield. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly with surging killing intent. Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals, leave your lives behind. Gu Lu did not make a sound, he only cared about escaping. Woof woof woof. An immemorial year dog came to pester it. Its body was strong, its muscles were bulging, its dog eyes were emitting electricity, and its fur was also golden in color. Myriad Year Flying Warship continued to activate Daybreak Swords, but when they landed on its body, they immediately broke apart and only cut its fur. The immemorial year dog suddenly jumped. Its speed surged as it approached the bow of the ship. It opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp silver teeth. With a crack, Myriad Year Flying Warship's bow was bitten to pieces. Quickly leave, this dog has a wild time path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. The immemorial year dog was also an immemorial year beast that he lacked, but in this chaotic situation he did not want to fight an unknown enemy. Fortunately, year beasts competed and suppressed each other. There was only one immemorial year dog, while immemorial year monkeys were the most numerous. Fang Yuan made a sharp turn, charging towards these immemorial year monkeys. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a silver bolt of lightning, moving between the gaps of the year beasts. The immemorial year dog was intercepted by these immemorial year monkeys. Flying like this, they finally arrived at the entrance of a tributary of the River of Time. Myriad Year Flying Warship struggled as it charged out of the tributary, returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. A large number of year beasts chased after it. Squeak squeak squeak. A small immemorial year rat suddenly appeared like a golden bolt of lightning, crashing into Myriad Year Flying Warship. Oh no! Fang Yuan quickly attacked. We can only rely on you. The Immortal's expressions changed. Myriad Year Flying Warship was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If the immemorial year rat destroyed it, the entire immortal goo house might be destroyed. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan did not bother concealing himself. He erupted with rank 8 cultivation level and blocked in front of the immemorial year rat. The true rank 8 level spring scissors killer move burst out, moving agilely in the narrow space, cutting the immemorial year rat's body. This immemorial year beast was extremely small, only the size of an adult's fist. It was like a golden lump that was extremely hard. Spring scissors killer move cut its body, producing a clanging sound, like it was cutting a rock. Golden sparks burst out. Fang Yuan had already used his full strength, but this immemorial year rat was not afraid. Its eyes shined brightly as it looked at a time path immortal goo. It opened its mouth and grabbed it with its mouth before turning around and running. It was extremely fast, like a golden bolt of lightning, vanishing from Fang Yuan's vision in the blink of an eye. Lord Fang Yuan, this is bad. Rank 8 years flow like water. Immortal goo was taken away by this immemorial year rat. If these people only had 300,000 Dao marks when they became venerables, how could they have the battle results of dominating the world? How could they have the reputation of being invincible? The current Fang Yuan was already one of the top experts in the world. He stood at the peak and looked down on the world. There were only a handful of people who could fight him alone. However, every time he raised his head, he could still see the 10 towering mountains in the clouds above him. These were the 10 strongest people in history. Each of them was a legend among legends. In the long history of humanity, they were the 10 most dazzling suns. Other than them, no matter who it was, anyone, no matter how talented they were, they would be shrouded in their shadows. They would lose their luster under their radiance. Even Fang Yuan was no exception. He was able to reach this stage because of the legacy of many predecessors, especially these venerables. Forget about others, just the sovereign immortal aperture. This was something that belonged to spectral soul demon venerable. Ever since Fang Yuan started cultivating, he had often sighed at the heaven-defying advantages of the sovereign immortal aperture. Take annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven for example. Under normal circumstances, who could directly annex it? Almost no one, unless primordial origin immortal venerable was alive. Because immortal apertures could only annex small ones with large ones, the large and small here referred to the foundation. Perhaps only primordial origin immortal venerable had such a Qi path foundation to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven, which had over 1 million Qi path Dao marks. If they cut the Grotto Heaven and annexed it bit by bit, the loss of Dao marks would be too great. Every time the Grotto Heaven was cut, it would cause damage to the Grotto Heaven. The net-like Qi path Dao marks would be continuously cut. The losses would be huge. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, Gu immortals could only obtain a few. When Qi Si Grotto Heaven was cut to a certain extent, because it was too damaged, the winds of assimilation would be triggered. Thus, the remaining parts of the Grotto Heaven could only be destroyed. But the sovereign immortal aperture could annex large ones with small ones. Fang Yuan's previous Qi path foundation was simply nothing. But he could annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. This was no longer a snake swallowing an elephant, it was an ant swallowing an elephant. What was even more terrifying was that the Dao marks did not conflict. Fang Yuan could perfectly digest the results and absorb all the Dao marks without any waste. It was too heaven-defying. No wonder even the heavenly Dao could not tolerate it. In order to stop spectral soul, it did not hesitate to nurture this otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan, using all sorts of methods to send Fang Yuan back to 500 years ago, ruining the Shadow Sex plan. The more heaven-defying the sovereign immortal aperture was, the more it proved how terrifying spectral soul demon venerable was. Every time Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive, he would understand the greatness of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Using the glory of these venerables, Fang Yuan became the greatest demon of the current generation. But with every step he took, he could feel the immeasurable gap between him and the venerables. He did not feel dejected. Every time Fang Yuan looked up, he would feel deep admiration. He was never arrogant. He was not arrogant. He respected each and every one of them. The accomplished were the teachers. Other than admiration, there was also a trace of indescribable excitement. Even the 10 venerables did not have eternal life. They passed away one by one. Then, can I succeed? The possibility was minuscule, almost non-existent. Ignoring everything else, as long as Fate Gu existed, it would not allow any life form to obtain eternal life. This was a truth that had been proven in the legends of Rinzhu. That's why this kind of chase is interesting. Fang Yuan smiled. After collecting his thoughts, his main body continued to practice Qi Path killer moves. As for the Dragon Man clone, he had already tested Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. He flew away and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. He wanted to purchase a lot of immortal material Qi currents from Jewel Yellow Skies. Many Qi Path killer moves needed to use these immortal material Qi currents. For example, Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe earlier used a large amount of astral Qi. It was not strange to use Dao marks in immortal materials to activate killer moves. Grandmaster Formation Path Gu Immortals could use immortal materials to set up formations. Early on, Water Path killer moves also used different types of immortal material water currents. But later, because the cost was too high, Gu Immortals gradually chose to use Gu Worms. They abandoned this method. This characteristic was most evident in Chi Path. No matter how low their Chi Path attainment level was, Gu Masters, Gu Immortals, could use Gu materials to replace Gu Worms and use killer moves. The reason was that Chi Path Gu materials had the best mobility, they were the most suitable. Water Path Gu materials were slightly inferior, and those Earth and Rock Path Dao marks were even more difficult to use. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had abundant resources now, he had ample funds, he continued to collect Chi Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. He did not extort immortal material Chi currents from the southern border Gu Immortals. He needed to keep his Chi Path battle strength a secret for now. Profound Yin Chi, Minor Yang Chi, Astral Chi, Tyranny Chi. I will buy them all. Blood Chi? The Dragon Man clone saw this and thought about it. Even though Blood Path was hated by everyone, which Righteous Path Force was not secretly researching it. Thus, in jewel yellow skies, Blood Path Gu materials were quite popular. These Blood Chi were only mortal materials, but there was a lot of them. If it were other Chi currents, Fang Yuan would not want them. His sovereign immortal aperture could produce them himself. But Blood Chi was different. This Chi current not only contained Chi Path Dao marks, it also contained Blood Path Dao marks. Thus, it was considered a Blood Path mortal material. And Blood Path had a terrifying advantage. When mortal materials were stacked together, they could barely be used as immortal materials. Such a huge amount, it can be treated as an immortal material. The Dragon Man clone thought of this and bought it without hesitation. Central Continent. What? There is no Blood Chi. Gue Fangjing communicated with jewel yellow skies. He had an incredulous expression. You clearly had so much in stock last time. When the Golden Mountain Bull's horns reached the abdomen, the sharp horns would touch the belly of the bull. The Golden Mountain Bull only needed to raise its head slightly, and it would be able to move its horns from the back to the front, cutting open its entire belly. And the Golden Mountain Bull's descendants, golden calves, would jump out of this huge wound. Fangjing's eyes moved, he muttered, "This reproduction method is similar to the Rockmen." Fangjing continued to browse. After the Golden Mountain Bull gave birth, because of the huge wound, it would cry out in pain while bleeding nonstop. If the newborn golden calves chose to lick the wounds of the female calves, the unique Dao marks on their tongues would allow the Golden Mountain Bull's wounds to heal rapidly until they were completely healed. If the golden calves did not use their tongues to lick the wounds, the female calves would die. If the calves ate the blood of the female calves, they could rapidly strengthen themselves, skipping the period of weakness. Interesting. Fangjing sighed. The Golden Mountain Bull's lifestyle was to eat and sleep, sleep and eat. This meant that when the female calves gave birth and the golden calves saved the female calves would not take care of them, they would eat a lot and fall asleep. For the calves, it was better to not save the female calves, it was more beneficial to their survival. Thus, most of the calves would watch the female calves die, only a few would lick their wounds and save the female calves. When a cow gives birth, it usually means a tragedy. Although it is for survival, I prefer the calves who save the lives of the female calves. After reading the information, Fangjing had a countermeasure. He immediately left the letter tower. His grasp of this sect mission was completely different from before he entered the tower. He decided to act on the Golden Mountain Bulls according to their habits. Didn't Golden Mountain Bulls like to eat gold essence? Then he would make a portion of gold essence. Others used fishing bait, but this portion of gold essence would be the bull bait. Fangjing was strong, After staying in his immortal aperture for a while, he had familiarized himself with many blood path killer moves. He could already fight against the Golden Mountain Bull. But if he could use 50% of his strength, why would he use all of it? The safest choice was to use intelligence to fight, using all of his advantages, and leaving some strength to deal with any unexpected situations. This was a habit that Fang Zheng had developed in the years of war. A few days later, Fang Zheng arrived at his destination. He quietly entered the valley and placed a huge portion of gold essence at the edge of the Golden Mountain Bull's range of activity. When the Golden Mountain Bull came here, its nose twitched, golden light flashed in its eyes. It quickly found the gold essence buried deep underground. The Golden Mountain Ox used its hooves and its huge horns to dig. Rocks and dust flew as it dug. The gold essence was soon exposed. It was devoured by the joyful Golden Mountain Bull in a few bites. I fell for it. Fang Zheng saw this and was secretly happy. He waited patiently as the Golden Mountain Bull went back into the cave it came from and fell asleep again. After 3 days and 3 nights, the cries of the Golden Mountain Bull could be heard from deep inside the cave. Fang Zheng, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the cries. After reacting, he was overjoyed. The poison has finally spread to the whole body. It is working. But he did not enter the cave. He waited patiently at the entrance. The intense pain from the poison made the Golden Mountain Bull go crazy. It charged around in the cave. The entire mountain was shaking. The surrounding forest was in chaos. A large number of living beings escaped in all directions. After a long while, the frightening noises in the cave gradually died down. Only then did Fang Zheng enter the cave and engage in an intense battle with the crippled Golden Mountain Ox. After fighting for a while, Fang Zheng saw that the Golden Mountain Bull was completely enraged. He left the cave. It was too dangerous to fight the Golden Mountain Bull in this cave. Once it collapses, even though Fang Zheng was a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he would be in trouble. Moreover, Fang Zheng came here to capture the Golden Mountain Bull. He was not here to destroy the forest and kill the living beings. Fang Zheng left the cave. The Golden Mountain Bull followed closely behind. The two fought in the valley again. Eventually, Fang Zheng used blood turning cold to freeze the Golden Mountain Bull, capturing it alive. However, when he was about to keep this Golden Mountain Bull in his immortal aperture, a strong aura burst out of the Golden Mountain Bull's body. At the same time, a bronze cauldron flew out of the Golden Mountain Bull's body. This is... Fang Zheng was shocked. At the next moment, a rank 8 Gu Immortal jumped out of the bronze cauldron. A bit of spirituality hidden within gold, 300,000 years of divine light. Today, I have seen heaven once again, righteous martyrdom in blood. This rank 8 female immortal sang as she landed in front of Fang Zheng, smiling at Fang Zheng. Little friend, it seems that you helped me awaken. Clan leader, what are you doing? The vice clan leader is dead. He was killed by the clan leader. I knew it. Chen clan wants to attack our Shan clan. Rebellion. Rebellion. Take revenge for Lord Shan. Fang Yuan was shocked. After he killed the traitor, almost half of the Gu masters rebelled and started a rebellion. The scene turned into chaos. A 3-way battle ensued. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. I have rank 5 Justice Gu. I can amplify myself greatly. With my own strength, I can still win and kill anyone who refuses to submit. But this traitor should not be dealt with so easily. As expected, when Fang Yuan obtained a Pyrrhic victory, there were only a few Gu masters left standing on the battlefield. Broken corpses and limbs were everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. Heaven and earth dissipated. Fang Yuan's desolate soul was expelled again. But this time, he did not suffer any injuries. This result made Fang Yuan have another guess. It seems that winning is the standard for passing the first stage of the dream realm. However, there is a more detailed standard for winning. It seems that if the losses are too great, I will not be able to pass the first stage. Fang Yuan had this thought as he entered the dream realm again. This time, he tolerated the existence of the traitor. He took the lead, using Justice Gu and other killer moves. He slaughtered the enemies and obtained a beautiful victory. Lord Clan leader is brave. We won, we won. Nye Clan was finally eradicated by us. Ha! Amidst the laughter, the dream realm reached the second stage. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of Gu masters were gathered in the hall, drinking and drinking. It was a lively scene. Fang Yuan found that he was sitting at the secondary seat. Chen Clan's leader was sitting at the main seat to his left. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked. In the previous stage, I was acting as Chen Clan's leader. This time, I am the vice clan leader, the traitor. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Next, he realized, no wonder this traitor could not be killed in the first stage. So I have to act as him in the next stage. But how can I pass this stage? Fang Yuan observed coldly from the side. Chen Clan leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed. We finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nye Clan had a scheme to destroy the mountain route, I could not sleep. They could not win against the alliance of our two clans. They had to carry out such a crazy plan. They did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. These people ended up like this. They asked for it. Fang Yuan was speechless. This Chen Clan leader had a straightforward appearance. He actually did not notice the vice clan leader's disloyalty. But it made sense. Fang Yuan recalled, in the first stage, even though the vice clan leader used an information path killer move, it was disguised as a concerned warning. There were no traces left behind. It was hard to detect. Because Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, he had sharp insight. He was able to notice the vice clan leader's sinister scheme. Earlier, when he tried to kill the traitor in the first stage, it caused a rebellion. Wait, even if the vice clan leader's subordinates saw the vice clan leader being killed, they would not be so united, right? There have to be some hesitant and chaotic people. But these people rebelled in unison. Seeing that the vice clan leader was killed, they all attacked Chen Clan's Gu masters in a frenzy. They showed no mercy. Chapter 1833. The wine is poisoned. Chen tribe leader's body shook as he looked at Fang Yuan angrily. Vice tribe leader Shan, you are the one who offered the wine. What are you doing? This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan was stunned. Before he said anything, the Gu master sitting next to him stood up and snickered. What am I doing? I'm going to kill you and get rid of Chen tribe. Since ancient times, this mountain has belonged to Shan tribe. Be it Chen tribe or Nye tribe, you were all servants of Shan tribe from the start. Bullshit. This is clearly Chen tribe's mountain. Back then, our ancestors were kind and took in two tribes whose homes were destroyed and forced to wander. Chen tribe's Gu master rebuked loudly. That Shan tribe Gu master continued to snicker. Shameless servants, there is no point in talking to you. It is too late now. Your tribe leader has drunk the poison wine. This wine was made from woman's heart Gu. It counters your tribe leader's justice Gu. Without your clan leader, how can you Chen clan Gu masters fight our Shan clan? Chen tribe's Gu masters turned pale. Their weakness was exposed. Fang Yuan was dazed again. He said to the Shan tribe Gu master beside him, who told you that the wine made by woman's heart Gu can counter justice Gu? That Shan tribe Gu master was the vice tribe leader's trusted aide. He was dazed as he asked in a daze. Lord, didn't you say so? Oh. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Boom. Chen tribe leader's body burst out with a dazzling white light. His pale expression and anger faded. It turned into a solemn expression. He stared at Fang Yuan angrily as he shouted with a righteous tone, Shan Xing, you shameless and despicable scoundrel. You actually dared to use such a sinister scheme. I really misjudged you. You had eyes but failed to see. I thought you were really willing to sacrifice yourself and hand over the position of patriarch to me for the sake of the big picture. So you were wary of my justice gu and my strength, that's why you did not use it. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he thought rapidly. Chen tribe leader has rank 5 cultivation while I am only rank 4, and my gu worms are also weaker by a grade. If we really fight, I am not Chen tribe leader's match. The confidant next to him cried out in fear. What's going on? He had clearly drunk the poisoned wine, but justice gu was still effective. Lord Shanxing, didn't you say? Fang Yuan's eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. Indeed, as long as justice gu failed, Chen tribe leader would be poisoned, the poison would take effect and his strength would fall, he would be able to defeat him. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan died to the Chen clan patriarch's attack, but he still had a slight smile on his face. The second scene was another dream. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of gu masters gathered in the hall, toasting and exchanging cups. It was a lively scene. Chen tribe leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed. We finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nya tribe had a plot to destroy the mountain root, I could not sleep. They could not win against our 2 tribes, so they carried out such a crazy plan. They did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. These people ended up like this, they asked for it. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, saying softly, there is a hidden story behind this. Nya tribe did not have such a sinister plot. I was the one who arranged it. I purposely deceived you. The people you killed were all innocent. Father, tell me what was the truth back then? Fang Yuan chuckled. Is the truth important? Chen tribe's leader did not hesitate, he replied. Of course it is important. Without the truth, how can justice be carried out? That is why your understanding of justice is too shallow. Is justice really related to the truth? Fang Yuan said slowly. Let me ask you, when you exterminated Nya tribe, was there justice? Even if they really had a plot to destroy the mountain root, in their eyes, you are a butcher, an executioner who slaughtered their entire tribe, resisting you, defending their homeland, taking back their wives and children. Was that not righteous? This Chen tribe's leader pondered. To them, the so-called destroying the mountain root was just a form of threat. They were afraid of our Chen and Dan tribes working together. In the end, you exterminated their entire tribe, but they did not destroy the mountain root. Isn't that so? Am I not? Fang Yuan said. Chen tribe's leader was silent. Fang Yuan smiled. It seems that you also recognized that they were righteous. You started a war and slaughtered others, even your own tribe suffered casualties. You felt that you were righteous. Was that wrong? You were afraid that they would destroy the mountain root, that way the mountain would collapse, the spirit spring would dissipate, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, losing their homes. For the sake of the tribe, you eliminated the threat in advance. It was not wrong. Naturally, it was also righteous. Look, both sides have their own righteousness, don't they? Chen tribe's leader fell into deep thought. He had never considered such a question in depth. Fang Yuan observed his expression and changed the topic. Let me ask you, is it righteous for a sheep to eat grass? How is it righteous? Chen tribe's leader was confused. In the sheep's eyes, without grass, there will be no food, and it will starve to death. It must eat grass. In the eyes of the grass, it finally gained life, burrowed out of the soil, and grew with all its might, all for a bit of rain and sunlight. It worked so hard, but was eaten by the sheep. Not only were the leaves and leaves eaten, even the roots were not spared. They were swallowed into the sheep's stomach and digested, with no hope of survival. Is the grass the victim? Isn't it too pitiful? Chen tribe's leader shook his head. Isn't it natural for a sheep to eat grass? I have never felt that grass is pitiful, because this is the way of nature. Exactly. Fang Yuan nodded. The truth of heaven and earth is that big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. It is born this way, it is natural. How is it sinful? There is no pretense of righteousness. Sheep eat grass, humans eat sheep. It has nothing to do with righteousness, it is only for survival. There has never been justice in heaven and earth, only in the human world. Since ancient times, humans have to be united to have more power, to be more conducive to survival, to fight for their lives in the cruel environment. Then, how can we make people more united? Chapter 1834. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling stood on heaven overseeing tower, looking at the distant celestial court with a reminiscing expression. After a long while, she sighed. Even though the changes are huge, it still has the outline of my memories. It has been over 300,000 years. Beside her was Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle had a respectful expression. This female immortal senior in front of her, even though her seniority was lower than Duke Long, she was still shockingly old. She was originally a certain generation's first supreme elder of Heaven's Envy Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. She was supposed to become a member of Celestial Court on the second day, but because of Giant Sun Immortal's words, she was forced to become his concubine. Giant Sun Immortal had a harem. He created palaces in Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent. Qin Ding Ling was the immortal empress of the Central Continent Palace at that time. After Giant Sun Immortal died, Qin Ding Ling mysteriously disappeared, but to think that she would suddenly appear a few days ago. Senior Qin Ding Ling's identity should be correct, but according to historical records, she should have cultivated Metal Path. How did she become a Luck Path Gu Immortal? Fairy Myrtle had some doubts in her mind. At this time, Qin Ding Ling slowly turned around. Her long and thin eyes shined with a light that could see through the world. She was not a beauty in the traditional sense. Even though her nose bridge was high, the tip of her nose was slightly sharp, her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and thin. However, all these things mixed together to form a unique sense of beauty that would leave a deep impression on anyone who saw her. Her body was taller than normal people, her shoulders were broad, she stood straight and had a heroic aura. A large cloak draped from his shoulders to the ground. The cape was made of a special material. It seemed to be made of pieces of golden armor that were embedded together. From time to time, traces of golden light would flow on the surface of the cape. The wide cloak accentuated her figure, making her look even taller and more fit. Especially her long legs, they were also tightly wrapped in black and gold-colored armor. She had an outstanding aura, as if she was born to be a noble that ruled over all living beings. When she looked at others, because of her height, she often had to look down on them. She naturally exuded an awe-inspiring aura that made people unconsciously lower their heads, not daring to look at her. It was as if they could only stare at their feet in order to not offend her. Qin Ding Ling said softly, "Fairy Myrtle, I know what you're thinking. In fact, my disappearance was intentional. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal was unrivaled under the heavens, controlling the entire era. No one could resist him. Fortunately, he was not the Demon Lord. Although I was forced to become one of his immortal queens, I also had my own intentions. I wanted to learn the mysteries of Luck Dao from him. After Giant Sun Immortal died, I gained many insights and decided to abandon Metal Path and cultivate Luck Path. However, I had rank 8 cultivation level at that time, and I wanted to cultivate Luck Path. It was very risky. With the help of the Celestial Court, I was given the opportunity to sleep and prolong my life. I abandoned all my Metal Path Dao marks and turned them into a golden coffin. I buried myself deep in the earth vein and went into closed cultivation to comprehend Luck Path. To think that I slept for over 300,000 years, when I woke up and roamed the world, everything had changed. Qin Ding Ling sighed deeply. Over 300,000 years, the world had changed. The huge shadow that shrouded her in the past, giant sun Immortal, had already passed away. Even though it had a lot of transformation path Dao marks, resisting myriad beings' assimilation transformation expended a lot of energy. Not long later, it would be completely destroyed. Without the protection of transformation path Dao marks, the exposed gray soul ball would be turned into a beast calamity by myriad beings' assimilation transformation. It would likely become an ancient soul beast. By then, not only would he expose himself, he would even be hunted down by the Gu immortals who came after hearing the news. In that case, Feng Yuan's plan would fail. But thankfully, all of this went through Feng Yuan's meticulous planning. Soon, the soul ball landed on the ground and quietly entered a bustling city. It moved through the alleys, sometimes hiding in dark corners. It was fast like a fish in water. Beat him up. Bam bam bam. Deep in a small alley, several rich youngsters were beating up a poor person of the same age. The poor youngster had a thin body, his clothes were tattered and he was covered in injuries. His face was swollen from the beating, he could not resist, he could only hug his head and curl up into a ball. Finally, he fainted from the beating. Seeing this, the rich youngster stopped. "Don't tell me someone died?" No, I was scared to death. This lad is too weak." Such a lad dares to get close to Miss Lin. He did not take our young Master Lin's warning to heart. Even if he dies, he deserves it. The youngsters were indignant, but they left happily. Good chance, my luck is not bad. The gray soul ball arrived at this place, its surface rippled. This luck was not an accident, it was Feng Yuan's own luck that affected this place. Seeing that there was no one around, the gray soul ball did not hesitate. It directly shot into the poor youngster's chest, wrapping around his soul. The young man's soul was very weak, he relied on his instincts to resist. But Feng Yuan's gray soul ball was a clone of his desolate soul, it was very powerful, how could a mere mortal soul resist it? Almost instantly, the young man's soul was completely destroyed by the gray soul ball. The gray soul ball quickly expanded, turning into the young man's appearance. It occupied the young man's body, controlled his mind, and had the identity of a native. From today onwards, I am young Jean Budu. That's right, this gray soul ball was none other than the soul path killer move, soul penetration. In the past, Shadow Sect used this move to successfully plant several spies in Langya Blessed Land. Until now, the spy sixth hair was still alive. The gray soul ball originated from Feng Yuan's desolate soul. It could not be sensed by the land spirit or heavenly spirit. This was the profundity of soul transmission. If not for this, back then, land spirit of Langya would have discovered the secret of Shadow Sect's spies long ago. And Feng Yuan modified the foundation of soul penetration, adding many transformation path Immortal Gu to it. Most importantly, his method of constructing the Immortal Gu house was deduced by the time path clone using the light of wisdom. It was excellent. More than half a month passed in the sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan succeeded. The golden ball of light exploded, a brand new Immortal Gu house appeared. Different from myriad-year flying warship, this Immortal Gu house was small, about the size of an ordinary basin. It was golden in color, covered in a pure white light. It was indescribably noble. It was a pot. The sides of the pot were as thick as a thumb. The pot's mouth was wide open, but there was nothing inside. Outside the pot, There were 8 dragons. 6 of them were vivid and lifelike, while the remaining 2 were blurry and rough. These 8 dragons had their tails gathered at the bottom of the pot. They coiled around each other and extended downwards, forming 8 claws. The 8 dragon tails were facing east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. Each dragon's claws were attached to the outside of the pot, their bodies were moving upwards, their heads were at the edge of the pot, looking into the pot. The dragon eyes were shut, as if they were sleeping. Rank 6 Immortal Goo House. Cooking Luck Pot. Even though it used Rank 7 Immortal Goo, like Food Path Immortal Goo Cook. But the core Luck Path Immortal Goo were all Rank 6, so this Immortal Goo House's rank was quite low. This Immortal Goo House was recorded in Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, and had been modified by Feng Yuan's Time Path clone. Evidently, this was a Luck Path Immortal Goo House. It could not carry Goo Immortals in battle, it was small, but had other uses. In comparison, it was similar to Star Constellation Chessboard. Feng Yuan immediately injected Immortal Essence. Cooking Luck Pot buzzed and turned into a golden light, flying above Feng Yuan's head before vanishing. Even Feng Yuan could not see this Immortal Goo House with his naked eyes. He could only sense its existence in the dark. Of course, it was easy to see it. Feng Yuan willed as he continued to inject Immortal Essence, activating one of Cooking Luck Pot's killer moves. Luck Inspection. There was a change in Feng Yuan's vision. He saw his own luck flowing into Cooking Luck Pot. In a short while, Cooking Luck Pot's luck was filled to the brim. Luck Inspection Immortal Goo is only rank 6, and I have rank 8 cultivation level. This Immortal Goo alone cannot check my luck. Cooking Luck Pot is also only rank 6, so I can only see the luck inside the pot. I cannot see the entirety of my luck. Even so, there was still some luck outside the pot. Feng Yuan could see it. A river-like luck shined brightly on the water surface. It was like a miniature river of time. It was closely connected to Feng Yuan. One end of the river was connected to the luck inside the pot, while the other end extended outwards into the void. This was the luck of Feng Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone's luck was quite stable, but there was a trace of black qi that was being produced continuously. This was the weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada. It easily caused bad luck. Every once in a while, Feng Yuan would have to use luck path methods to deal with this. There was also a lump of luck that was like a layer of pink mist. It floated around the pot and revolved around it. This was the luck of Feng Yuan's Dream Path clone. The pink mist was faint and weak. It constantly changed. It was like a layer of faint light. Only after the Dream Path clone advanced to rank 6 could it compare to the Time Path clone's luck. Other than that, there was also the Dragon Man clone's luck. It was like a purple dragon that swam around the pot. Feng Yuan's clone in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was like a bird. It was gray and dull. There was also Feng Yuan's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. His luck was like a flower bud. It was dispirited. The luck of these two little clones is a little weak. It seems that the gray soul ball used up a lot of luck. My main body and my clone are separated by a world. There are obstacles. In that case, Feng Yuan willed as he activated Cooking Luck Pot. The temperature inside Cooking Luck Pot rose rapidly. The luck started to boil. The two dragons around the pot slowly opened their eyes. They opened their mouths at the same time and breathed into the pot. Immediately, the two luck were sucked into the dragons' stomachs. The dragons moved. They turned their heads and breathed out towards the gray sparrow luck and flower bud luck outside the pot. The two luck shot out and entered the gray sparrow and flower bud luck. Chapter 1838. Student Li Xiaobai greets teachers. Li Xiaobai walked up the stage politely. Great Scholar Shen looked at him with a smile as he nodded. Meanwhile, Teacher Jiang asked, Xiaobai, do you have a poem? There was a trace of worry in Teacher Jiang's brows. This Li Xiaobai's intelligence was mediocre. I hope he had accumulated some knowledge, otherwise, with his usual standard, he would be disappointing. It was fine if he was disappointing normally. But now, it was in front of Great Scholar Shen, especially the first half of the literary battle. It was already brilliant, it would definitely be famous. If it lost its luster later on, even if the world knew of Teacher Jiang's talent, they would laugh at him for not being a wise teacher. Teacher, I do have a poem. Li Xiaobai answered with a confident expression. Then recite it for me. Mr. Jiang was slightly relieved. In this profound literature grotto heaven, it was not an ordinary place. The literary atmosphere was extremely flourishing. Because as long as one made a good poem, even if no one praised them, heaven and earth would reward them. Thus, the knowledge of writing poems was very important. It was related to people's livelihood, status, reputation, and future. Normally speaking, most scholars would accumulate some good words. Even if they could not form a poem, they would hide them at the bottom of their chests, waiting to be supplemented in the future. There were also many scholars who made good poems but did not publicize them. It was to hide their strength and deal with the frequent literary battles. In such an environment, it was not surprising that Li Xiaobai hid poems. Li Xiaobai had already considered it. I have a lot of poems in my memory. There are many peerless poems that have spread far and wide on earth. After being polished by time, they have become even more dazzling. But it is not appropriate to use these peerless poems. This grotto heaven is an information path environment. It is best at gathering information. Especially to observe literary aura and talent, almost everyone knows such methods. It is just that there are differences in their abilities. I am lacking in literary aura and talent. Before my soul transmigrated, I was an ordinary student. If I rashly make a peerless poem, not only will it not convince people, it will also attract suspicion and investigation. Even if I explain that I did not write it, it would be too late. You will be labeled as dishonest, and in this world, you will be despised and even spurned. In order to attack profound literature's paradise, Fang Yuan had already deduced many plans to deal with various situations. Li Xiaobai's clone did not have enough scholarly aura and talent. It was not Fang Yuan's main body's talent, he only brought a little. However, in Li Xiaobai's memories, there were a large number of famous poems. Other than those from Earth, there were also Fang Yuan's works. Immediately, Li Xiaobai chose one of them and recited it. Teacher Jiang secretly let out a breath of turbid air. This poem was written neatly and had substance. It was barely enough for today's literary duel. Well, he's not that great. I have been classmates with Li Xiaobai for 3 years. Today, he has outperformed himself. Isn't that perfect? With his poem as a foil, the next 2 lucky people will be blessed. The students below the stage became more and more lively. Li Xiaobai's poem was suitable for his identity, but among his classmates, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. Especially some of the students who had stored many poems in their hearts. They had racked their brains and carved out these poems. It would be overkill to use them in other situations, but now it was suitable. When the drum sounded again, the red flower started to move. These elite students became restless, their eyes shining brightly. The drum stopped. Li Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Teacher, I dare not hide anything from you. There were only 3 lines in this poem. The last line was just now. I thought of it in a moment of desperation. To think that it caught the eyes of the 2 sirs, I am truly surprised. Teacher Jiang was stunned before laughing loudly. Great Scholar Shen shook his head. Li Xiaobai, you are quite honest. It turned out that he had secretly used a method to inspect Li Xiaobai's literary aura, talent aura, and many other information. He found that they were all mediocre. It is just a flash of inspiration. It is not rare to have some performance that exceeds one's standard. Great Scholar Shen did not have any doubts. Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai in a new light. He looked at Li Xiaobai with a completely new gaze, thinking, even though Li Xiaobai's poems are average, I can see that he has been working hard, that is why he has 3 poems. He can still perform on the spot and have a flash of inspiration. It shows that he has potential. But what I admire the most is what he said on the 3rd stage. He apologized to his classmates. This shows that he is proficient in human relations. Proficient in human relations is an essay. This is not bad. Wait a minute. Teacher Jiang suddenly thought. This literary duel will definitely become famous in the world. I am already famous in the world, so it is fine. But Li Xiaobai will also become famous because of this. It would be fine if there were 3 students, but all 3 opportunities helped him. This way, he will become everyone's target. This time, Brother Shen and I fought to a draw. No one will find me in a literary duel for the time being. But this does not stop some despicable people from finding my students to suppress me. But Li Xiaobai was just an ordinary student. Teacher Jiang frowned. He made up his mind on the spot. After I return, I must nurture Li Xiaobai, secretly give him special treatment. In this literary duel, everyone in the world will know that Li Xiaobai is my student. Even though I have many students, he is the only famous one. In the future, as long as Li Xiaobai is mentioned, he will definitely mention me. I'm bound to him now, so I have to nurture him well. Otherwise, Teacher Jiang felt immense pressure. He decided that no matter how much effort and price he had to spend, he had to carve Li Xiaobai up. Even if he was a piece of rotten wood, he had to carve him up to look like a piece of jade. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Gu Lu Ru stopped his killer move. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a breath of air. It's done. I have already adjusted his immortal aperture's time to the limit. Calamities and tribulations will be very frequent. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Ding Ling smiled at the side. She looked at the unconscious Gu Yu Fangzheng and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Gu Lu Ru asked in confusion. Qin Ding Ling said, I am using a killer move to inspect luck. I found that after your killer move took effect, Fangzheng's luck suddenly changed again. His luck was originally like a mountain, lush and green. Fangzheng was upright, but now it has become, a strange shape that looks like a pot lid. Gu Lu Ru was even more confused. What kind of omen is this? Qin Ding Ling shook her head. She was also troubled. I can't figure it out in the short term. 2 months later. A piece of news made Fang Yuan's main body stop his secluded cultivation, which was rare. You finally found out the exact location of Dragon Palace? Chapter 1839. In the blue sea, waves surged. As the tides rose and fell, seagulls flew around. Pluck. With a splash, a Gu Immortal dived into the water, diving down. 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet. The sea here was extremely deep. There were many ferocious sea beasts here. After 100,000 feet, immemorial level sea beasts started to appear. Of course, there were many precious treasures too. Eastern Sea's resources are truly the best in the 5 regions. The Gu Immortal sighed as he dived deeper. After traveling more than 1,000,000 zhang, a gorgeous dreamscape appeared in the boundless dark sea. As the Gu Immortal got closer, the dream realm expanded in his vision. By the time he arrived at the dream realm, it was already as big as a hill. Dragon Palace should be here. The Gu Immortal had a heated gaze. He had a muscular body and a handsome face. He had a high nose bridge and firm lips. He had golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of amber dragon eyes and a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. It was Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Fang Yuan knew that Dragon Palace was in Eastern Sea, but he did not know its exact location in the previous life. In the previous life, when Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong to try to subdue Dragon Palace, they were obstructed by the 4 dragon generals. Thus, a battle erupted. Dragon Palace flew into the sky and tore through the sky. Duke Long chased after it, causing a huge commotion. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals all came over. At this time, news spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had just finished taking down Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He was moved and went to Eastern Sea to join in the fun. In the end, he was discovered. He did not gain anything. But in the River of Time, a second Stone Lotus Island appeared. Fang Yuan made a crucial decision. He gave up on Dragon Palace and chased after the second Red Lotus True Inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. However, even though he ruined the Celestial Court's plans, Feng Jioge used the winds of assimilation and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This led to the Celestial Court obtaining the Dragon Palace and suppressing it in the Hidden Dragon Cave. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were unwilling to lose. This led to another crucial battle in the Central Continent Battle, Hidden Dragon Cave. Ever since Fang Yuan was reborn, the Dragon Palace had long been part of his plans. He had started making arrangements a long time ago, continuously gathering information and making deductions in this area. He had circled out a rough area. Next, he sent his subordinates to Eastern Sea to investigate secretly. Fang Yuan didn't know where the Dragon Palace was originally located, but his hard work paid off. He found the Dragon Palace in this period of time. The Dragon Man avatar checked the surroundings and discovered that there were no immemorial desolate beasts lingering around. Everything was safe. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He was very straightforward, immediately using a killer move to target this dream realm. His choice was the same as the previous life's Duke Long. He wanted to separate the dream realm and directly attack the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. And in the sky above the sea, Fang Yuan's main body was hidden in the clouds, protecting the Dragon Man avatar. On the other hand, he was letting the Dragon Man avatar probe first. If there were any accidents, Fang Yuan's main body would be able to quickly leave and retreat safely. After all, Fang Yuan was not too clear about the details of the Dragon Palace incident. This was different from when he planned the battle in the River of Time, or when he obtained Tao Zhu's true inheritance. What if the Celestial Court ambushed him? Even if there was no ambush, Dragon Palace itself was very dangerous. Because it had Dream Path offensive killer moves, Fang Yuan was very wary of this. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies appeared from the Dream Realm one after another. The Dragon Man avatar's progress was quite smooth. But this Dream Realm was too huge. At this speed, it would take several days and nights to form. Not to mention anything else, just this dreamland alone is a huge fortune. In the previous life, when it fell into the hands of the Celestial Court could not make use of it. Now that it is in my hands, it is different. Fang Yuan's main body could clearly see the situation in the deep sea. A moment later, Fang Yuan raised his head to look above him. After activating his luck path method, he saw that cooking luck pot above his head. This pot was floating in the air above his head. It was slightly moving up and down, like it was floating in water. Fang Yuan could not observe his own luck, but he could observe the Dragon Man avatar's situation. He saw that beside cooking luck pot, the purple luck dragon that corresponded to the Dragon Man avatar was coiled in the air, not moving at all. It tried to open its mouth. It had an uneasy expression as it looked around vigilantly. Around it, wisps of black chi were rapidly condensing into balls of black clouds. This black cloud luck indicates the possibility of death. Looks like the Dragon Man avatar is in danger of dying. Fang Yuan frowned. He immediately started to calculate. In this life, according to the time, I should have discovered the Dragon Palace much earlier than the Celestial Court in the previous life, so I should have acted earlier. Now it seems that I was indeed the first to act. But this process is progressing slowly, but in the next few days, there will be a bad change. In just a short while, the black clouds became denser. They surrounded the purple dragon from all directions, as if they wanted to bury it and drown it. Fang Yuan immediately activated Cooking Luck Pot. The dragon carvings around Cooking Luck Pot started to move. It swallowed the black cloud luck into its stomach, then spat it back into the pot. The wok began to boil the black cloud fate energy, and then it boiled, turning it into beneficial fate energy. This luck was then swallowed by the dragon carvings, then spat out towards the purple dragon. With such help, the purple dragon became more spirited and full of fighting spirit. Even though the black clouds were still dense and did not change much, the purple dragon was eager to try it out. Fang Yuan saw this and gasped lightly, thinking, even though this cooking luck pot is only rank 6, it is the peak crystallization of Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance. It can control the luck of rank 6 Gu Immortals, it can even affect rank 7 Gu Immortals. Right now, my Dragon Man avatar has rank 7 cultivation level after being nurtured by me. Thus, it is normal for it to affect the purple dragon. Chapter 1840. The Dragon Man clone's action of plundering the Dream Realm attracted the 4 dragon generals. If it was a human Gu Immortal, the 4 dragon generals would attack together, but Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone was a true Dragon Man, be it the body or the soul, they were both flawless. The 4 dragon generals thus revealed their identities. This secret made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. In his previous life, he only saw Bai Ningbing controlling Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing at the final moment. He did not see the 4 dragon generals. So these 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals were actually Dragon Palace's servants. They were subdued by Dragon Palace and became dragon generals. The situation here is quite complicated. Should I make a move personally? Thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind as he deduced. With his current strength, he had a high chance of dealing with these 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's strongest methods were Chi Path methods, ignoring everything else. Just the number of Chi Path Dao marks, he had left these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s in the dust. But they are rank 8 Gu Immortals after all. I can win or even kill them, but there will be a huge commotion. I cannot win quickly. Referring to the battle between Duke Long and these 4 in my previous life, the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace has its own intelligence. It can fly away on its own. If I attack forcefully, I might end up in the same situation as Duke Long in my previous life. Fang Yuan immediately deduced the most likely scenario. He came here to secretly take Dragon Palace. If he caused such a huge commotion and exposed his rank 8 cultivation level and Chi Path strength, it would not fit with his original plan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at Cooking Luck Pot above him. The purple dragon luck around Cooking Luck Pot was completely covered by the black clouds, but it was grinning excitedly. It was about to move. Especially in this black cloud, there were traces of azure purple chi that could be vaguely seen. These wisps of azure purple fate energy are indescribably precious and wonderful. They represent the possibility of the Dragon Man clone becoming the master of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Man clone only has rank 7 cultivation level. The 4 dragon generals are all rank 8. They did not discover me. There is little chance of them deceiving me. If the Dragon Man clone follows the rules and explores the Dream Realm and passes the test, not only will he obtain Duke Long, he will also obtain the battle strength of these 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. It seems that this Dragon Palace is definitely an enslavement path immortal Gu House. To be able to enslave 4 rank 8 battle strengths at the same time, truly amazing. According to the information from my previous life, I still have plenty of time. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided that his main body would not move and let his avatar try to explore the dream and participate in the test. This was undoubtedly a plan that maximized the benefits. Having received the main body's request, the Dragon Man clone immediately returned the dreamscape. This action caused the expressions of the 4 great dragon generals to ease up considerably. Among them, Granny Rong said, "To participate in Dragon Palace's test, your body and soul must enter the dream realm together. Only by having the courage to stake everything on this gamble will you be qualified to become the Dragon Palace Lord." The Dragon Man clone's expression changed slightly, but considering that the main body was watching from above, he nodded and entered the dream realm. Once he entered the dream, he fell into deep darkness. "Wu Shuai, wake up, wake up." Someone beside him pushed the Dragon Man clone. Chapter 1841. After taking a closer look, the Dragon Man clone realized. Even though the person in front of him was a Dragon Man Gu Immortal, he was not Duke Long, he only looked similar. Even so, this person is likely to have a close relationship with Duke Long. I wonder if he is the father of my identity? Fang Yuan was thinking when this Dragon Man Gu Immortal walked in front of him. Wu Shuai. You have guts, how many times have I told you not to cause trouble, don't provoke them. But you actually beat them again this time. Do you know that Zhang Shuang and Qin Fu are the direct descendants of our sect's supreme elders? The Dragon Man Gu Immortal who resembled Duke Long had a solemn expression, his gaze was spewing fire. The Dragon Man youngsters who were laughing earlier were silent, they did not even dare to breathe loudly, they lowered their heads and looked at their feet. It could be seen that their father had high prestige in their hearts, he was very strict in disciplining them. Fang Yuan could not confirm the true identity of this Dragon Man Gu Immortal, he could only imitate the other Dragon Man youngsters, lowering his head in silence. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious, he stretched out his hand and knocked on the back of Fang Yuan's head, he used so much force that Fang Yuan almost tumbled. Fang Yuan staggered, he took a step forward and stabilized his body. Wu Shuai, come with me, come to my study room and kneel as punishment. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at the Dragon Man youngsters, they were all looking at Fang Yuan with expressions of pity, guilt, and joy. It seems that I can only follow this Dragon Man Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he lowered his head and followed. After just a few steps, the world around him suddenly changed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was in a study room. The study room was huge, there were beautiful and exquisite flower vases, the study table was 10 feet long, the table was wide, there were brushes, ink, paper, and ink stones on it, at the center was a half-written banner, there were only 3 words, Long Xing Tian. This Dragon Man Gu Immortal is called Long Xing Tian? No, judging from the length and the blank space at the back, there's obviously one more word. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, a stern reprimand resounded in his ears. Unfilial son, quickly kneel down for your father. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that the Dragon Man Gu Immortal was standing behind the table, staring at him with a grim and cold expression. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, if you had said that earlier, I would have known about our relationship. Immediately, he knelt on the ground with a thud. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was stunned for a moment before smiling coldly. Your attitude towards admitting your mistake has improved quite a bit. I wouldn't dare. Father's teachings are reasonable. I'm still young and ignorant, so I can't fully understand Father's painstaking efforts. I hope Father can forgive me. Fang Yuan immediately replied perfunctorily, but his expression was very appropriate, giving people a feeling of sincerity. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was stunned again, he laughed even more coldly. He looks obedient on the surface, but he's arrogant on the inside. He actually dares to patronize his father. You deserve a beating. Saying so, he picked up the paperweight on the table and slammed it on Fang Yuan's back. This paperweight was made of metal, it was long and had straight edges, it was thick and heavy. It was originally placed on the 2 sides of the banner to make it flat. The large paperweight on the table was about the size of a normal door plaque. One could see the specifications of this paperweight. This paperweight hit Fang Yuan's back, causing intense pain. Fang Yuan's soul foundation fell by a huge amount. In the future, if the Dragon Man race faces any difficulties, These two rank 8 great experts will be of great help. So that's it, I understand. Fang Yuan paused before continuing. I will do my best to become Green Ant Ascetic's disciple. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal nodded. Good, the disciple recruitment ceremony will be at the beginning of next month. You will go into closed cultivation during this period. I will invite many teachers to help you train. The second stage of the dream realm faded. The third stage arrived. Tall mountains stood tall, clouds and mist shrouded them. In a green bamboo forest, in front of a thatched hut, there was a small empty space, but the young generation of the 10 great ancient sects were squeezed together. These people were all young geniuses with great talent. They were all here to compete for the position of Green Ant Ascetic's disciple. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. He looked around and found that he was among the youngsters. But most of the human youngsters subconsciously distanced themselves from him. He only had 2 Dragon Man tribesmen with him. At the center of the empty space, 2 young Gu masters were fighting. Fang Yuan immediately recognized one of them. He thought, isn't that Zhang Shuang? Right now, Zhang Shuang was at a disadvantage. His opponent was a girl with yellow eyebrows and hair. She had a beautiful appearance. Her eyes were shining brightly. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the 3rd stage of the dream realm. He did not understand the situation. He immediately asked, who do you think will win? The 2 Dragon Man youths from his tribe heard this. The one on the left had green scales. He said, Wu Shuai, you are looking down on us too much. Even though we were both eliminated and only you advanced, the situation is clear now. But the situation is clear. In another 10 rounds, Zhang Shuang will lose without a doubt. The green-scaled Dragon Man youngster was more arrogant. His tone was cold. The yellow-scaled youngster was much gentler. He consoled, Qing Xuan, why are you like this? A win is a win, a loss is a loss. You lost, why are you still bickering? Brother Wu Shuai is not asking this to find trouble with you. The green-scaled youngster, Qing Xuan, was indignant. He gritted his teeth. That is because of the humans' craftiness. They saw that I was strong and arranged for those 3 humans to fight me one after another, causing my strength to fall so that Tai Qin could easily defeat me. Huang Wei, can't you tell? The yellow-scaled youngster sighed. How can I not know? Both of us were obstructed, but that was because we were not strong enough. If we were as strong as Brother Wu Shuai, so what if we were obstructed? Brother Wu Shuai still made it to the finals. Fang Yuan listened quietly, thinking, the green-scaled youngster is called Qing Xuan, the yellow-scaled youngster is called Huang Wei, but I have already made it to the finals. At this time, Huang Wei said, Brother Wu Shuai, I admire your enslavement path attainment. However, your next enemy is not to be underestimated. Lady Tai Qin is also very strong, on par with Brother Wu Shuai. But Brother Wu Shuai fought relentlessly. You won the blood battle step by step and advanced. Meanwhile, your opponent was protected the entire time. Only in this battle did you meet a strong opponent like Zhang Shuang. Fang Yuan understood now. The yellow-browed double-pupil young Lady Tai Qin was his next opponent. He had a heavy mood. Because after observing for a while, he had a lot of estimations. This Tai Qin is clearly an enslavement path master. Most of the time, she deploys her troops without thinking, following her instincts. It is usually very effective. She is a strong opponent. Fang Yuan's enslavement path was only at master level. This made him slightly regretful. If he knew this would happen, his main body would have made preparations and raised his enslavement path realm. Chapter 1843. Fang Yuan immediately used all his strength to enslave these ants. Tai Qin did the same. These ants were invented by Green Ant Ascetic. His disciple selection test was naturally to see who was better at controlling ants. Fang Yuan controlled 38 worker ants and 6 soldier ants. With a thought, he controlled his army and charged towards Tai Qin. Tai Qin also had over 30 worker ants and 5 soldier ants. Her tactic was different from Fang Yuan. She used worker ants to build an ant nest and soldier ants to protect them. Fang Yuan had a slight advantage in terms of military strength. His tactic was also very radical, causing the youths to exclaim in shock. Tai Qin frowned and panicked. Why does this dragon man youth Wu Shuai seem to have changed into a different person? So radical. She quickly mobilized her troops, first sending out worker ants from the ant nest, followed by the soldier ants that were outside to defend. They were prepared to rely on the unfinished fortifications to defend to the death. Soon, the two armies clashed, an intense battle ensued. I did not expect such a situation to occur at the start. Wu Shuai's tactic is completely different from before. This is too risky. That's right, as long as Tai Qin can defend against this wave of attacks, she will have a huge advantage. Wu Shuai did not build an ant nest, but Tai Qin did. This is the difference between them. Now, it will depend on their ant manipulation techniques. Because this is the early stage, 1 or 2 ants will tilt the scales of victory. Even though Wu Shuai is strong, Tai Qin has deep attainments. They are evenly matched. In my opinion, Tai Qin has a high chance of winning. How can Wu Shuai be so rash? However, moments later, the victor was decided. Tai Qin suffered more losses. She slowly retreated while Fang Yuan's side pressed forward. How is this possible? Wu Shuai is actually superior to Tai Qin? Did Tai Qin make a mistake? She did not. Tai Qin is performing normally, but Wu Shuai has exceeded it. Did he use some enslavement path method, or is he at this level to begin with? No wonder he has the confidence to charge forward. Tai Qin's expression was solemn. As she retreated, Fang Yuan took the chance to kill more ants. When she retreated into the incomplete ant nest, she only had 12 ants left. It was a pitiful sight. Of course, Fang Yuan was only slightly better. There were only a few tunnels to the ant nest, and Tai Qin naturally knew her own ant nest like the back of her hand. She deployed her troops at the important areas, and at the same time, she split her attention to enslave the ants outside. Fang Yuan thought for a while, but he was not in a hurry to attack. Now that he had trapped the enemy was like a turtle in a jar. Fang Yuan did not understand the layout of the ant nest. If he attacked rashly, it would not be good if he only had a few troops. Thus, he split his troops to guard the entrances, surrounding the ant nest and activating enslavement path killer moves to enslave the ants outside. Ants kept emerging from the ground. At first, there were worker ants, then soldier ants, and now arrow ants. The arrow ants could shoot out sharp thorns from their mouthparts. After shooting out the 3 spikes, the arrow ant would be extremely weak, and it wouldn't even be able to defeat the worker ants. Even so, the arrow ants were still an extremely powerful unit, and they could often defeat many with fewer troops. If they reached a certain scale and shot arrows together in battle, they would be even more threatening. The arrow ants are something that both sides will fight for. That's right, if Tai Qin had the arrow ants, she could have killed all of the ants at the entrance. That way, the troops inside and outside would be able to fight back. Even though Wu Shuai has the upper hand, it is not stable. He can easily turn the situation around. To prevent any young desolate beasts from being left in the depths of the passage, Fang Zheng and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before flying into the passage. The result surprised the two. This passage was far deeper than they had imagined. The two continued to fly downwards. The passage became wider. It could contain mountains and seas. This should be an earth trench. The 3 desolate beasts on the surface should not be related to this earth trench. Zhao Lianyun analyzed. Fang Zheng nodded, but he still had some doubts. I guessed so too. But this earth trench is quite strange. Logically speaking, it should be filled with life, beasts and plants, but we have been flying down for so long, but we have not seen any living beings. There is definitely something strange about this earth trench. Let's take a look. Zhao Lianyun had wanted to return, but hearing Fang Jing's insistence, he continued to descend with him. There is a blessed land here? Not long after, Fang Jing discovered a strange phenomenon. Immediately, Zhao Lianyun also discovered it. He exclaimed, "This blessed land is undergoing tribulation. It caused the blessed land to be damaged and form a hole. That is why it is appearing. Our timing is too coincidental. If we had passed this time, the blessed land would have closed its entrance and left it in the void. We would not have been able to discover it even if it was right under our noses. Let's go in and take a look," Fang Jing said excitedly. Since there was a blessed land, there would likely be a Gu Immortal inheritance. After all, blessed lands were formed from the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. The two easily entered the blessed land. The blessed land was currently in a state of calamity. It was in an abyss of suffering. Strange, the humans here seem to be in strange shapes. Are they the extinct beastmen? Looking at the current situation, there should not be any Gu Immortals here. Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before helping. Even though their cultivation level was low, they were not ordinary Gu Immortals. Their methods were exquisite. They immediately quelled the calamity. The lucky survivors in the blessed land knelt down and thanked the two immortals. Fang Jing asked and found that the residents of these blessed lands were not humans. They were dragonmen. Dragonmen, which variant human race are they? Why have I not heard of them before? Fang Jing was surprised. As the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun had been around for quite some time. She immediately frowned. The Dragonman is indeed one of the variant humans. We are in trouble now. She knew that she and Fang Jing were pawns of the Celestial Court. They seemed to be moving around freely, but they were definitely being monitored by the Celestial Court. Sure enough, after a while, Gu Immortals arrived. They were two female immortals. Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun recognized them. One was Fairy Myrtle, the other was Qin Ding Ling. Fang Jing still felt it was strange. This blessed land is ordinary and unremarkable. Why would the two ladies of the Celestial Court come here? Qin Ding Ling and Fairy Myrtle, however, were in a good mood. This could be seen from their expressions. Fang Jing, you have made another contribution. You have done well. You two can leave now. Qin Ding Ling nodded with a smile, sending Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun away with one sentence. Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun had no choice but to obey. They obediently flew away and returned to their respective sections. A moment later, Fairy Myrtle gathered the information. This blessed land originated from Duke Long's grandson, Wu Shuai. No wonder it could be hidden for so long and even deceived Lord Duke Long. The dragon men in this blessed land are all Wu Shuai's descendants. There are pure dragon men and also dragon man and human hybrids. If not for Lord Duke Long's protection, I would have died long ago. Looking at Duke Long's figure, Fang Jing's heart was filled with gratitude and respect. Duke Long was in high spirits after the long battle. He stood tall and straight, his dragon scales were shining with radiance, but his dragon eyes were filled with anger. Qi Si ancestor, you are such an amazing person, you actually attack the weak, you have no bearing at all. Fang Yuan smiled. Attacking the enemy to save the enemy is the correct path of war, this is my style. Moreover, I am very curious, who is hiding in this immortal goo house, to be able to make you, Duke Long, protect them time and time again? Fang Jing did not know that Qi Si ancestor was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also did not know that the one hiding in Pine Crane Pavilion was his younger brother, Gue Fang Jing. Even though the two brothers met, they did not know each other's identities. But similar to the battle of the immortal goo houses in the previous life, Fang Yuan acutely sensed that there was an existence in Pine Crane Pavilion that was disadvantageous to him. Fang Yuan attacked time and time again, covering Pine Crane Pavilion within his attack range. Furthermore, this was Fang Yuan's territory. The fog was everywhere, concealing his true body and allowing him to use killer moves easily. Duke Long was very passive, he defended more than he attacked. Fang Yuan suppressed him. However, right at this moment, a series of dragon roars suddenly rang out from the dense fog and clouds. What's going on? Fang Yuan was surprised. Along with the dragon's roar, waves of clouds condensed, forming a huge dragon's qi flow. Spiraling qi currents surged like undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, cutting apart the entire battlefield. Large amounts of fog were swept up by these qi currents, entering these qi currents and strengthening them. This is a method for dismantling moves, such an exquisite killer move. Without the concealment of the fog, Fang Yuan's true body could be seen as he praised. There were 4 main techniques to activate killer moves. Dismantling was one of them. Back in the Battle of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, when many people fought for Ma Hong Yun, old ancestor Shui who had used this dismantling technique, displaying great battle strength. Right now, Duke Long was using this technique. It was completely different. When Fang Yuan fought him, he thought that it was just some minor moves, but to think that they were all part of this Qi Path killer move. When Duke Long unleashed all of them, they immediately formed a terrifying might. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan looked at these qi currents and sighed. He found that he could not deal with these qi currents in a short period of time. Duke Long laughed heartily. His anger from before was completely gone. It was just an act. He was purposely stalling for time. In a battle between experts, words and expressions were weapons. Duke Long had much more battle experience than Fang Yuan. He was very familiar with these moves. Even Fang Yuan was shaken by them. This move is called Reverse Worm Dragon. I cultivated it for 10 years before succeeding. You were right not to attack them rashly. Once you attack, your Qi Path methods will instead boost their power, turning them from worms to dragons. Their power will increase by 100 times, they will be unstoppable and will shock the world. Duke Long explained plainly. He was not casually explaining, he was trying to make Fang Yuan feel more apprehensive. At the same time, he started to prepare his killer move. A huge aura surged from his body. Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He had never seen Duke Long use this reverse worm dragon move in his previous life. Speaking of which, even when Dragon Palace went on a rampage in the previous life, it had never used expressions or words to deceive its opponents.